I hope you're well. We're kicking it off. We're getting into our new player tournament today. Our usual Saturday event. So, yeah, lay back, strap in. We got a shit ton of stuff to go through. Alright, well, I mean, I don't think anybody's quite ready for us. Let me pull up Discord. And that way we can keep things moving along smoothly. Okay. So, just starting off here, I mean, a couple minutes before the tournament starts. Did I say that? Yeah, I got a pretty good replay here. We got a Kolek game. Kolek versus Lizards. Kind of wanted to show this off the other day. Just because it was a romping, stomping kind of match. So until we get settled in with the tournament, we can just go over this for a minute. Because I think it's worth watching back through. So we got Kolek here. We got Marauders. We got a couple great weapons. We got one Chaos Warrior great weapon and a Marauder. Slanesh Hell Scourges. Very strong unit. Insanely tanky. Silver Shields, high armor. ITP. Meaning that, you know, as opposed to just having like Frenzy or something. ITP just means that you never terror out, never get affected by fear either, so your leadership is just always at that rock solid, what is it, 84? Yeah, 75, and then you get a little bit of boosts from stuff that's happening around you. Flank secured, Lord nearby, and whatnot. Skull Crushers in here. Skull Crushers are actually an amazing unit now, and I'll be trying to highlight what they can do well here. In this particular matchup, and I think Lizardmen actually is one of their stronger matchups, because you run into lots of big stuff. These guys obviously geared up for fighting anti-large, or for fighting large targets with their anti-large bonus. They got 1,500 mass each, and there's 32 models, so they can actually trap big stuff up pretty easily. Even stuff like a Dread Saurian they can do reasonably well against. Marauder Horsemen over here. Gonna be maneuvering them across, getting up into the middle objective, just galloping along, doing their thing. And Solar Engine comes in. One of my guys immediately takes a shot to the face and dies horrifically, while Kolek is getting poked by the Chameleon Skinks. So I knew my opponent had to have some Chameleons because, you know, you can see like your opponent's 7 units, and then you're like, where are the other 3? These tricky little guys. They're really nasty, dude. They do a shit ton of damage. I think they're honestly well worth the extra cost over something like a normal Skink Skirmisher, because they do a lot more damage. They just have way better weapon strength on their missile. And the slightly better stats actually does mean that they survive collisions pretty well. You know, they can usually squeak away a little bit easier, and they don't rout nearly as quickly, too. So, even with Kolek taking this much damage, not that big of a deal. I'm not bringing it in yet, but I will be summoning in my caster soon. All I have is Fleshy Abundance on an Nurgle caster, so kind of gearing up for Kolek to do a majority of the work here. Mazda gets a good charge through the Chaos Warriors. With the Hell Scourges, chunks them down for a good amount of HP. And the Geltblom's Terror coming in, so don't want to dive too deep for Mazda. So I'm just going to pull back here for a minute. Geltblom's comes in, give Kolek the order to turn around, and we get the one-on-one here. While the Swords of Chaos rolling around. These guys, very strong unit. Gonna use them to charge down the Swords Warriors for a minute, just because very strong in the charge. They got crazy good stats with a lot of AP. they can actually beat down on those guys pretty good. And Kolek just going to town on the big Carnosaur here, man. 1k weapon strength with Star Crusher and Tempest Rage. Absolutely beast mode, dude. Normally the Geltblom's Terror isn't a bad choice for the matchup against the Warriors of Chaos, because it's actually really good against Archeon. I think that's kind of what my opponent expected. Dropping the what is it? Lord of the Storm back here on top of the Source Warriors to try and break them down a little bit. Skull Crushers get us around on Mazdamundi at the same time as I take down the Carnosaur with Kolek and the Swords of Chaos. And here's the Nurgle Caster getting a fat fleshy abundance. Big AoE. Hitting everything here. Massive heal for my super elite cavalry, as well as Kolek there. And the Skull Crushers definitely in a not so optimal position. They've gotten a ton of value though just fighting Mazdamundi. Already up to 1,000 value. And they're attracting a dive from the Cold One Spear Riders here. Some of the Marauder, just the shielded Marauders, they've been pushed pretty aggressively into the back line. This is kind of what Marauders do. Marauders aren't always here to actually grind into infantry fights. Like you can see, I've got my Marauders chilling back here while other units are taking the head-up fight against the Saurus. Marauders just don't beat Saurus, don't really even do that much damage to them. Using them back here has been much better because it's forcing my opponent to shoot shielded infantry with the skirmishers rather than poking away at these much higher value targets, which is giving me a lot of time to value trade effectively here. Cold One Spear Riders getting absolutely wrecked by the Skull Crushers in here, as well as the Swords of Chaos. A lot of them are chilling up in here. Some of them are stuck back here in these Saurus, getting some rear charges with the Marauder Horsemasters. Marauder Horsemasters are actually fairly okay in melee combat. This is why they're one of the stronger skirmish options for the Warriors of Chaos as a whole. Because they can do big damage just riding around, rear charging stuff, and throwing their little javelins around. Feral Cold Ones come in. They do get their value back, but they take some pretty murderous damage in the process and do rout. Swords of Chaos, 23 models, very healthy. Quite a bit of value on them. And the Chaos Warrior Great Weapons have moved up into the midfield as well, and we're fighting more Source Warriors here. And Kolek with 2,100 value already, dropping another Lord of the Storm here and get a big terror rout. The Chaos Warrior is going to follow that up and just going right in on the Feral Cold Ones. A lot of shooting here, though. Luckily, you got a lot of armor and some missile resist on Kolek, though. And he's getting Guardian from the Swords of Chaos. So an extra 15% mitigation on damage of all sorts hitting Kolek right now, which is pretty damn good, actually. Definitely keeping him in that fight for quite a while longer. Skull Crusher's pretty low. I mean, only 13 models left. Just about paid for themselves. Coming in here with the 1,300 HP they've got left. Getting into the Skink Cohort. Marauder Horsemasters charging those guys down as well, trying to keep them honest. The Marauders just maneuvering around, fighting more of the Javelins, while Hellstriders doing their thing and just tussling a bunch, while Slaanesh Hellscourges, man, they've been my front line. They've been blocking up a lot of Saurus. It's actually been a ton here that I've been trying to fight. And they've been taking a lot of damage, but they're just holding for just endlessly holding. Like, absolutely no fears, no regrets coming in from those guys. We do get another Fleshy Abundance on Kolek. We're in a little bit of a retreat here. We've got plenty of units that are keeping my opponent at bay for the most part. But we are definitely in a position where I'm trying to, like, re-rally my forces and just break this last Source warrior here. While I bring up some Trolls. I'm going to be bringing up for Forsaken now. 2 of them, actually. You know, banking up some supplies to bring him in a nice little proper wave, so we can get into position to really cause some mayhem in the mid-game here. Hellstriders surrounding the Bastiladon, same with the Skull Crushers, and these guys up to 1,900 value now, definitely paid for themselves. Very nice performance from them. Heal going down and Apotheosis for the Cold One Spear Riders, crushing my Hellstriders here, unfortunately, but Swords of Chaos still here. I've still got some Marauder Horsemasters, and they're almost at 1,000 value, still doing respectably, while the Marauders just keep everything at bay. And the Great Weapon Chaos Warriors finally went down. Didn't do the most damage in the world, those guys, but they were a big roadblock for my opponent. They've occupied Mazdamundi a lot. Mazdamundi really doesn't have a lot of value to speak of. Kolek's really kept him at bay, and another beautiful Lord of the Storm goes down. It's so good at punishing Coldland Spear Riders. That's the first time I've really gotten a great cast out of Lord of the Storm, but probably about 500 value just from hitting that Coldland Spear Rider because it did so much damage to them. And the Skull Crushers are still hanging in here, dude. This is how heavy metal they are. They're down to 600 HP, and they just now break on the leadership. 2,100 value with absolutely no heal support, like the Swords of Chaos have gotten. Just rock solid performance from those guys. Swords of Chaos have lost half their models, down to 1,700 HP. 1,400 value, though. Kolek retreating with the Salamander Hunting Pack shooting at him. 3,200 value on him. And we're going to be going for a finish on the Bastiladon here. It's actually got a fair amount of ammo left. I don't really want to leave it around because it also causes terror. So I'm just going to use my Hellscourge Warriors to get in here. You know, help out the Swords of Chaos and Kolek to try and fight this thing. A little bit of buffering. They don't break, obviously, thanks to that ITP. And we're just beating this poor little beastie down. It's done really well. It's almost paid for itself. It costs 1,200. Kolek staring it down, doing his thing. And does get a little shot in there in the meantime. On its way out, while we try to control his side objective, we actually are kind of capping it away. I'm using the Chaos Sorcerer to just chase stuff off. Just chased off a Feral Cold One here. Or a unit of them. You can see one of the models still in the field. Roadblocking my guy. I was a little weirded out in the middle of the game trying to figure out why he couldn't move. But that would appear to be the reason. And the Forsaken, again, these guys also have ITP, so the terror routes from Mazdamundi just really aren't doing a whole lot. That's one of his strong points. He's done reasonably well when he's been able to settle in and actually charge stuff down, but Kolek has been the big deterrent for him being able to just sit in one place comfortably. That's where a lot of the value for Kolek has come from. But he's also done reasonably good damage across the rest of the battlefield. So, while my opponent has also gotten a lot of healing, just like I have, I'm still maintaining a value lead, just because Kolek has been a lot more invaluable in terms of the damage dealing that he's provided for me. Trolls have done pretty well, but they're getting shot up by Salamanders. And despite having armor, you know, they've got the regeneration, so they have a 20% extra weakness to fire. So they just need to peel out of here. And they do rout, but they'll rally in. Haven't lost any models on them. They'll have plenty of room to make something happen. And they did hold up the advance of the infantry here. The Hellscourge Warriors are still fighting in the pit here. And now they have some Forsaken support. So their leadership starts to steady again. That 75 leadership is actually pretty juicy. As long as you keep a little bit of support around them, a unit like that will hold forever. Never give up. One last Fleshy Abundance going down. Swords of Chaos getting a nice heal. They were pretty low. 10 models left, but that's more than enough to get work done. While Kolek heal caps. And the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle just chipping in a little extra damage while Mazdamundi tries to hold the line here. We get another Star Crusher, another Tempest Rage. Poison don't even matter here, man. I mean, minus 90 on the weapon strength, and you got 960, with most of that being AP. Absolutely filthy stuff, dude. Kolek is a beast with all of his items and abilities. So, he's just going to chase Mazdamundi down and start terror routing some of the Lizardmen units here. And that's going to be game. That was basically a hard carry Kolek game, which is why I wanted to show it off, because it's just freaking sick to watch Kolek rack the value up, dude. 4,000 value on Kolek, with respectable performances from the Skull Crushers and the Swords of Chaos, who paid for themselves. Very underrated unit here, in my opinion. Swords of Chaos, actually kind of good, I think. Their unit model count actually puts them outside of range for full damage from Fate of Buna, as well as Flock of Doom and Melkoths. So they're a pretty tricky unit to actually get rid of, especially if you have some heals from a Nurgle Sorcerer. You can do some pretty nasty combos with them, and they give Guardian as well, so a little bit of Fizz Res for Lords and stuff can be pretty awesome. Alright, people are jumping into their games. And we'll chill here. I don't know how many folks are having spec slots open. The game plan is we're gonna just get replays and then we'll hit people up from there. Yeah. So, rally in, hang in. We'll get some replays to start casting for people. I like to live cast stuff, but it can be a little bit messy. Cool, Jaden. That sounds good, man. I appreciate it. Thank you all for showing up in here, hanging out with me. It means a lot. I have a lot of fun doing these tournaments. Especially getting the opportunity to like show off people's replays after the fact is always a really good time. I'm actually going to reach out to somebody because I think there might actually be a couple of people who are not in a game right now. So maybe we can squeak in here real quick. Whew. God damn. I got this hot-ass coffee. I usually just make my own, but I was running around earlier today. So I'll just grab something from a place by my house before I got back in. It's bitter. God damn. Not quite like drinking tepid sewer water, but pretty damn close. Alright, well, anyways. Hang out. We'll go talk about some, Warriors of Chaos tech while we're waiting here for people to finish up their first round games and drop me the replays. Hold on, guys. Wait. Here we go. Let me message them real quick. We'll give them a second to respond. But, Warriors of Chaos are a really cool faction. They're honestly pretty beginner-friendly. They're one that I recommend to start out with, just because got an insanely varied roster. Generally speaking, your units are pretty good. They're solid at the very least. There are very few truly bad units here. Chaos Trolls are pretty bad. They're not all that great. Some of the Chaos War Shrines are pretty mediocre. Like the Corn Shrine, the Undivided Shrine. Not all that useful, in my opinion. That's really about it, though. Pretty much everything else is at least situationally useful, with, like, good micro or the right kind of build. It's just, like, getting a grasp on this roster that, more often than not, is tricky, because, I mean, you've got more units than literally anybody else in the game. The spread on it is impressive and also a little bit intimidating, but if you just, like, take your time to, like, come in here and settle in on bringing just, like, some basic archetypal builds, you can really get something good going for yourself. And the more time you spend with these dudes, the better off you're going to be over the course of the long term, because you'll really start to figure out how and where you need to bring certain units to win in certain types of matchups. You just can't be afraid to experiment here. Typically speaking, just for all you newer players who might be trying these guys out, Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, is easily the most meta option. He's got incredible items, solid enough abilities. They're not really the selling point of him. And a really awesome spell kit. The only spells that aren't super good here are Transmutation and Flaming Sword. Purple Sun Azirius is pretty mediocre. But it's got its opportunities sometimes to be useful. But having Searing Doom, Spirit Leech, and Burning Head, you've got a good spread of spells that can do pretty much anything. Like, Burning Head punishes chaff and anything that's lightly armored in general. Even cavalry can take some pretty nasty damage from this. It lowers leadership. Very powerful. You can see it doesn't have any EAP, but if you say got something like a Marauder or some Dryads even who have respectable armor at 50, but have a fire weakness, and you can pop this on them, it will absolutely munch through a front line in no time flat. Spirit Leech is good for the character sniping. Archaon is an incredible duelist. You can also bring Slayer of Kings. That gives him some more weapon strength, and he can continue to, like, compound on his already saucy stats and good weapon strength to begin with to really just absolutely pummel any character in the game. So that can help out there. And Searing Doom's really good against cavalry as well as heavily armored stuff. If you can get a good cast of Searing Doom off, you can just rack value up, and it's so inexpensive too. One of the most cost-effective damage spells in the game. It's got huge uptrade potential, and the Overcast is also pretty wild. You get double the number of projectiles, so double damage for not quite double the cost. Very hard to turn that down. So you can just kind of mix and match between those three spells. Bring Slayer of Kings if you want to. I usually do recommend Crown of Domination for him, because it gives leadership to himself and anyone within 55 meters, and it also gives ITP to your own units, and it enables Archaon to terror out stuff. If he doesn't have this item, then he just causes fear, which is still strong, but not nearly as powerful. Terror outs are incredibly underrated. They absolutely cause big issues for your opponent, especially in really tight games. It can kind of flip the momentum in your favor. Paragon of Ruin and Fight or Die, not really all that good. This is a little bit redundant. This also gives ITP to units around him. But, you already got the Crown of Domination here. And this just gives a really tiny charge bonus, so it's not all that great. The extra 50 gold for the addition of Terror is more than worth it, in my opinion. Armor Morcar, I don't love. It gives melee defense and charge reflection to everything around Archaon. If you can use this when your opponent's trying to like hammer home with a big cav charge, sure, it'd be alright. But I don't know, dude. It's way too hard to utilize. It's super situational. It's better off spending the 200 gold elsewhere, in my opinion. Infantry-wise, you can just kind of do what I did that last game I just showed off. You just do some Marauders and Great Weapons. A little bit of a mix between the two. It just depends on what you're going into. Like, lightly armored stuff, you just use Marauders. If your opponent does have heavy armor, it's nice to mix in a couple of Great Weapons, because these Great Weapon Marauders are actually fairly respectable. They don't have a lot of melee defense, but their melee attack is solid. And their AP split's actually kind of crazy. I mean, 23 and 7 is a huge skew towards the AP damage. And they've got a good charge bonus of 22. They can actually chip in and get 450 gold back for you pretty quickly. I've even seen Marauder Great Weapons fighting like next to Archeon trade well into like the 700-800 value range against big single entities as well. They're a surprisingly good dual-purpose unit. You've got your marked variants of Marauders who are fine, not really all that spectacular. Same with the Marauder Great Weapons. You can like upgrade a lot of the units to give them the marks of chaos that you might want. I would advise against doing it for stuff like Marauders, just because it gets a little expensive and it's not nearly as impactful. And you have a limited number of chaos marks. Truth be told, you're better off spending your gold for marks on more powerful units. So stuff like Skull Crushers, the Rotting Riders are an amazing marked unit. Mirror Guard, the Demon Spew can be good sometimes. Units of that caliber are what you really want to focus your marks on. Because if you use them on Marauders, you're just not getting a lot of value. The two units that kind of defy that are Hellstriders, just because they're such a unique and powerful unit. They're a, like, lower tiered skirmish cav unit that can get you some really good value if you use them correctly, and they fill a really nice niche for the Warriors of Chaos. They're ITP, they've got Strider, Vanguard deployment, fast as hell, poison, with a decent bonus versus large, and a nice charge bonus, so they can really harry, like, chaff infantry, as well as, other light cav, and just absolutely smack it up, so very decent unit. Not good in every matchup, but good in more matchups than not good. Marauder Horsemen with the Javelins are another unit. I love Tzeentch Horsemen. They're actually kind of crazy. Like, Tzeentch itself, the faction, I mean, obviously they've got access to these guys, but you don't see them all that often. And I think part of the reason why is that Tzeentch just has other really crazy shooting units. But the Warriors of Chaos, they don't have Changebringers, they don't have Flamers, or any of those, like, demonic Tzeentch type of units that kind of take the role over for the Marauder Horsemen. But if you bring these guys into the right matchup, they are absolutely filthy. Like, against Slaanesh, the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are a frickin' terror, dude. They wreck any of the greater demons of Slaanesh because of the magic attacks, flaming damage, and they imbue an extra weakness to fire damage. You can, like, stack that with Kindle Flame from Archeon or, you know, any other characters. You can get some big damage in on a variety of targets with these guys. And they've got the Overshield. They're actually kind of hard to skirmish against, because you can run in, get a really cost-effective volley off, and then pull out of combat, let the barrier recharge, and then run back in, throw some more, and just absolutely wear your opponent out by doing that. And you usually don't need more than, like, 2 of them. So you have like 2 of these guys and 2 of the regular javelins. You can kind of mix and match them into the build. And just go pincushion your enemy if you want to. Lots of cool little things like that. You've got Hellscourge Warriors. Highly recommend these guys. They're probably the best marked Chaos Warrior. Just because of the intangibles they have, like the expert charge defense, the poison, crazy high weapon, or not weapon strength, melee defense. You know, immune to psychology, of course, very powerful. They got a little bit of physical resistance, and they're faster than the other variants. They get an extra 5 speed, so they can actually motor around the battlefield a little bit more effectively, which can be really nice. Alright, sweet. Here we go. We're downloading our first replays from round 1, and then we can start getting in on them. Dude, Walk is sick. They're easily one of the best factions in the game for variety. You will never get bored if you play them. They're on the weaker end of the win rate currently. I think that's a little bit... I don't think that's really the faction's fault. I think a lot of the like super top level players have kind of moved on from them, which I think is a little bit of a shame. They haven't gotten any worse, you know, but they are a pretty specialist faction. And the thing is, with the Warriors of Chaos, they can turn into a very predictable faction. Just because they've got all this variety doesn't mean that people are using it. I've noticed that a lot of people tend to fall into a couple of builds that they gravitate towards, and they don't mix it up enough. And then they get very predictable, and it's, since the Warriors of Chaos are a really strong faction, but they don't excel in any one area, if people figure your builds out, they can really start to, like, beat up on you. And it can become pretty difficult to actually win consistently at that point. Staying unpredictable with the Warriors of Chaos and knowing how to execute a really wide variety of builds is, I think, where they really shine and can function best. We might actually livecast a game here. Okay, so we're going to do that. Just because we missed out on some first round games. We'll livecast Levis here. And then we're going to jump into the replays after that. So it's been a little slow start, but it'll pick up here in a minute. And it was just kind of fun to talk about the Warriors of Chaos. Oh yeah, dude, the orcs, the greenskins, very similar. They've got a lot of really funky units too. And they do have really cool lore as well. Most of the Warhammer fantasy factions, just in general, have really strong, like, lore surrounding them. You know? Even, like, the Empire and the Bretonnians, who are much more, like, typical fare for a fantasy setting, even those guys have, like, some pretty fleshed out stuff that make them unique. But then you get factions like the Skaven, who just go, like, to the moon, and how over the top they are. You've got all the Chaos Gods, who are pretty cool. There's lots of really unique stuff in Warhammer, which is why I enjoy it so much. This is pretty cool builds here, man. We've got frickin' Mazda Mundi with double feral Troglodon. So I'm going to be going for some scoot and shoot with the Lizardmen here. Levis brings builds like this a lot, like, is very much an experimental person with the faction that he mains, and that's a really nice thing to be. Like I said, if you start to gravitate too much to the same builds over and over again, people will figure you out. They can take you down. And Levis just kind of defies that by constantly mixing things up. Doesn't always work out, but that's kind of the love of the game in and of itself, is just trying things and being okay with losing just because you were trying something different. And sometimes you can figure out like really wacky builds that people don't have like solid counters to. And you can mix them in and like take down really experienced tournament players by doing stuff like that, because a lot of people approach this game with this idea that the metas get very settled, and I just don't feel that way at all about domination mode especially. I think that there's so many different viable build strategies in this game. It's a little bit staggering and hard to fully appreciate. Marauders chilling here. We got the Bloodwake Berserkers out on the field, of course. Absolutely insane unit. They did get nerfed this patch, just lost some speed and armor, and they don't knock back infantry quite as much, so they're a little less disruptive, but they're still crazy in terms of the damage output they can provide. They're basically unbreakable with their leadership of 95 at base. They're not going anywhere until they're all dead, pretty much. They'll get you like 3,000 value. They cost 1,750, and they can be worn out before then, but it's pretty difficult. They are an absolute nightmare for some factions to match into. Throwing Axes taking the number 1. So this map's cool, because there's actually vanguards like right at the edge of the trees here, basically. The Lizardmen didn't opt to leave any of their skirmishers up in the trees there. It might have been a good idea, though, because you can, like, play this back objective all game. But Edge of the Darkwood, despite being a huge map with home objectives that are fairly close to the summon points, is a surprisingly good map for back-capping strategies. But just contenting yourself with getting good skirmish value early isn't a bad idea either. You can see the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are just getting absolutely mollywopped by the Chameleon Skinks and the Skink Skirmishers right now. Tremendously effective damage from these guys, and the Troglodyte also contributing a little bit here. It's not nearly as good against cavalry as it is against single entities. Like, against the Skull Crushers, that's where the Troglodytes are really going to want to focus their fire. Also, the Bloodwake Berserkers are going to be a pretty good target. We'll see how that develops. As it stands right now, Lizardmen definitely advantaged here. The Marauder Horsemen are just, they're an inexpensive unit. They're 675 gold. It's about the same cost as a Hellstrider. But these guys are, like, big uptrade potential that you really just can't afford to, like, get murdered by skink fire like this. I mean, these dudes running for the hills, down to less than half HP. Their leadership is pretty bad. 48 is not great. That's why you gotta be a little bit protective of them. Oh, and the Troglodyte's actually sniping the cultist out here. And we got the Amexon Barbs as well. So this is a big mistake by the Khorne player. This is not a situation where you can sit back and, like, turn your nose up at a push. Because you're, kind of outpositioned here. Oh my god, and the Skull Crusher's getting wrecked by the Troglodytes, dude. Oh my god. Amexon Barbs, chipping away at these dudes. Good micro from Piston to pull them out of combat, as quickly as possible. But just taking way too much poke here. This is not the best fight for Valkia either. She doesn't really want to fight Mazdamundi. Mazda has Apotheosis so he can heal himself. Valkia would be much better off fighting the Troglodytes here, and the Net of Amentok comes in. We do get a good Demon Shield from Piston. The pace of combat's just not going well for Khorne. This is a little too much blobbing as well. I do like the movement onto the back point, but honestly, you could have probably just sent the Marauders here. The Bloodwake Berserkers need to be up holding the middle objective, or at the very least, like, threatening pushes onto the Troglodytes to help out Valkia, in my opinion. She'll do okay here, even alone, but it's definitely a little dicey. And with the Amazon barbs here just peppering her the entire time, you can see how much damage she's taken. I don't know how Piston's going to handle this Lizard build. Levis is just kiting him into oblivion. Hasn't really lost anything significant. Like, these red-crested skinks, not that big of a deal for them to take that damage. They're going to be alright. Skull Crushers are really low. They get a great charge off. But you can see there, another beautiful net of Ammontok while Mazdamundi just walks away. He said, nah, I'm good. And now the Amazon barbs are just going to fill these guys full of lead. Down go the Skull Crushers. Really cool unit, but very effectively countered here. Just pin-cushioned and kited out with the nets. While Mazdamundi is just trampling over these Warhounds. Warhounds are an okay unit. I honestly don't recommend bringing them as a general rule of thumb, though. They get folded up pretty quickly by most units in the game. They've got even worse leadership than Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes do. These guys do rally in. They're really low on the leadership. Fleshhound's moving up. They could trap Mazdamundi here. Maybe you can get some damage there. It'd be pretty nice. Big banishment goes down, but actually does as much damage to the cohort of Sotek as to the Cornate units there, which is pretty brutal. These guys kind of getting munched on by their own lord. But just, you know, staying ahead of Khorne here. Got a 3,000 gold value lead. It's gonna continue to evolve favorably for the Lizardmen, I would guess. They do need to still kill the Bloodwake Berserkers, but the Troglodyons are here focus firing them now. Let's see them actually shoot. Come on, do it. Yeah, there we go. Holy crap. Yeah, outright killing multiple models on these guys. Wow, and they're actually running now. Damage by artillery debuff. Putting them to shame and flight here. Feral Troglodyons have been really well used, dude. I mean, 1,400 value and 1,100 on the other. They've got a few shots left, but then they're also respectable in melee combat. I mean, they don't have the most melee attack, but they've got a decent charge bonus. So if they can just run around and terror out stuff and just pinball through things, they've got plenty left to give. They'll easily get their value back. And Valkia down to 1,300 HP. One Troglodon out of ammo. Coldwind Spear Riders coming in. Finishing off the Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. Mazdamundi going down. Backcap resecured. Bloodwake Berserkers rally, but they've only gotten 300 value here. And the Lizards are just going to take the battlefield over. I mean, you can see Khorne has the advantage on tickets, but they've got no units left. This is, honestly, this is kind of a prime example of domination mode can function just like land battles, if you want to play it that way. Like, Khorne being pulled into a variety of bad skirmish engagements and just being ripped apart at the seams by a very, very well executed kite is something that you would see in something like Conquest or land battles more often than not. Here in domination mode, it's kept a little bit more honest because of the victory points, but you get plenty of time to work with to pull builds like this off. And even though Khorne got the advantage early, Lizards with just a much better concentration of forces on the battlefield in the mid-game here, just going to walk up and cap all the objectives, and Khorne's going to be left out in the cold. And with a triple cap, you'll see how quickly the Lizards catch up. It's only going to take them 2 minutes to eclipse Khorne here. Valkia on her last freaking legs. And Mazdamundi comes in here for the execution. Just... oh no. She gets trampled and the... yeah. Stegadon teabagging her a little bit there. Very unfortunate. I love Valkia to death. She's an amazing Lord option, but yeah, she can get left out in the cold sometimes if your opponent's prepared for her. Colossadon Hunters, not anti-infantry like the other variants. Anti-large instead. Still a respectable enough fighter with the 61 melee attack that it can kill Bloodletters without too many issues. Mazdamundi gonna trample these Bloodletters. Levis just needs to respond to the bloodletters, and it'll be more than okay. There's not a lot Khorne's going to be able to do here. It's going to be like winding time down for the most part. Troglodyte is rampaging. I forget they have Feral Rage. Right? Or is that Predatory Fighter? Oh, okay, it is Predatory Fighter. Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind, guys. Never mind. We figured it out. So, Troglodytes do have Feral Rage. So they will go stomp around and pout a little bit if they take a bunch of damage. I got 2 stages to that. It's not that big of a deal, though. Oh, and resummon on the other Feral Troglodyte, opting to unsummon them and bring them back in with more ammo instead. I mean, at this stage of the game, honestly, not that bad of an idea. Typically speaking, though, I think this is a good enough generalist monster, even though its melee attack is not amazing. Just having the charge bonus and the good weapon strength is usually enough to be able to fight stuff. It's got respectable melee defense also for a big beastie. It can dual purpose that normally I wouldn't unsummon it, but when you're this far up, having the extra ammo on it, obviously, well worth the price to pay. Colossodon Hunter's hovering. Khorne continuing to fall behind. Coldwind Spear Riders moving up. Skink cohorts advancing, reconsolidating on the #1 objective here. This is generally what you want to do also if you're playing from a position where you're up on the caps. Your opponent's still ahead on tickets, and they're like just desperately trying to retake from a pretty bad value trade advantage. Just concentrate your forces onto the middle and the home objective you have, and then just reinforce the back point and use whatever tattered remains to try and hold it from there. Eric's on barbs with 2,500 value, man. Pretty crazy, honestly. These guys are a little tough to utilize. The fact that Levis has gotten that much value on them speaks to the caliber of play here. We got funky little unit orders going in. If you ever want to, guys, press spacebar in the middle of games. You can see your opponents. You can see not only your units' orders and formations. What the hell is what is going on here? Whoa. How do you do this? Normally you can't form your units up in a little O-ring like this, but somehow Levis figured it out. What the hell is this? Hello? I'm gonna have to ask him about this. Kind of crazy. I don't know if he did this on purpose or not. It's a funky little formation here. Anyways, you can see your units. You can also see enemy units like firing arcs on their missiles. Yeah, legendary donut formation for real. If you could pull this off in an actual game, you could have a little, this is traditionally, on a historical basis, how you defended against cavalry. Was, you formed up squares and, circle formations. And that way, if they tried to break through your formation, either the circle, the way the circles work, is they'd break through the front line, then they'd be stuck in the middle here, and all the other guys could, like, rush in and tear the horsemen off their horses and stab them to death. And then a square formation is just an unbreakable brick that they don't even get into the middle of. It depends on, like, the utility of the equipment for units historically that determined whether they fought from circles or squares against enemy cavalry as infantry. Fleshhound's moving up. Desperation on the #3 objective here. Piston not giving up the ghost here. I respect it, but just throwing units up like this, usually not a very good idea. So the best thing Piston could do here, bank up all those supplies. Instead of pushing 2 objectives, get all of your Fleshhounds and your Marauder Horsemen together. And what you want to do, try and bait the Troglodyte forward with the Fleshhounds, and bait the Cold One Spear Riders forward with the Flesh Hounds, retreat, and then use the Marauder Horsemen to, like, kind of shoot down the big monster and the Spear Cavalry. Because just throwing both of those units up without any support, kind of putting them on the back foot wherever they go, instead of having mutually supporting units to back each other up and perform well. Another note here, this is a little too much infantry in my opinion. I like the Khorngors, and the Exalted Bloodletter. I would honestly cut the Chaos Warrior and the Bloodletters here, and opt for some more Blood Beasts, or honestly... Okay, here you go. Here's an even better idea. Cut the Chaos Warriors, get rid of them. Get rid of the Chaos Warhound here, get a Minotaur, and then another Blood Beast, because I'm pretty sure you'll have enough money for both of those if you do that. And I'll have a little bit left over, and then maybe you can consider another unit, depending on how much you have left over. I think you'd only have like 300, though. Regardless, having a Minotaur is really nice against the Lizards. Minotaurs of Khorne are ITP, and they have insane bonus versus large. They will rip and tear through Spear Riders, as well as Cold One Riders, Colossadon Hunters, Amazon Barbs, anything that's bigger than infantry size they get their hands on, they'll take to Pound Town. You gotta be careful, of course, though, for skirmishers with Minotaurs, as well as just getting countercharged. Don't want that to happen, but having an extra really strong anti-large option is definitely needed in this build. And then I think maybe instead of doing Marauders, I find Marauders to be just universally bad against the Lizardmen. Even though the Khorne Marauders have ITP with Frenzy up, they just fall off a little too hard, and they're very vulnerable to the Skinks skirmish play. Bring Forsaken instead. Like, just 2 Forsaken instead of all of these Marauders, I think, would actually be really strong. And Cultists are respectable. I don't think they're all that great against the Lizards, though. They're better against factions with more traditional gun lines, where they can use the summons a little bit more aggressively. Lizards will just kite away from the Bloodletter summon if you use it, so just cut the Cultist, bring 2 Marauders, and bring 2 Forsaken. And I think you'll be in a pretty good position. You'll have plenty of aggressive infantry, you'll have some chaff, you got all the big stuff out early, and then you can just focus on bringing out some Flesh Hounds and a Minotaur early, and then bring the Khorngors and the Exalted Bloodletter as needed. That'd be my advice. And you gotta be very careful of the nets, man. But that's kind of hard to game plan around. Really, that game just came down to Levis having an absolutely sick, nasty build. Because that's definitely not a very typical Lizardman build. And it was executed to perfection. Okay, guys. We're going to get into the replays now. We're going to start doing some rapid-fire replays. As soon as I drop them all in my folder here. Alright, what are we gonna watch here, though? Oh, we don't need this one. Oh my, okay. I don't know how we can possibly not watch this one. So, Commissar coming in here, going up against Drakthor. Dowie versus Vampire Counts. This is a horrible matchup for the dwarves, by the way. Absolutely atrocious. On Total Tavern right now, I think the Vampire Counts are winning this matchup at a, what, a 90% win rate? 86% right now. It is about that bad. What the fuck is going on with this map? Did they rework this? It looks weird as hell, honestly, now. I don't know how I feel about this. Is there like dynamic weather on this map? Anyways, whack. Super whack. So we're in a blasted wasteland and it's snowing here. It must be like a nuclear winter. I mean, leave it to the Chaos Dowie, you know, because that's their big signifier here. Hashit. They've obviously been messing with the Warpstone a little too much, and they really fucked up the vibes here. Cannon moving up, massive Grudge Raker and Thunderer build incoming from the Dowie. You've got a Lord, you've got Master Engineers with Flash Bomb, Ballistics Calibration, and Entrenchment. Just insane stuff. Oh, and Restock on one of them. Okay, so just rocking out with the all the shooting, man. Are the Dowie going to be able to shoot the Vampire Counts away from them, though? So the Vampire Counts can win this if they don't engage right now. They need to build up a little bit. They need to bring out some Fellbats, Vargeist, units that can, honestly, maybe position around the back here and get ready to dive the cannon. Because there's nothing protecting the cannon right now. Like, it's on a summon point, that's great. But the shooting's a little out of position for it. No, don't trickle in! Oh, and Heinrich Kemmler is way too far forward right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, the humanity. Not like this, dude. Holy crap. Yeah, Kemmler is pretty much dead. He's gonna crumble out here. Oh my god. Jesus. Just a few volleys from that have killed the Vampire Counts Lord. A lot of the units are gonna get engaged in melee combat. I don't know how far it's gonna take the Vampire Counts though, even though they're getting stuff up in here. Because it's just not very high quality shooting and there's so many Thunderers here. Like, they're just going to be able to, like, smack down all of these guys from these positions in the back, man. The absolute humanity of the Dowie full-ranged Thunderer build here. Just rocking up and obliterating literally everything as it's trying to trot into combat here. You can see the Thunderers holding ground pretty decently. The issue that the Vampire Counts are running into is that, yeah, they engage stuff into melee combat here, but it's like zombies and a bunch of garbage for the most part. The Cryptars are the only thing that can actually do damage, as well as these Graveguard Great Weapons, but they're both going down. Zombies and Skeletons don't have the melee attack, even to get through the mediocre 28 melee defense of the Thunderers here. And, you know, Thunderers have respectable armor values at 80 also, which is pretty damn nice. Corpse Cart moving in, trying to give the perfect vigor as well as the passive healing, but getting shot up pretty badly. Probably not going to be holding for too much longer. The White Kings needed to be engaging first. They've got a silver shield, and they're durable as hell. These guys just do not die. I mean, they're absolutely cracked. They could have been the first unit to engage, and I just think that you just got to bring out more AP. And then you can just, like, surround a little bit. Because you want the guns to be forced to turn every which way. That way it's a little bit harder for the dwarves to concentrate their firepower than if you just, like, trickle up into one portion of the formation. Because you want to try and shut down as many guns as possible in one fell swoop. If you engage just the first row of guns, then the Dowie just get to fire with everything else and they'll wreck you. Every single time. Without fail, you will not be able to withstand that. And Commissar's actually using ballistics calibration and entrenchment really well. I'm honestly pretty impressed. I mean, it's giving big boosts to the amount of AP damage. Oh my god, and the black coach gets blasted by the cannon. Down it goes. It's giving big boosts to the AP that the Thunderers have. And the ballistics calibration lowers the reload time on these guys. So instead of every 12.5 seconds, and these guys have got 2 chevrons, mind you, so they already got some reload skill. At base, instead of every 13 seconds, they'd be firing every... with 40 reload skill? Or 20? They'd be firing every 10 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, which is a really nice reduction. I mean, a 33% faster fire rate is no joke, man. Especially for an AP missile unit like a Thunderer. Do Grudge Rakers have fire damage? I didn't even think about that possibility. No, they don't. Okay. Well, whatever. Troll Hammers have fire damage, I know. Cryptar's moving up. Vampire Count's gonna be giving up the Ghost here. Commissar finally securing... or maybe secured this a while ago. I've been so focused here in the middle. Haven't really been paying attention to the #1 objective. I will say, despite the value trades being really nice for the Dwarves, you know, they're having a little bit of trouble getting on the #2, but, I mean, the Vampire Counts... there's no way they're going to be able to keep up these kind of casualties for too much longer, surely. And the Cryptors are getting up in here, but we got Slayers moving in. Cannon still chunking down the Cryptors. Fast forward through this one a little bit. Kemmler comes back out, very expensive resummon. White Kings grinding away. You can see how hard they are to shut down, man. They do have Scab Scrape. Honestly, okay, against the Dowie, I don't think Scab Scrape is ever going to really be that useful. I think you're better off just bringing in the bare bones against the Dwarves. Because this is good against unarmored stuff. Like, okay, it's going to be good against Slayers, but that's it, and they still have spell resist. Just save the money, I think. You can spend the 150 gold of Scab Scrape across the 2 of these guys. You get 300 more gold. You can just buy something better. Upgrade some units to higher quality. You got Cryptors coming in. Norgrimling's Ironbreakers are actually going to beat a Cryptor in a one-on-one. They don't do a lot of damage with their blasting charges there. But Cryptors, despite having good AP and reasonable melee attack, Norgrimling's Ironbreakers have 79 frickin' melee defense. They took, like, no damage from these guys. Cryptors do pull out. I like the pull out there. Pull-out game's strong. You know, Vampire Count's very good at it. And to get the regen going. All jokes aside, it's a pretty good play. Get the health back up, and then they can re-engage later on. The Dow units are a little worn out, but they do cap the #2. They got the #3. Yeah, and Vampire Counts playing out the string there. Down they go. Very patient play. And good concentrated focus fire from all of the missiles here, man. Good value across the board for the most part. A couple of the Grudge Rakers were a little lackluster. This one in particular, but generally speaking, just fat value across the board, man. Master Engineers were cool. The Lord, they did their thing. The Lord held, didn't die. Cannon got decent value. Norgrimlings, they capped the side points, all they needed to do. Grim Delvers to 2200. Not too shocking. They're absolutely insane. The Vampire Counts just didn't have a lot of value anywhere. Crypt Ghouls got some. I don't know where the hell they were the whole game. I wasn't really paying attention to them, to be fair. One Graveguard got respectable value. I don't see Vargulfs being good against the dwarves ever. They're too big, too lightly armored, and they honestly aren't very good except against single entities. I think you should leave the Vargulf at home. Dowie have too many anti-large options for this thing to do well. I like the Cryptars. I like the Vargeis. The Crypt Ghouls are not... You just need to summon all this stuff out before you dive in. You can get rid of the Vargulf, and you can bring maybe a couple more Fellbats, and then I don't know how much gold you'd have left. Maybe enough for another Crypt Ghoul. You just need stuff to be able to, like, swarm the entire Dowie army. Otherwise, you're going to have a really bad day if you're just engaging a gun line. You can't get the best possible engagement. Alright, Nurgle versus Vampire Count's coming in here. Cool, cool. Oh, that's messages in another chat. No, don't do it. Come on, game. Is it really gonna crash? Yep. No, it's not. Ah, it held. Nice, okay. Game threatened to crash on me, but we rallied it in time. So, Edge of the Darkwood, we've got Drakthor versus Broccoli. Broccoli gonna be rocking in here with the very solid Nurgle build that we saw last Saturday against the Vampire Counts. You got Kugath, you got a Cultist. Yeah, Foot Cultist, not on War Shrine or anything. Festering Stooges. Yeah, maybe you could speak up a little bit, Kugath. I mean, come on, dude. You got a nice big old belly. Use that diaphragm. Get your speech out so everybody can hear you. Jesus. Anyways, Festering Stooges coming in here. Exalted Plaguebearers are a really good unit. And the ROR variant, even better, because they have a crazy passive heal in melee combat. They're obnoxiously difficult to kill. They get Terror as well from their Gloomaflies. Typically, Cloudaflies gives 9 melee defense, and that's it. These guys also get Terror added to them. Not super important against the undead, but against other factions it can be. Here, it's just going to be the healing that keeps them in this fight. They should be relatively okay, as long as they don't get Mortis Engined down or hit by just like a huge spell cast. I don't envision too many issues. Interesting. Okay. Alright, so I was a little worried, because the Blood Dragon Lord doesn't have any spells here, but the Necromancers on the Corpse Carts are coming in. And this guy actually has the spell casting. I would honestly, though, recommend, if you're gonna do... Although, it's just the... Oh, that's just one Necromancer. This is just a regular Unholy Lodestone, my bad. Okay, I mean, fair enough. Honestly, this is kind of interesting. We'll see how it works out. The Vargulf in the forest. This is a matchup with the Vargulf is actually going to be pretty nice. Because it can run in and kind of smack on Kugath a little bit. It'll be decent against the Plague Toads as well. And it can help the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord wherever he goes. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord does not want to be back here, though, getting hit by all of the missile fire right now. So Drakthor definitely needs to just learn a little bit of patience. So you got a couple of things going on that just need to be cleaned up, and you'll be just fine. What you want to do is, Vampire Counts, you want to get your units forward as quickly as possible, because, you know, it takes forever for you to get anywhere. Slow as hell. But once you get into a position to start pushing onto an objective, you need to wait for the Corpse Carts, because they're slow as sin. I mean, good God, are they slow. 23 speed. Graveguard and your even your zombies. Your zombies have the same speed as them. You just want to wait for a minute, because you want to make sure you can get them in position early to get the passive heals and the stat increases onto as many units as possible. Don't send your Lord in alone like that. Don't ever do it. Never, ever, ever send your Lord in to engage onto the ground when there's 2 AP missile units right next to him. He could have been over here supporting against the Plague Toads. It's where he goes now, which is a really good fight. He might be able to tear out the Marauders of Nurgle as well, which would be pretty strong. Vargulf moves into the back line. Again, not a good position for it. What you want to do with your SEs like this, use your zombies and your skeletons to push and make space for these big units. And the Vargulf needs to be, like, back here. Like, there's Plague Toads all the way in your back line. You can see them doing little flips there as they get killed, I think. Very funny. You want the Vargulf, like, back here to be cleaning up the Plague Toads, or on this side as well, fighting these Marauders, and helping out your units farther in the back while you just force your opponent to waste ammo. And you can keep these guys a lot healthier, because the Vargulf, it does have passive healing. It's getting some from the Unholy Lodestone in a minute here, as soon as this thing gets in range. Should get in range at the very least. Get right up in here in this pocket on the blue line. That's where the corpse cart needs to be positioned. It's a waste back here. It's too far away to give the heals to everything. And you're, like, overlapping the healing with the other one here. You need to help out as many of your units as possible with your corpse cards. There's a lot of little micro things that the Vampire Counts need to do to, like, really elevate the performance of their units. You have got to maximize it in order to win games. Vampire Counts are a strong faction, but you gotta be really careful. Broccoli does have a value lead, and Kugath is getting that Mortis engine online now. Pestilent Decay gonna be leeching the life out of everything that the Vampire Counts have here. And this is another reason the Unholy Lodestone needs to be closer in, is because the passive healing, it's not gonna outpace the Pestilent Decay Mortis engine, but it is gonna mitigate a lot of it. So at the very least, it's going to take Kugath longer to actually finish units off. And as the Vampire Counts going into a matchup against a faction that not only has better cap weight than you, but also has almost equal durability with their units, you really can't afford to, like, leave your opponent to be able to cap points with their infantry. And the Vampire Counts do have the point. They did manage to muscle their way on here, and they're actually doing a good job of killing a lot of the Plague Toads. And a fair amount of the Marauders are running now. We still have the Festering Stooges here, though. They've gotten fat value. They've taken, like, no damage. They're going to be able to fight for ages here, too. If Kugath can make his way over to the Festering Stooges and they can fight on top of one another, there's really not going to be anything that the Vampire Counts are going to be able to do to, like, win that engagement. Kugath's still racking up big value. I'm sure he's up to about 2,000, yeah. About 1,500. Honestly, not as good as I was expecting. Blood Knight's back here doing a good job screening. The Dire Pack also being an annoying unit here. Angels of Decay really need to be used aggressively here. Pestigors need to get forward. Broccoli leaving a Marauder here. Honestly, a pretty good idea. You definitely don't want to lose that point. Oh, and a sneaky back cap with the Nurglings. Taking the number 3 here, so despite losing the number 2, playing very aggressively, taking advantage of the value lead you got and your opponent's, like, commitment to winning the middle. And pushing the back point there and capping it away. And Crypt Ghouls are a respectable unit now. They do reasonable amounts of damage. But Nurglings are really freaking tough to kill. They've got a lot of HP on the models they have. And a lot of cap weight. they're going to hold on to that back point for 2 or 3 minutes, maybe. And in that time, it's very possible that Nurgle's going to retake the middle here. And you can see the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is just not doing enough damage. The Varghulf is also struggling a little bit. We do have the Unholy Lodestones in here giving some heal support, but a lot of the infantry is gone now for the Vampire counts as well. And Nurgle's got a little bit of a resurgence here, and they're probably going to retake the number 2 as well. Pretty brutal. Furies, they can land on these Vargheists if they wanted to. It's a pretty good fight for Furies, actually. Do a bunch of damage there. The Streams of Corruption have been really good as well. Quite filthy. A lot of damage being wrapped up that way. And Kugath up to 3,000 value. Blood Dragon Vampire Lore is healing capped. He's got all of his buffs popped. But honestly, this is a mistake I see from people a lot with the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. He is really good at fighting characters, but he's not that great in a prolonged melee grind. He's much better as a cycle charging character. Getting him up off the ground here and then bringing him back in against Kugath is where he's going to actually be able to hit Kugath, who's got 58 melee defense. He's really tanky as well with like 14,000 health and the potential to like heal himself for even more. Trying to break him down this way is not really a great idea. I mean, you can see the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is just getting absolutely murdered by the Angels of Decay now, who have just been doing massive damage to this very big-bodied dragon. Ouch. Oh, they take like 1,000 health off of him with every volley, and he is going to crumble out now. Negative 54 leadership. Bye-bye. Wave bye-bye, Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Oof. Backbreaker right there, man. That's going to be it. Big win for Broccoli Fangirl. Just like in, you know, like tabletop settings. Vampire count's very bad without their lords on the field, you know. They lose leadership, their units crumble earlier with really low leadership to begin with. And they just aren't going to be able to hold and do anything here. Slow reinforcements coming up. Varghulf coming back out. It just didn't do a lot the first time around. That's not going to change this time either. Kasich came out. He did pretty respectable. He's got a 1,700 value. Plenty of room to get more. Kugath chilling in the back with 4,400. Not the most I've ever seen from Kugath. I think unending glory is yours. When I send replays from today's tournament. Give me a sec, Marco. Anyways, Kugath has gotten 4,500 value here, which is a lot, but the most I've ever seen from a Nurgle Lord in this matchup is, what, 8,000? Close to 9, I think. The Mortis engines for Nurgle are absolutely filthy against the Vampire counts. Look at the Festering Stooges, man. 498 kills. They're the only unit from the initial formation that paid for itself. And they did a damn good job of that. They were a absolute nightmare for the Vampire counts. 3,500 on the Angels of Decay. Not super shocking. They're just that good of a unit. That's going to be it for that one, man. Alright, Marco. Give me a sec. I am going to leave you a video in the Discord that will tell you exactly how to post the replays. You may already know, but, you know, just in case, I'll drop it anyways. Oh, Rubber Duck of War, we miss you. Where art thou? You can just leave them in the channel with in the Dom new player tournament chat. That's the best place to leave it. Because I download them all from here, and then I go over them. Oh my god, we got people smack talking in the Discord now. You love to see it. If you want to send them to me, Marco, you can do that. You can DM them, and then the new player tournament chat for everybody else works as well. Where's this? Where am I? Oh, whoops. Okay, I see what I did wrong. Give me a sec, guys. I did this backwards. Classic rookie mistake. Alright, give me all my replays back. These two. Okay. Here we go. We're back in. I'm going to delete the ones that I've already gone over. Those are my replays. We'll watch that one next, probably. Pop Flux. We watched this one. And that one. Okay. I think that should be it. Cool. Greenskins Kislev is a pretty fun matchup. It's honestly pretty even. Kislev is a very powerful faction, but there are definitely a few vulnerabilities that they have, which the Greenskins are very well tooled to take advantage of. Although I don't really see the Orc Air Boys. I think not bringing Orc Air Boys against Kislev is a big mistake, personally. I'm curious to see how you play this. I mean, you got a Colossal Squig here, which is a good call. It'll definitely have a pretty good time running over the Armored Infantry. The only reason I say it's a mistake to not bring Air Boys is because, they outrange Armored Cossars. It's not great to poke into them, but they do a little bit of poke. You can force dives from your opponent and keep Kossovite Dervishes and Horse Archers at bay. And then any Kossars that move into range of your Orc Air Boys, you can do serious damage to, but we'll see about it, man. Force Goblin Spider Riders, unfortunately getting caught by the Kossovite Dervishes. They're going to win that pretty handily and run over these guys. Azag lands in to help out, though. Really good call. Very good response. He's just great. I love Azag to death. He doesn't really need Foe Seeker, in my experience. Feral Wyverns are already fast as hell. And you don't ever really want to leave Azag in combat for very long, because he's honestly pretty squishy. And Zarina Katerin hit him with a Death Frost, and he's already lost a lot of HP here. Down to 7,000 from 5,800 already. Not great for him. Zargard chilling in the back, and the Squig Herd's just kind of beelining straight for him, while the Colossal Squig here, kind of funky. It just kind of collided with the Armored Kossar, but didn't do any damage, just knocked a bunch of their models over. Is going to rampage up into the Streltsy, though, as with the assistance of the Squig Herd, going to get some good damage on these guys. I don't know if they're going to be able to finish there, though. And the worst thing that can happen is this Colossal Squig getting trapped here by cavalry or something, and then Kislev just turning some guns around and shooting this thing to bits. Kislev, too many blobbed up horsemen here. It's not that bad against the Greenskins, because there's not really any magic to punish this. We are pulling out immediately, Direwolf, so that's good. Just keeping the Kossovite Dervishes connected with these Armored Kossars over here is going to be better for you. You want to use your Dervishes to, like, hammer engaged infantry. Generally speaking, they're a good countercharge unit. They're too lightly armored to take head-up fights, though. Using them to, like, rack up value and trap big monsters so you can shoot them is the way to win, basically. Armored Kossars getting trampled by the Colossal Squig right now, which is getting some good value. Streltsy opening back up. They were saved, re-establishing their formation and starting to open back up. We got Armored Kossar, great weapons in reserve there. Not Goblin Fanatics waiting in the wings for opportunities to attack. A lot of Armored Kossars running for the hills here. Not really finding anything too scary. But that Colossal Squig has been the menace so far. It's gotten respectable value as well. And Zarina way in the back line gets caught in some Broken Tusk mob, as well as Azag landing on her, and the Colossal Squig vomiting all over her. Nice Ice Chariot here, and I think the Zarina is going to be going down here. She is danger low. There's no way she's going to be able to make it. Ouch. That's pretty brutal. So Zarina on the sled is a good character. Honestly, really good for clearing out, like, chaff-centric armies. Can't send her all the way back here like this. It's too risky. You want to use your chariot characters to do exactly what you want to do with the Kossovite Dervishes, which is, like, side-charging and counter-charging stuff. Direwolf, you just have a few too many units. You just got your formations way too split up. Like, you had a bunch of guys, like, up here in the front who didn't have any help from the shooting. And the guys who were all up here couldn't turn around and hit your units that were getting jumped on in the back. And you had all your cavalry out here, so all your mass was way away from the Colossal Squig, so you couldn't catch it. Your opponent is just, like, throwing the bodies in the way they're supposed to like, occupy your stuff. And they're just doing a better job of playing together, in conjunction with their units. Fate of Buna going down on the Griffin Legion, as well as the Broken Tusk mob getting into combat there. It's going to be a very dead, expensive cavalry unit. Pretty brutal. The Armored Kossars are holding out over here pretty nicely, thanks to the fact they've got a little more support. This Colossal Squig, though, man, oh my god, what is going on here? It's just trampling over models as it's, like, slowly advancing forward, man. These things have some really buggy nonsense going on with them, I swear. You have to be prepared for this monster. It's an infantry killing extraordinaire. Now that you've actually got a little bit of a concentrated infantry position over here, Direwolf, you're doing a little bit better. Your Ice Guard swords getting up into melee combat like they are, though, not ideal. Zargard holding, doing decently. Zargard don't really need chevrons, though. I know you put those chevrons on them also. That's just extra cost that isn't really needed on these guys. They're already 1,000 gold. And they perform well enough that, you know, they don't need the extra stats. It helps. It's not really important, though. That's like an extra, how much gold is that? for 4 chevrons. It's almost 200 gold that you're paying for those chevrons, and you could spread that out across your other units if you really want something. Yeah, losing the number 3 here. Not really able to get up on the number 3 or the number 2 either. And you got some units moving up on the number 1 over here, getting run over by pump wagons. So Kislev is expensive. Greenskin's inexpensive. What you want to do against swarmy factions that are going to have numbers on you is keep your formation together. If you spread out like this and they start to like isolate individual units, the cheaper stuff will eventually grind down those more expensive tools. And it doesn't matter how well statted something is. It doesn't matter if you're a badass warrior with the best equipment in the world. A peasant with a stick, if they get you on the ground and stab you in the eyes and between the slots of your armor, you might as well not have any to begin with. That's kind of how the greenskins play. You can just imagine them as a bunch of filthy peasants back in medieval times, like dragging down better equipped, noble individuals and just like murderizing them. You get the surround off, you just like pummel them from behind, and Zargard holding in here respectably, but not quite getting their value back anyways. Despite holding pretty well, despite unbelievably grim odds. They are going to go down here. And the Ice Guard swords don't really have a lot of armor. They're respectable in melee combat, but they're not really designed purely for that. Their missiles are where their real value is held. Because they have frostbite on the missiles, so you can stack speed slows with all of the other casting that Kislev has access to. That's really why you want those guys. They're better used in the backline where they can be protected, and then if your opponent does dive them, they can at least fight evenly until they get some help. Colossal Squig just rampaging through everything. This is definitely one of the biggest problems that Kislev ran into. Not having an answer for this. The Broken Tusk mob have done okay. Azag, he's doing respectably. If you had Zarina alive longer also, you could grind some value against Azag by just hitting him with Death Frost. Because Death Frost is a really good Spirit Leech type spell. There are definitely a lot of matchups where it's not very good, just because there's healing for the faction, but Greenskins don't have heals for their leaders oftentimes. Grom is the only Greenskin Lord that can heal himself, because he has regen. Azag gets absolutely wrecked by Spirit Leech type effects. He will die to them. I would just try, and honestly, you probably could have just held the number 3 objective initially. And then you can kind of scoot your formation forward a little bit. Get it into an area where it can like post up. And start to poke the Greenskins off of the number 2. You don't want to just like... You just wandered into the Greenskins, basically. You want to force them to you because you have missile... you have ranged advantage. You don't want to give that up, ever. Unless you can... You absolutely cannot afford it. And you just have to engage. Having all these pistols... I like Armored Kossars, but going max numbers on them, usually not a great idea. They are 700 gold, so they can be a little pricey, and Greenskins actually have pretty good answers for heavily armored infantry. The Colossal Squig and the Pump Wagons being the biggest ones, and they got big value on both of those. Just regular Kossars are really strong against the mean and green fighting machines. Because your bows hit really hard against lightly armored targets. There's nothing with very heavy armor here for the orcs. You can just stay at range and poke them from safety. And then when they half the force path into you, that's when you can start to like isolate and poke down their cavalry, their pump wagons. You can intercept with your own cav, shoot the colossal squig, and do stuff like that. Okay, you didn't bring the archers for Katerin. Yeah, Katerin on the sled just needs to be used very sparingly. It's a really powerful chariot, but if she gets caught, not a good time. She's pretty expensive. You've got to just, like, charge through infantry mostly and try to avoid any engagements against cavalry, as well as big monsters like the Colossal Squig. And honest to goodness, I do think that the Frostworm is the better mount for Zarina currently, because there are quite a few factions that use big single entities, and the Frostworm has anti-large. It'd be very good against the Colossal Squig. It would be a very good trade for you. And then you can still fight Azag if need be. You can just use Death Frost to keep him honest, wear him out, and, you know, run around, engage the Colossal Squig when you need to, and not get double-teamed. Because the Frostworm's also really quick. I'll show it off first, real quick. Just because I think it's worth pointing out. Yeah, Zarina on the Frostworm. You got Ice Maiden's Kiss and Death Frost. You can do Ice Sheet as well. You can get rid of Frostfang. You only get 2 uses. It's okay. Not super important, though. 1335. She's on the Frostworm. Melee defense is a little low at 35, but she's got respectable melee attack at 48. She's got Frostbite as well. And there you go. That's the bonus versus large you're talking about. 25 means she's got 73 melee attack when she's fighting big targets. She's got 75 foot speed as well. Good leadership, good armor. Decent charge bonus. And she's got Crystal Cloak. Every time you cast, for 31 seconds, you've got a 20% ward save, which is really awesome for Zarina. She is very tanky and hard to kill. And you can increase that by adding 1 Patriarch in with Salyak's Lullaby. And just bring him on a Warhorse for 750. These guys aren't terrible melee combatants either. They can contribute a little bit of damage. And they just run around with her all game and heal her up. And you'll get, like, functionally a little bit more than 10,000 HP. And with the 20% ward save, you can add another 20% on top of that. So, really, Zarina, if you're using her her item well, and also maximizing the healing, she's really got like 12,000 HP on the Frostworm, while also being a really good anti-large combatant. Definitely one of the strongest options for Kislev in my book. Alright. So we got Broccoli and Popflux here. Popflux has been playing the High Elves. High Elves on the weaker end of the spectrum. But I've been coaching Popflux up a good bit. And it's definitely been improving. And we'll see how they handle Nurgle. Nurgle's a pretty tough matchup for the High Elves.
But a conduit for Nurgle's vile foxes. Reduce them to corpses and watch the rot spread.
Yeah, reduce them to corpses, fellas. Big hero goon squad here for Nurgle. Chaos Sorcerer, Kazik, and the Chaos Lord. Very effective little hero core. We got some Illyrian Reaver archers coming in. We got a Star Dragon sighting. Star Dragons, absolutely amazing monster, does big damage. Also, one of the few dragons that is just good in melee, even in a sustained grind, because of its melee attack and melee defense being so high. It's got great weapon strength too. It's got the breath attacks with fire damage. It'll be very good for clearing out, like, Forsaken, in any, like, chosen type of units that might come out for Nurgle. Using the Star Dragon to full effect here will definitely get a very nice advantage for the High Elves. Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle kind of running in a really good stream of corruption. Broccoli has been very on point with those casts. It's a very cheap spell too. Only 5 wins of magic. Got 152 value out of the 5 wins there. Very respectable. Ah, there you go. That's good target recognition. Noxbringer, very annoying unit. Very good at poking Skirmish Cav, who have actually taken a lot of damage here too. Very big casualties for the High Elves. Gets hit by Breath Attack, does a lot of damage to the Noxbringer, poking away at it now. Star Dragon being mirrored by the Hero Squad, I still think you can actually land in here and get a little bit of damage on this big boy. And the heroes are just kind of just hanging out back here. Don't really have a great fight or opportunity to do work right now. Flaming Sword of Ruin being used. I mean, Teclis can do that because he gets a ton of Winds of Magic recharge. Gotta be careful not to overlap your units like that. That was a really good Stream of Corruption, just because it's hitting a Ranger and the White Lines of Trace, but they do break through the Nurglings. They should be able to hold in reasonably well. We've got Regrowth available for the Star Dragon if it needs it. Gets hit by Father of Blades and Miasma of Pestilence. Big debuffs going down on the Star Dragon. It's getting absolutely pummeled right now, trying to get back up in the air. It should be able to. That's a good pull through with the Spearmen in place to kind of buffer stuff out. Definitely has to get back up in the air, man. Oh my god, it's being slowed so much. Down to 57 speed. Get back up in the air, buddy. It is going to get the regrowth, which is awesome. Is it going to be able to survive here, though? Not 100% sure. Fireborn moving in. Rangers getting surrounded by Furies. Swarmed by Pestigores. Very unfortunate. Furies, really annoying units for the High Elves. They just shred lightly armored stuff, and that's the High Elves in a nutshell. I mean, they really don't have a lot of armored units outside of their White Lions, Silverin Guard, and their Knights. You know, like the Silver Helms and the Dragon Princes. Most of their baseline units are, you know, like the Rangers and Spearmen, are hovering around 30 armor, which means the Furies just do nasty damage every single time. Breath Attack goes down on the Pesties, does a little bit of work. Probably should have posted up over here. And you actually want to be a little farther away from your target, that way the Breath Attack cleaves through the majority of the unit. So hitting the Forsaken would have been a better option, I think. Fireborn also fighting inefficient targets here. They don't need to be on this infantry. You've already got a spear unit here, you've got the War Lions, and you got the Star Dragon all bunched up in one place. That's just like easy free value for the Noxbringer to fire into, and he's killing a lot of models of the Fireborn right now. These guys need a regrowth from Teclis. Teclis has not been very impactful. He's really just a spellcaster when he's on horseback. And the magic, not like super geared for dealing with the single entities that Nurgle has brought. Nurgle can go really wide against the High Elves with like an armor push. In which case, you know, like the Flock of Doom and Net of Amantok can be kind of good for controlling space and doing a little bit of damage. But against the heroes, you don't have any shooting to punish them if you net. You don't have a spell that can like leech them down, like Spirit Leech or anything. Not that Teclis has access to that. But the regrowths have also not been very present for the Star Dragon, and the Fireborn are again just like out in no man's land, getting swarmed by all these different Nurgle units, man. Spearman gonna go down as well. Just a few too many engagements in a very haphazard fashion for the High Elves. We do get a regrowth for Star Dragon. Healing capped Doesn't have a lot of value, though, unfortunately. What could you do in this matchup to, like, really maximize its value? I mean, you can't leave it in combat this long, even. Not that there's a lot that you can do to, like, pull it out of that combat. It's, like, surrounded by a lot of mass at this point. Kind of hard to disengage it. But generally speaking, against Nurgle, you probably don't want Techless. Unless you bring him on the Arcane Phoenix he's got. But even then, I think you're probably better off bringing some heals. That way you can kind of outlast Nurgle a bit.
Unending glory is yours.
You can't bring a ton of range because of the Noxbringer. Keeping the Illyrian Reaver archers away from the firing arc of the Noxbringer would be really strong. You can just maneuver to the other side of the battlefield, and you want to use the Illyrian Reaver archers to, like, cap points and pull Nurgle's, like, slow units out of position and force them into a skirmish game that they're not going to win against your very strong horse archers. Techless is also really expensive with all of those spells. You can pare that down a little bit more. Flaming Sword of Ruin is not good. It just doesn't give good enough buffs to be worth it, ever. The magic damage is fine. The flaming attacks are fine. But it just doesn't last long enough to be worth it. If it had double duration, it would be good. But we gotta work with what we get. So yeah, like, pare this down as much as possible. Greater Arcane Conduit is a must. Potion of Koroi is very useful. Bound Fiery Convocation can be good. It's a very slow wind-up. It can whiff pretty easily, and that hurts you tremendously. Flock of Doom, good. Regrowth, good. Netta Amentok, good. 1633, very pared down. You can bring Shield of Sapphire, because you will be casting a lot of spells, and it does give some ward save, which is nice. Arcane Phoenix is a big investment. Costs a lot of money. Maybe not worth it, but really against Nurgle, just because you don't have anything to wear down single entities with this guy, I would say Eltharion is a good option. Tyrion, really strong duelist. As long as he's not 3v1ing, he can scrap pretty well against all of those characters that Nurgle had, and even beat them. Imric on the Star Dragon honestly might not be a bad choice here. He's stupidly expensive, but he's got crazy stats. And he can 100% carry a game for you if you use him correctly. Then you can bring a mage with just life magic, Earthblood, and Regrowth on the horse. 1095, you can keep him in reserve, and then you can bring a little bit of a wider opener. What do you want against Nurgle? Honestly, a couple Silverin Guard wouldn't be a bad idea. Archer's a little too squishy. Probably just a couple Lothern, probably like 3 Lothern Sea Guard wouldn't be bad. Couple Horse Archers, and then you can do 2 Rangers. Some Silver Helms, pretty good. Fireborn, very good. The Fireborn have to be used to hit the Noxbringer, as well as the Hero Core, because these guys are super geared up for that. They got a great bonus versus large. They get a ton of extra stats from Martial Mastery. You've got heals here with Regrowth and Earthblood, and Imric and the Fireborn riding around together and just taking fights against all of those expensive Nurgle targets are almost always going to trade out really well for you. There's not going to be a lot that Nurgle can do to avoid the damage from those guys, as well as persevere through it. Because you got fire damage on the Fireborn, so you're lowering the healing from any like fleshy abundances, or if your opponent has regen on a unit, you're doing extra damage, and the Fireborn just hits so freaking hard. They will absolutely run through the Nurgle forces. Illyrian Reavers are respectable, but honestly, if you've got Illyrian Reaver archers, you don't even need to bring these guys. The reason for that is because their stat lines really aren't all that different, as you can see. You do lose a lot of charge bonus and a little bit of melee defense, but 24 charge bonus is a respectable amount for a skirmish cav. They can ride around and hammer into the rear of fights and still do a reasonable amount of damage. And then you can focus on bringing more high impact units elsewhere. Pure main companies, not a bad idea. You can do a Shadow Walker. Going elite against Nurgle is not a bad call. You got a good spread of options here. And honestly, I really like Shadow Walkers. They're actually surprisingly hard to kill. They've got really good stats. You can pop heal on them if they get jumped by Furies. You can also just use them to kite around. Bait your opponent to try and land on them and have Silver Helms to like hammer home and keep them safe. But you can also avoid bringing them. You can just do some more spears or something. But generally speaking, having Silverin Guard with spell resistance and good armor, very durable infantry units that can hold their own against pretty much anything. They have an insane bonus versus large of 20. They will absolutely shred anything that's a large target that comes into contact with them. And Nurgle actually has a lot of stuff like that. One Sister of Avalorn's a decent idea, but the Noxbringer can wreck them. And Furies do pretty respectable damage to these guys. You can use them, you just gotta be very prepared for a lot of pressure onto them. But they do have the flaming attacks and magic damage. If they're allowed to shoot, they'll get big value. Just like I said, an investment that you need to be ready to protect with your frickin' life. Because you'll be fighting for your life in that back line, I'm telling you. It's a tough matchup. The demon factions are generally pretty hard for the High Elves. High Elves just need, they just need a little bit more utility on their roster. Sisters duel the Noxbringer easily. I mean, they can duel the Noxbringer one-on-one, but the issue is that it's not just the Noxbringer, because there's the Hero Squad that can run in and shut them down, and then some Furies. Lots of stuff. It's a give and take. I do like them. But in my experience, just because they can't run and shoot is their biggest drawback. Because if they sit in combat, they're not going to get a lot of value, because they have respectable melee stats. Where are they? Yeah, I mean, they've got respectable melee stats. And they get martial prowess, so it's not like they take a tremendous amount of damage in melee. The issue is that they are not getting a ton of value. So you can tar pit these guys and keep them from really wrecking you just by occupying them with like fairly durable units. The reason I suggested Shadow Walkers is because they have 360 shooting. So even if they're being chased by stuff, they can still fire. They've got a lot of ammo, and they actually have okay armor piercing. And against Nurgle, Nurgle's big stuff has a lot of armor, but Furies, Plague Toads, you know, Plague Bearers you won't see too often. But like Plague Toads you might see, even like Pox Riders and stuff like that, who are a little more heavily armored. Shadow Walkers can do good damage too. You can hit the Marauder Horseman. Throwing Axe is pretty damn hard. Not to mention Plague Ogres, which we did see in that game. Plague Ogres get absolutely shredded by Shadow Walker missiles. And Shadow Walkers can kite out Plague Ogres, actually. So these guys have 48 speed. Shadow Walkers have 40 speed, but Shadow Walkers also imbue poison. And Plague Ogres are affected by poison, so they'll slow down, and then they'll have a really hard time catching up. But either or missile unit can work. It just all comes out. It's just a really hard micro fight for High Elves. Alright, I think we're almost done with round 4. Damn, dude. It goes by so quickly. Okay. Tons of replays. Thank you for sending them all in, guys. Dude. Yeah, well, they've got... The High Elves have value trading tools. The issue is that their value trade tools are all range units. And in domination mode, ranged is very strong. Ranged units can absolutely win you games, but the issue is ranged units die before they get you tremendous amounts of value, and your melee units have to do a bunch of fighting for you. And they're not really geared up for value trading as a whole. Like, the High Elves don't really have a lot of melee units with really good combat stats. You can be in a lot of trouble really quickly. Like, the best melee unit that the High Elves have is the Swordmaster of Hoeth, and it's pretty freaking expensive at 1,300. I do really like these guys, though. I don't think people use them a lot. I don't know why, honestly. They're basically an exalted Bloodletter with better combat stats. They're not invincible, and they can be pummeled by a lot of different types of units. But if you can get them out into the right position, they can absolutely munch on anything that your opponent is like throwing up onto the field. Truth be told, I think the biggest thing that CA could do for the High Elves is give all their units like 400 more HP. I don't think that would... It's not that big of a buff, but I think it would be a decent enough amount just to make their units that little bit extra more resilient. Because they just have so much less HP on their units than every other faction. Like, you compare White Lions of Trace to something like a Bloodletter. Bloodletters are pretty squishy, and they have more HP than a White Lion does. And a Chaos Warrior has a full 1,500 more HP. On the same number of models, too, which is just crazy, man. It's pretty grim. And also, I think that maybe martial prowess just isn't enough. It gives a good buff to everything, but a lot of units just have better stats than the similarly costed High Elf units anyways, even with martial prowess being taken into consideration. It's very silly. We will see if a Vampire Coast player is able to beat the Dowie. Every time I see this matchup, I just feel bad for the Vampire Coast player, because this is one of the more foreboding matchups in the game. Vampire Coast is not hopeless here, but Dowie, generally speaking, just have amazing value trades across the board. This is a matchup where Dowie Warriors actually sweep a lot of the units that the Vampire Coast is relying on. They've got silver shields, and 85 armor with good melee defense. And their melee attack is usually what holds them back, but you can see here, I mean, against deckhand mobs with 16 melee defense, they're actually going to be hitting very effectively, and they will chew through just wave after wave of the deckhand mobs. It is really brutal for the undead. Bugmans definitely need to maneuver across. We'll see if Spida is going to be sending him over there. Blasting charge, chilling here. One of them is moving up on the middle, trying to get after the zombie pirates with the pistols. Kind of closed the gap, but we still got them running. Look at them pumping them little legs, man. Not the best value on the blasting charge volley. Didn't throw the whole thing, obviously. And we do have this one pistol mob actually getting into combat here. And now rallying back, maybe going to be able to kill this miner without these guys getting a lot of value. Oh, blasting charges over here getting isolated by the Salt Lord Scuttlers. Did take the point, though. So the Dowie do kind of have a nice little ticket lead in the early going here. Shade Wraith Gunners, big damage on the Dowie Warriors there. Cannon coming out, firing against the Carronade. There's double Carronade out here. Two artillery pieces. Gonna win the artillery duel pretty quickly, I think. Yeah, just absolutely wrecking that poor Dowie crew. Big damage on them. Iron Drake's also taking some pretty horrific casualties. Is this going to be a game where the Vampire Coast is able to take the game? That would be so big. We get a Rotting Promethean summon. It's a respectable summon. I really wish it lasted longer, because it can be a little low impact. It's a cool ability, but Domination mode has not really balanced summons all that well. They're just not that useful like they used to be. Like, way back in the Warhammer 1 days, summons used to just get brought out onto the field, and they lasted forever. Quite literally, they were just like free units. It was really broken. So they balanced it by giving the summoned units this unbinding, so that they crumble out after a predetermined amount of time. But the duration's pretty short for Domination mode. It's not always the best idea to bring those spells. Some are better than others, and the Rotting Prometheans is alright in terms of damage that it can provide. It's just a much shorter duration than a lot of the other summons in the game. Dwarf Warriors, Slayers, all hanging out on the number 2. The Dowies just have a rock-solid triple cap. And they're still trickling stuff in here. They're gonna lose the number 3 in just a minute here. Thunder's coming up, shooting the gunnery mobs here. Brimstone guns looking to get into position. Shade Wraith Gunners kind of zoning them out a little bit. Gyros are a really strong unit, but if they start getting focus fire, they just get absolutely wrecked. And the Discouraged from the Shade Wraith Gunners actually breaks the leadership on those guys and sends them running. With one last little volley to send them out. They will rally, but they'll be pretty depleted when they do. Alright, Ether Rich had a little bit of a value lead, but the Dowie's infantry are really starting to grind in here and get some pretty good value. And there's the shooting, again, like, yeah, that's nice, but not being able to hold objectives and, like, force push your opponent off of them with monsters or anything like that is pretty unfortunate. It's only now, around the 4-minute mark, that we get our first Mournghul summon. Mournghul's are a great unit. They're very good at chewing through armored infantry. That's the Dowie's MO. You probably need at least one in your opening. I like the Missile Core. But over-engaging on the middle objective with your gunnery mob pistols and stuff, not the best idea. You probably just wanted to post up out here and wait before your wait for your Mournghul's to come in before you push in. Would have been the best idea that you could set yourself up for success by doing. Dowie Warriors Grinding through all the zombies, of course. Not super surprising. Deckhand mob's going to be going down. The brimstone gun's just getting hard focused and just not getting any value to speak of. Iron Drakes are here, man. They're like starting to get some reasonable value. They're chipping away at the Shade Wraith Gunners, who are actually dropping quite a few models now. Yeah, these guys are pretty resilient with their physical resistance, but they have very low HP. Even getting poked through that, they're very vulnerable. They're like right on the range of the Trollhammer torpedoes as well. They could scoot back just a little bit and be much safer. One cannon left. One singular model. Got a really good shot on the Shade Wraith Gunners just now. Took out like 3 models. The Vampire Coast Carronades looking much better, and they've gotten some tremendous value. It's a lot of investment, though. And it's just leaving the Vampire Coast so thin in the front line. They are starting to get a value lead, though. They are also taking the #1 objective. The #2, not looking too hot for the Dowie, and yeah, man. Night Terror's getting in here, very healthy still, taking down a lot of units. Getting some terror routes on the Dowie here, which is really nice. Slayers moving up. Slayers can go over there and maybe kill the Morn Ghouls. That would be really nice. The Hero Corps. This is always the risk of bringing a bunch of heroes for the Dwarves, especially with Felix on the field. This is actually a lot of money to spend. These guys are pretty expensive. All told, that's about 3,000 gold. So, what are we looking at value-wise? We got 400, 138, 242. Not nearly good enough to, like, really be paying for themselves. Honestly, cheaper is better for the Dwarves when it comes to the heroes, if you want my honest opinion. I like Felix. I think he's damn good in some matchups for the Dwarves, but I don't know if the Vampire Coast is really one where you need his healing. Because the Vampire Coast doesn't really have a lot to kill foot characters. You know, like Noctilus is an anti-large duelist. Their fleet admirals are very squishy. Even just the Rune Lord in a one-on-one can do respectable damage to these guys. I think you're just better off bringing more missiles. That way you can really just poke down the Vampire Coast. This Vampire Coast is very bad against bows. And the Dowie have some amazing bow units. You've got Quarrelers, you've got Rangers, Bugman's Rangers as well. There's a lot that you can bring to the table, and you can really kite the Vampire Coast quite badly. Because you outrange their handguns, and the handguns are really like the only like mid-range shooting that the Vampire Coast have that's very effective. They've got Det Gunners who are respectable. They do have pistol mobs, but the pistol mobs are mediocre at best, and they cost 300 gold. They don't have a lot of AP or anything. And the Dowie can just throw Dwarf Warriors in front of them and roadblock pretty easily. Losing here really just comes down to not quite having the right build. I think there's an overinvestment in the heroes here. And if your opponent's playing it the right way, like, just ignore the heroes as much as possible. Kill the rest of the army, cap up the points, and then you can focus these guys down in the late game. While you just send tattered stuff forward to just, like, push the Dowie off of the objectives. Because Dowie, very slow. Normally, they'd have a leg up against the Vampire Coast, but Vampire Coast just have more shooting. So they're able to get damage on all the Dowie units as they're engaging. And then they're getting ground out by the, like, Depth Guard and the Night Terrors and stuff as they get in here. Felix is totally isolated from the other heroes now. And being surrounded by Depth Guard. These guys have really, really good weapon strength and melee attacks, so they're reasonably strong at grinding down heroes. They do respectable work. And they might be able to kill him. I mean, they're really not taking a lot of damage either, because there's a bunch of polearms and also some deckhand mobs. They're actually kind of flying under the radar for the heroes, so to speak. They do basically kill Felix. He's probably going to rally, but he's also healing capped. And the Rune Lord and the Dragon Slayer are both probably going to get dragged down here as well. Trying to get this poor fleet admiral running for her life. Really good micro from Eat the Rich. Using the zombie deckhand mobs here to pull through with the Lord. That's like textbook fundamentals right there. Always, always, always know where your nearest support unit is. This is what makes infantry so good in domination mode. Infantry do not win games by themselves, but they absolutely do win you matches. And you win matches by being able to use them to screen your opponent. If you're able to do that and then get them up on points where your opponent has to engage them because they have good cap weight, there's not a lot that your opponent's going to be able to do to beat you. Especially if you hold the advantage in numbers of infantry. Dowie just scrapping over the number 3. Can't take that. Can't get the, can't hold on to the number 1. Eat the Rich is just playing the objectives much better than the dwarves are. Playing them equally wide, which usually isn't a great idea against the dwarves, but is like throwing up the right units into the right positions to really be able to frustrate the Dowie's efforts at locking down these points. It's a damn close game, despite all of the problems the Dowie have really been running into this match. Which, in my opinion, I think really goes to speak to just how favorable this matchup generally is for the dwarves. I mean, this was about as perfectly played for the Vampire Coast as it possibly could be, and still pretty close. Damn good stuff, dude. Iron Drake's respectable value. Cannon sitting in here with 1100. Pretty decent. I mean, it kind of got hard countered by the multiple carronades. And the carronades for the Vampire Coast did awesome, dude. So there's two schools of thought about artillery duels. You either invest, like, fully into it, so that you just win it outright. Or you just don't bring any artillery at all. You let your opponent bring their carronades and their artillery, and what you try to do is play around it. You get your units into combat as quickly as you can. You want to avoid them chipping damage off your expensive stuff, and you bring units that you can use to either flank around the battlefield and sneak up on the cannon crews to kill them, or stuff like the gyrocopters. Gyros are actually pretty good at killing carronades. You can fly them around the edge of the battlefield, get up into your opponent's backline, loop around, and force the carronades to, like, turn away from the frontline fight. It's going to take forever for carronades to turn around. You can get some free shots off. You can run over with the bombing runs and just blast the carronades into smithereens that way. It's a little execution dependent, but it definitely works. It's definitely something that you can fall back on. Yeah, where are we in bracket? Yeah, like last 2 games finishing up? Okay, cool. Cool. A Smoky Loco in here. Spida fighting one another. Lemur and Random Cuban going at it. Cadrian and Levis are the other match that's still going. Let me flip y'all over for the, yeah, here we go. Here's what we're looking at for the top 4 as it stands right now. Levis, as I said, is fighting Cadrian. So whoever wins of those two, probably going to end up in the top 4. Lemur also has a chance to get in. Smokey is looking like they're going to be on the outside looking in, unfortunately. Obviously playing pretty well, but doesn't quite have the op points to be able to get into the top 4, even with a win, I think. I don't know who I would say is favored to win here. Broccoli has been playing really well today, so I think I might have to go with them as my top pick. I'll take over-unders on the what's the action, guys? 4-1, I think, for 4-1 for Broccoli winning today. I like those odds, personally. Prob's not getting into the semis. 3-1, opponents dropped. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, you were close, Jaden. I mean, 3-1's really respectable. I can't tell you how many times I've gone 3-1 in tournaments and been on the outside looking in for the top 4. Happens all the freaking time. Welcome to all the people who are actually watching on Twitch. It's the first time I'm dual streaming. I still need to get it set up on my stream overlay so that everybody can see what other people on the other side are talking about, but we are working on it. I'm just trying it out. So welcome. I'm going to try not to ignore y'all. I promise. One day, the YouTube and Twitch chats will be unified, and all will be good in the realm. Rowdy's probably playing the Dwarves. Rowdy was in the finals last tournament, so there is a good chance that it could be a rematch, or at least a reattempt for Rowdy to be able to take the top spot this week. We're just chilling for a minute. As soon as the last few matches are done here, we'll be in top 4. We're going to do those live. It's the only reason I'm not doing any more replays right now. I don't know how much longer it's going to take. I'm going to go to the Discord real quick. Oh, Broccoli had a bug in the game they just played. Whoa, that's funky. Okay, so they're saying what happened is that their Epidemius Exalted Plaguebearer summon that he gets didn't actually summon anything out, which is kind of wild. I don't know how the hell that bug sticks around. Big ouch. Alright, let me make sure I got the rest of the replays here. We got a shit ton of them. So many replays, guys. We're gonna make sure we can plop them all in. And as soon as we're done with semis and top 4, or, I mean, semis and finals, I guess I should say, we are going to be doing as many of the replays as I can possibly get through today. And then, as usual, Monday, we're going to be going through the rest of them. Tomorrow, I will stream. Probably not for super long, but it will be a quick battle stream, and I'll try and do some Vermin League games on Human Boy's Discord. There's an actual working ladder that you can queue up into for domination mode, land battles, and conquest. Anything your heart desires. It's really fun. Domination has been pretty quiet the last couple weeks. It's not really Human Boy's focus, but it's picking up a little bit. And he said that he's going to be focusing in on it a little. You mentioned that High Elf trading tools are all ranged, but they have any infantry or cav that can trade well. Okay, so here's the thing, Mystic. Oh, LOL. Of course it's a double mammoth. Yeah, the Exalted Plaguebearer grenades are great for big targets. But, okay, Mystic, so let's move over, and let's survive the Amazing Sirens. I live on the main avenue in the town I live in, so anytime there's something going wrong, we get the wee-woo wagons going by. Where the hell is it, man? Where are the High Elves? Shows you how much I play them. But yeah, okay, so the High Elves, they do have a handful of decent infantry. White Lions of Trace can be good into matchups where there are enemy infantry that have a lot of armor. They trade reasonably well. They're not amazing just because they don't have good HP pools. But I swear by Swordmasters of Hoeth, they are a really good unit. And they're actually deceptively good against larger targets because they've got a lot of melee defense. They've got 48 melee defense, guys, with Martial Mastery up. If they get a little bit of healing support, this 1300 gold unit, they're way better than an Exalted Bloodletter even. Like, you compare them in a head-to-head. Exalted Bloodletters have a little bit more health, but the Lore Masters have a shit ton more armor. You've got better melee attack, better melee defense, little bit less weapon strength, and less charge bonus. And you don't have the physical resist or the spell resist, and you're a little bit slower. But if you just get up on the point, you've got a little bit of shield. Thanks to, like, these guys being super badass, they can, like, deflect shots with their swords. And like I said, with just a little bit of healing, they can be a really good anchor unit for you. And Keepers of the Flame and stuff like that can also double up for it. They're not great, they're not ideal, but they can be respectable if you do need to push points, and sometimes you just absolutely have to have a melee infantry unit to do stuff like that, and they can actually accomplish it. The Fireborn are also another really good tool. Good stats, AP, anti-large, crazy high charge bonus. Silver Helms are really where the High Elves rest their hopes and dreams on value trading and melee, because they have a good charge bonus. They've got respectable melee attack and melee defense, and they've, of course, got martial prowess, so they're fairly tanky in sustained combat. Not really where you want to leave them. But if you cycle charge with these guys, they'll easily get you 1,000 gold value back. You just don't have a lot of anti-armor. The High Elves just are very expensive, very niche, very ranged-oriented. I've taken Fireborn every game I've played. They're basically an auto-include. There's almost no reason not to take them. If you micro them around even reasonably well, they can easily get their gold value back for you. They're one of the more consistent units for the High Elves. You can't not bring them, in my opinion at least. I think maybe one of the only matchups where you don't want to bring them is against, like, Dowie. Maybe you don't want to bring them against Dark Elves. They don't have a lot of great targets against Dark Elves, truth be told. They can get shot up by Scourge Runners. They can get kited around and countercharged by Cold One Knights. They can do reasonably well here, though, even. Any other matchups where they're going to be bad? Not really. Maybe Slaanesh. Slaanesh might be another matchup where they're not all that strong. Just because they don't have magic attacks. And you gotta run into, like, Seekers and stuff. There's just a lot you have to do right with the High Elves. If they get a DLC, or they get DLC with Slaanesh, and they get a little bit of a adjustment to their overall power level, they'll be like right back in the thick of things. They used to be a top tier faction, you know, back in Warhammer 2. They were an amazing land battle faction, and they're still respectable. There's still a respectable land battle faction. It's just the domination mode. They don't quite have the meat that other factions have available to them. Alright, are we done? Still got random Cubit and Lemur. They're the last one, and then we'll be in the then we'll be set up for the semis. Do you want to make a lobby, Broccoli? Because you're definitely making it in. I don't think there's any dispute for that. Alright, we got Lizard's Kislev. We got another here. You know what? I could even host if we really wanted to. Okay, you made one? Cool. Well, ignore mine. What's the key to being Khorne for factions that don't have great kiting or shooting? Okay, so Khorne is a matchup check, basically. Khorne, Dowie, Nurgle. Yeah, Khorne, Dowie, Nurgle, I would say, are probably the three factions that are the trickiest, especially for newer people. Because, they're just obnoxious. They're like hard to figure out. They do a lot of things that can keep you off balance and swing a game against you really quickly. Although I guess Nurgle's is just that they survive so freaking long. But Khorne and Dwarves, Khorne has like really strong melee. And if they get in on you, they will never, ever give you a moment to breathe. And they can just absolutely roll over you. Dowie can just shoot you off the field, and Nurgle can just out-heal you, so you can never actually do anything to them. GG's, Sugar. You'll get there, man. The key for beating Khorne is debuffs. If you don't have shooting, you need to debuff their units and countercharge them. You can't just sit in sustained fights against Khorne and expect to win. It's not going to happen. You've got to be able to control the mobility, and then you have to be able to rush in and just crush isolated units, because Khorne is fairly expensive. If you can get 2v1s against their units, that's really good. And you have to avoid Bloodwake Berserkers as much as possible. Don't let the Bloodwake Berserkers find fights. Kite away from them. Run, give up objectives if you have to. Because fighting them fairly is never going to go well for you. 3-1's damn good, Marco. Big grats, man. Happy with only losing to 2 of the top players. It's impressive. Just keep playing, you'll get there. You'll be able to figure it out pretty quickly. Domination mode, really the thing I've noticed, you know, micro is important, but matchup knowledge is the biggest thing for this game. The more you play, the more knowledge you get under your belt, the more you're going to be able to come into games and into faction matchups. And be able to scrap against your opponents and fight evenly with them at the very least. Lore of Shadows versus Khorne is honestly not that good. Lore of Shadows has Enfeebling Foe, which is nice. It's not the best debuff against Khorne. It's respectable. It lowers melee defense and melee attack. I'm trying to think of what would be the best possible lore versus Khorne. Honestly, Wild's Magic with Curse of Honor here, I think would be a little bit better. Beastmen have Devolve, which is another really good debuff. Any lore of magic where you are not trying to do direct damage to Khorne is your best bet, because they've got so much spell resistance. It's kind of a waste. It's a very inefficient use of your magic. Buffs and debuffs are not affected by spell resistance at all, so that's how you circumvent that against Khorne. So Khorne can't really do anything about your spellcasters and your magic if you're just using buffs and debuffs. The only thing they can do is bring Karanak to try and kill your caster at that point. They asked about Norska. Bring Metal Magic. Metal Magic is way better than Shadow's Magic. The reason you bring Metal Magic against Khorne is you have Plague of Rust, and you can lower Khorne's armor by 60 on any of their units immediately. So your Marauder Horsemen immediately become an amazing answer against Khorne. And you can kill anything by Plague of Rusting and shooting it to death with Marauder Horsemen. Any faction that has Metal Magic is going to bring it against Khorne. Or at the least they should. Because you also get not Final Transmutation. You get Transmutation of Lead, which lowers melee attack and weapon strength, which is really strong. And you also have one of the few damage spells in the game that does decent damage to Khornate units, which is Searing Doom. Searing Doom is so strong that having spell resistance, it does help, but it's not going to just save you blanketly from the damage that it does to you. It is insanely powerful. So, Metal Magic is the top-tier option against Khorne, because you got a great debuff with Plague of Rust, which lasts almost a full minute, mind you. It's cheap, spammable, high impact. Transmutation of Lead is a really good AoE debuff if you need to debuff a whole bunch of Khornate units. Searing Doom you can use to just like pound concentrated infantry positions. Cavalry, if they collapse onto your units. There's a lot of versatility there. I would say against Khorne, the worst lore of magic you can bring into the Blood God would be probably fire damage. Like, the lore of fire doesn't have that many good spells against Khorne. You've got Flamestorm, and that's about it. Everything else is going to be really mid at best. Like, Flaming Sword of Ruin doesn't give you a whole lot of... Flaming Sword of Ruin is kind of mediocre. Cascading Fire Cloak is fine, but Khorne has so much melee attack. The extra melee defense oftentimes isn't making a big difference for you. What else? Fireball does nothing to armor. Burning Head does nothing to armor. Flamestorm is okay. Piercing Bolts of Burning takes a bazillion years to wind up, and oftentimes people just, you know, move out of the way. finding what works and sticking with it, best thing you can do. Struggle against Nurgle as Kislev. Is that a thing, or me playing it bad? Against... Nurgle has decent enough healing, and it's got armored warriors. So against Kislev, I do feel like they can do reasonably well. Kislev does have good options against Nurgle, though. Nurgle can struggle against, like, just mass concentrated ranged firepower. And Ice Guard Glaives are actually really gnarly against Nurgle, so I would recommend bringing a couple of those. Because they've got magic damage, they can hammer down Plague Bearers, Exalted Plague Bearers, big demons like the Noxbringer even, as well as Plague Toads, pretty much anything. And they imbue slows. That can be really effective against an already slow faction and give you more time to hammer. And you can bring Streltsy. They help a lot. Just regular old Kossars you can't really go wrong with. Armored Kossars for Kislev tend to be pretty bad against Nurgle, actually. That's one of the matchups where those guys are actually pretty lackluster. Because there's a lot of AP that Nurgle has available for armored infantry. Good luck, Broccoli. Mean and green. And we'll see who can take the victory here. So, Chaos Lord, Noxbringer, and the Chaos Sorcerer here are going to be the big single entities for Nurgle. One Chaos Warrior Great Weapon with 2 Pestigors, 3 Marauders, 1 Nurgling, and on the other side, I would imagine that's a Death, or not a Death Sorcerer. Oh, I mean, it is a Death Sorcerer Prophet, but a Baal Taurus Sorcerer Prophet, I mean. Army comp-wise, you need some elites against Khorne. The thing that you want to do against Khorne, you don't need to not engage until the Bloodwakes are dead. You just need to not engage the Bloodwake Berserkers, period. Not if you can help it. Like I said, Norska's got Plague of Rust and Marauder Horsemen who can take out Bloodwake Berserkers just by peppering them down. Because if you lose 60 armor on the Bloodwake Berserkers, they've got 10 armor. And then the Javelin Horsemen can just ruin their day. And then you can use some, like Marauder Champions, and Marauder Berserkers are okay into Khorne. Because they trade reasonably well into both Demon Infantry as well as clearing tons of chaff. It's arguably a fairly good matchup for Norska. But as with pretty much any faction in the game, there's a lot of counterplay. Just because domination mode giving reinforcements means there's a lot of versatility. Yeah, there's a Baal Taurus character here. This dude is having an absolute whale of a time right now. He's very eager. Just doing his thing, man. We got double Bull Centaur Torok, Talisman of Obsidian being brought. I don't really know if you don't really need that against, well, yeah, I guess maybe you kind of do against Nurgle. I mean, against Kugath and stuff, it'd be pretty nice, but honestly, Talisman of Obsidian I don't find to be all that useful for the Chaos Dwarves. Because negating magical weapons is okay, but you don't have a lot of units that have physical resist anyways. So negating the magic damage isn't usually all that important, in my opinion. It's good if you're, like, supporting your Kadai Fireborn or something. Other than that, though, you can usually just cut it and be fine. These guys are really just here to bully big stuff. They've got crazy good stats, and a great bonus versus large. You know, Gorbulls are one of the best hero characters for the Beastmen, and Bull Centaur Toroks are arguably just an even better Gorbull. Like, they're faster, they've got better stats, a little bit more weapon strength even, or actually maybe it's about even, but they do have better leadership, and they've got better items and abilities. They've got Guardian also. Dark Mace is pretty useful because it lowers armor and vigor, which can be pretty impactful. Iron Demon rocking up in here. It does have Hellbound, so it's going to have the magic attacks and physical resist. Excuse me. Maybe that's why the Talisman of Obsidian has been brought, just so that the Iron Demon can survive a little bit longer and make use out of that. It's going to have perfect vigor as well. So I think it's just going to be a Bull Centaur Torok and Iron Demon Goon Squad rolling around to like clear the infantry as well as fight big single entities. And the Sorcerer Prophet's going to chip in damage when and where needed with Spirit Leech and also Dive Bomb a little bit. Lots of Chaos Dwarf Warriors. They are okay. Chaos Dwarf Warriors will lose to Pestigors, usually. Pestigors just have a great charge bonus of 31. If they can get into combat and get a good early engagement, they will absolutely dap up the poor Chaos Dowie Warrior Great Weapons at the least. The shielded variant will hold pretty well. They've got respectable melee defense. But if they're fighting the Chaos Warriors, that's going to be a very different story. The Chaos Warriors of Nurgle, with their great weapons, can definitely grind out the armored and shielded Chaos Dowie Warriors. So the Iron Demon's going to have to put a lot of work in. It takes a nasty amount of damage from the throwing axes, as well as maybe the... no, the Chaos Lord didn't touch it. Maybe just the Noxbringer and the Horseman here got a really solid early volley off. We just need to screen this thing out with the Horseman. You can see Broccoli starting to like stack up on the objectives. This is all Nurgle needs to do. The Chaos Dwarves have kind of pigeonholed themselves a little bit by not bringing any Fireglaives or anything to poke in the early game. So they're very reliant on this Iron Demon for their infantry clear and their early poke in a lot of ways. Because most of the units here that the Chaos Dwarves have are not going to match up well in a one-on-one sense outside of the single entity fights. Nurgle does have Fleshy Abundance here. And is the Sorcerer Prophet going to land in here? That'd be a big mistake. Okay, doesn't land, just cast Spirit Leech on the Chaos Lord. Pretty good choice of target, obviously. Gonna be wearing him out. Gonna be down to about 5,000 HP. Yeah, 5,086. And Noxbringer just poking away at the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Pestigor's moving up. Pesty's threaten to charge here, but then pull back. I wouldn't be too aggressive as Nurgle here. Staying disciplined and keeping your distance for a little bit is definitely going to work out better for you in the long term. And then Noxbringer is just continuing to wear out the ammo and the HP on the Wolf Raiders. You can definitely engage onto the Sorcerer Prophet here. Little bit hazardous to have this guy here in the middle of all these units with no support. Throwing axes do good damage to this guy. He's got respectable armor. And they do have a little bit of missile resist at 25%, but it's not such an overwhelming amount that you can just get away with murder by laning these dudes in and just expecting them to survive through concentrated missile fire. Bull Centaur Torok's coming in. Chaos Lord needs to get the hell out of here. Needs a heal. Probably should just commit to a Fleshy Abundance now, but you are... definitely playing with fire here, Broccoli. Oh my god, don't let it happen. Don't let your lord get sniped here. Bull Centaur Torok doing big damage with the Bale Taurus characters also struggling immensely. Just use an Overcast Fleshy Abundance to heal up as much of your stuff as possible. Chalice of Blood and Darkness, you shouldn't obsess over. It's going to... It's gonna get procs more often than not. But mitigating the effectiveness is pretty important. We do get a heal, but it's way too late. The poor Chaos Lord, already on death's bed, gets routed and getting smacked up as the Fleshy Abundance is going down. I don't think he can get out of here either. He's like pinballed and pincushioned between the two units here. The Bull Centaur Torok and the Iron Demon were all over him, but he does kind of get pushed out. He's still only got 1,500 after all that healing, though. We do start to get some terror routes going down. Chaos Warriors of Nurgle with the great weapons running. Very close game, but Lemur is just relentless with this pressure right now. The Marauder Horsemen being pushed back a little bit. A Plague Ogre unit would have been really strong, I think. I do like the throwing axes, and they've done really respectable damage. And they've gotten a lot of value. They're gonna have to snipe this Death Prophet, though. Without that, I think Nurgle is not going to be able to win this game. The Chaos Lord is pretty much gone. Not going to be able to do a whole lot. Plague Drones come in. Noxbringer fighting both the Toroks as well as the Iron Demon here. Yeah, and we do get a route onto the Horsemen, but you know, one of them is just terror routed. The other two are actually just retreating a little bit and should be able to reposition in a moment here. One Fury crumbles out. Another scrapping pretty nicely against the Ogla Khan's War Boys, or the Wolf Boys, I guess. Keeping them from getting their value. Horsemen moving up to try and finish off the Sorcerer Prophet, who will rally here in a moment. Does rally. Blunderbuss is coming out. You can engage Blunderbusses with the Furies and then send the Horsemen in again. Because the Horsemen can actually finish off here. And the Furies do good damage to Blunderbusses. The Blunderbusses might be able to kill the Furies before they can catch the Death Prophet here. Just an all-in to try and save the Lord there. Oh, and the Chaos Lord of Nurgle rallies. And is going to get another Fleshy Abundance. It is going to proc the Chalice of Blood and Darkness. This guy is still routing, and the Chaos Furies are going to chase off the Chaos Dowie Lord. This might be where Nurgle can get back in this game. Chaos Dwarves have really awful leadership without their lords available on a lot of their units, especially the Hobgoblins. You can see we get big debuffs to the leadership immediately as these guys are moving up. They've gotten decent value. They just shot the Marauder Horsemen as they were running past with those precursor missiles. Going to be scrapping with some Pestigors here, and the Pestigors grinding down the Dowie Great Weapons, who didn't do that well. These Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets also struggling a little bit. Getting much more respectable value, though. We do get a big collapse from Nurgle on the #1 objective, saving it for themselves. Still trying to kill this Iron Demon, though. It's gotten 1,300 value. And the Infantry Corps for the Chaos Dowie is very healthy, dude. Broccoli with a big summoned wave of units coming in. Plague Drones, as well as Chaos Chariots. Nurglings moving up to hold the points. Are they going to be able to pull this off, though? They've got to kill the Toroks, who are pretty close to going down. The Hobgoblins might rout as well. The only thing keeping them in this fight is the Malign Authority from the Bull Centaur Toroks right now. Nurgle could play the #3 objective, and we see a wave of Nurglings coming up. They're going to have a hard time getting through all of these Dwarf Warriors. Furies need to come in and deal with the Blunderbusses. We've got a big charge coming in from the Chaos Chariots. They don't want to go in unsupported, though. They're going to get absolutely massacred by the Blunderbusses if they do. Taking a fat volley here. The Wolf Raider bows used to block up the charge as well. Plague Drones landing on the Iron Demon. You've got to deal with this Blunderbuss unit, because it's just going to sit here and continue to rack up value if it's allowed to fire off any more volleys. They're very high impact units. They're very squishy. There's not a lot to help them out. Wow, Wolf Raiders breaking here. More Wolf Raiders coming out. I think throwing all these Wolf Raiders out might be a really bad idea for Lemur. Their low leadership is definitely hindering them. They do lose the Lord debuff, because Lord's routing off is way better than the Lord's dying for leadership, because that eventually decays and your units like reset to 0. But it's not looking good for the Hero Corps. Bull Centaur Torok's dead. Chaos Lord of Nurgle is healthy. Bull Centaur Render's trying to compromise him. #2 objective gets taken. Fury's hounding. More Furies taking out more Wolf Raider bows, and we do get the chariots rallying back in, and the Plague Drones do land on top of the blunderbusses. They should be able to kill these guys, as long as they are able to just stick in here and continue grinding. Nurgle should have an advantage there. They really need a heavy-hitting unit out on the field, though. Because that's their biggest problem. They don't have any way to deal with all of the infantry here. Stream of Corruption going to be a good answer. It does get some good damage on that shield, sword, and board dowie. 977 value. Chaos Lord hanging in there. Bull Centaur renders. Tearing up some of the Marauder Horsemen. Nurgling's holding. Plague Drones. Are they going to be able to finish this blunderbuss? I think their leadership is going to break. And the Plague Drones are going to go down here. They did just about get their value back, though. Very, very close to the full complement on that. We get another throwing axe coming in. More Streams of Corruption. A very good one there, in particular. Nice value. Almost 200 value out of that one. Breaking down some of the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. This Iron Demon has just been an absolute nightmare, though. But the Bull Centaur Render's really faltering here. Getting absolutely ripped apart by the Pestigors right now. Nurgling's still hanging in. Sneaky Gets coming up. Terror routes from this Iron Demon, though, could really flip this #1 objective really fast in the favor of the Chaos Dwarves. More Chaos Warriors coming up. They should be okay in the late game here. It's so close, but I think that the Chaos Dwarves are in an advantaged position right now. Nurgle is grinding back a lot of value. Don't get me wrong, they're not out of this game. But the Iron Demon being alive is a big problem. The Chaos Dwarf Warriors got no work done the first time around, and they do lose this side point. The Pestigor's running. The Bull Centaurs have 12 models left. They don't have a lot of HP, but if they get one good charge off and surround something, like the Chaos Sorcerer, or get the jump on the Chaos Lord, they could easily pummel those guys into the dirt. And the Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle, 1,500 value. They're going to have to do a lot of work here to win this game. Just slowly building up here is Broccoli. Good call. You've got time to work with. You've got about 2 minutes, I think, before it's a triple cap situation. The Furies do get a rear charge onto the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. The Ogla Khan's boys have been getting bullied by these Furies pretty badly. We do get a collapse from the other Wolf Raider unit. They should be able to save these guys. And the Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes actually kind of committing to their own charge. Although changing your mind at the last minute, kind of pulling away, shying off of that contact. Kadai Fireborn moving up, big value that first go-around. Now the Marauder Horsemen move in. Not a great fight for them. They need to pull out of here because the Kadai Fireborn are going to just absolutely clown on the Horsemen, man. Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle have no good stats for any kind of melee fight whatsoever. They're very limp, very lackluster. Iron Demon needs to come over. Otherwise, the Chaos Warriors here of Nurgle might be able to get through the Warriors here. Blunderbuss is going to get some good flank shots off. Oh my god. Yeah, this Blunderbuss unit has been sneakily powerful. I mean, it's a 900 gold unit. In 4 volleys, they've gotten their value back, which is pretty impressive. If you let these guys shoot all game, they can easily get like 3k value. It's pretty nuts how good they are. Kadai Fireborn being worn out by the throwing axes here. Broccoli just doesn't have the punching power, man. Like, just is lacking really strong clear. Losing the Noxbringer was the biggest problem, because the Noxbringer may not be amazing against infantry in the late game, but it still has respectable charge animations. And it does have Terror, which would be really good against all these Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Iron Demon does get surrounded by the Pestigors. They're kind of dragging it down now. 2,100 value on this thing. Lemur saving up the money. I'm not sure what the next summon out is going to be for Lemur. There's been a lot of sneaky gets coming up. And they've been respectable. They've almost been paying for themselves every time they've come out. faltering a little bit here against Nurglings. Nurglings are actually pretty decent against these guys. The Bull Centaur Renders get dragged down there. Marauder Horseman with the throwing axes, hitting the Iron Demon, 264 HP. I think it's triple cap territory for Broccoli. It's so close, guys. Oh my god. It's down to the absolute wire. Nurgle is holding the number 3 still, despite all of what's been going against them in the early game. Scrapping back here in the late game, but the Pestigore is taking the number 1 objective. More Pesties moving out. Going up to the number 2, which is totally undefended now. If Nurgle can hold the number 3 objective for just a minute here, cap the number 2 here while the Chaos Dowie are like full committing back here, Nurgle can very much win this game on objectives. We've got more Pesties moving out of the Vanguard here. This cap is flipping. Who's going to get the cap first, though? That's going to be the big question here. Got to get these... honestly, getting the Horsemen up on this point to slow this cap down just a little bit longer is very important for Broccoli. I don't know if they're recognizing the opportunity, though. You just avoid the combat and hold this point. That way you get the flip here and you hold onto that triple cap to even out the tickets, and you can get the win here. Bull Centaur Renders coming out on the field, do get the flip on the number 2, but lose the number 3 in the same breath, and maybe... I think it's... Oh my god, dude. It's going to be like 2 or 3 tickets difference. Pestigore's grinding down the Dwarf Warriors. Unsummoning the Horsemen here. Actually, maybe not the best idea. I know they're really atrocious in melee combat, but getting rear charges right now to try and break positions might not be a bad idea. Holding on to the number 2. The number 1 is held. You just gotta get up over here. Onto that 3rd objective, man. Oh my god, no, don't let it happen like this. Pestigore's moving up. More Pesties advancing forward, holding on to the number 2 still. Lots of Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders coming out. Oga Khan's boys looking to get bodied for a 3rd time, I think. It's a 900 gold unit. 2 summons of them, and they've only gotten up to 1,000 value, just about. Yeah, so it is a triple cap territory situation for Broccoli, and doesn't really have the bodies for this back point. Has got to get these Pestigores off of these freaking sneaky gits, man. Being too occupied defending back there, and not going to be able to cap this number 3 objective in time, I think. You've got plenty on the number 2. You don't need any help on the number 1. You need to get the Horsemen up on the number 3. You need the Nurglings here, and you need these Pestigores here. And these Horsemen just have to hold with those Furies to keep the sneaky gits in place. That's how you cap this number 3 objective. Oh, come on, Broccoli, please. Get the number 3. You've got the opening here. Spending so long trying to break this unit down. Pestigores have to get there. I don't think they have time to flip this point. The Chaos Tower are gonna walk away with just a bare bones ass win there. Just a few more seconds and Broccoli would have had a victory. Oh my god, dude. Really well played by both sides. The Chaos Dowie did a great job of holding in the mid game after that value lead and keeping it respectably close on the value trading. And Nurgle counterpunched really well after getting set back pretty horribly in the early going of that game. Noxbringer did respectably, but just wasn't doing enough. The Nurgle Horsemen were an absolute nightmare. Amazing micro on those guys. The Chariot was a little lackluster. I really liked the Plague Drones. Maybe just ignoring that Chaos Chariot summon and saving up some more supplies would have helped out a little bit. That was a really good effort, Broccoli. You almost had it there. The one thing where you made a big slip up in the late game there was that sneaky git was roadblocking your Pestigores. Those Pestigores should have just ignored that fight off of the point when you held the high ground objective. You should have maneuvered your Pestigores onto the point to try and hold that cap longer while you were weaseling the middle objective away. And I think if you had done that, you would have been able to delay that cap for the Chaos Dwarves long enough to where you would have been able to equal the tickets out with a triple cap to where you would have been able to take the game over the Chaos Dwarves. That's the one slip-up you made in the late game. And it's kind of what cost you that. But you played really well. That was a really impressive scrap back after a really scary opening. You did a great job chasing off the Sorcerer Prophet in the early game when you had it low. Your Nurgle Horseplay was absolutely clutch. You got so much value with these things. You crushed the Wolf Raiders. Did a really good job of controlling them. The Iron Demon and the Kadai Fireborn were both really brutal, as well as the Centaurs, who got 1,300 and 1,900 value, respectively. So the thing about that, Broccoli, if you chase your opponent's Lord off, the Lord being gone debuff of -10 eventually goes away. It's no longer applying to the units. So if your Lord gets routed off, it's not as bad as if your Lord dies. If your Lord dies on the field, that is a perpetual -10. An initial -16, and then a -10 over the course of the game. If your Lord just runs away, then you eventually don't have any leadership debuff that lasts over the course of the match. That's kind of what was going on there. It's a pretty decent match for or a pretty decent map for the Chaos Dwarves, for sure. Any advice for Kislev versus Lizards? Don't play Lizards again as Kislev. The Lizards are exceptionally good at beating Kislev. They've got all the tools to just like run over your infantry. If you go big SCs, they've got all kinds of answers for that as well. It's a really rough matchup. Generally speaking, if you can keep a really good battle line with a lot of guns and AP shooting, that's your best bet as Kislev versus the Lizardmen. Otherwise, you're almost always going to be on the back foot. There's just not a lot you can do to scrap against them on a consistent basis. Yeah, that was really awful. So you can't do anything about terror routes, though. You know, they just happen. And your opponent, I mean, this is why I recommend at least one source of terror in every build for exactly those kind of scenarios. Just one good terror route in domination mode can absolutely crack open the opportunity to sweep your opponent not only off of the point where the terror route happens, but even put their whole formation into so much disarray that you can just get a massive uptrade across the board against their whole army. Lemur did play it really cleanly. Where is Lemur? Get Lemur in here and give him some kudos. Lemur's only errors were with the Bull Centaur renders in the mid-game, where they were scrapping by themselves for the most part against Pesties. Never a good situation. Bull Centaur renders are a specialist unit, and they need to be used very sparingly. They just fall off really hard against any kind of infantry. That's the only real thing that Lemur needs to look out for. Everything else is really nice. The Bale Taurus character was also played with a little bit frivolously. A little bit more careful with the big guy. When there's so many missiles out, hunting for him is a really good idea. Alright, let's go. Let me go look at the other side of bracket. That's a very long end of game breakdown, but there's a lot to talk about there. It was a crazy good game. Just a few things swinging in the other direction. The game shakes out totally differently. Easy peasy. Okay, so it's gonna Levis making it into the top four, into the top of the bracket here. So Lemur's Bane and Levis gonna be the finals players here. We played a few matches and I disclosed all the tools Nurgle has in the matchup. Ouch. Look, it happens, you know. That's very big-hearted of you, Broccoli. I gotta respect it. Honest to a fault. There's nothing wrong with that. Actually think of the Chaos factions. Nurgle, I think, actually has a pretty good matchup into the Chaos Dwarves. Khorne probably is the least strong into the Chaos Dowie currently. Slanesh can struggle a little bit. Chaos Dwarves are just really well tuned against the demon factions in general. But Nurgle having really good healing and very strong single entities can scrap pretty reasonably with them. Yeah, good conscience. Way better than a good win rate. True. Alright, let me go rally up our finalists here. Okay, I need to contact Levis then. Alright guys, we got finals coming up. Lemur on Chaos Dwarves versus the Lizardmen. We're going to be seeing the Lizards in action here. We watched Levis play a kite build against Khorne earlier. That was the only match we saw of Levis. Played it to perfection, absolutely dominated Khorne. Has been putting in a lot of work too to improve. Very curious to see how this is going to play out. I have seen Lemur play a handful of times as a very solid player. Against the Lizardmen, though, Chaos Dowie can run into some problems for sure. There's some very powerful heroes and characters for the Lizards, as well as a lot of decent AP options. They can shut down a lot of the Chaos Dowie's best units. I don't know why I'm going to rank leaderboards. This is sad. This buggy just mess for the leaderboards breaks my freaking heart, dude. If they just make a working ladder for the game and have some good maps, then I think multiplayer could become like a huge staple for Warhammer. Honestly, I really think it could. Alright, you know what? Let me go in here and see if I can find... Is it practice? Nah, probably not. Okay. I don't know what lobby we're looking for. LOL, everybody's sending me every which possible way. confusion and consternation across the nation trying to get this sorted. Any and all working at cross purposes. But here we go. Okay, we got Levis here. And let's try and wrangle up the, Lemur. Okay, never mind. Lemur's here. Okay. Ignore me. Yo, the community's great. That's what's so nice about it. Honestly, part of me is appreciative of the fact that maybe it's a good thing that CA's ranked matchmaking is so bad. Because it limits people's, like, negative exposure to the multiplayer scene, and then they get in, and they, like, come to the Discords, and they actually interact with people on a much more personal level. And we really do have a great community. Like, we don't like having toxic people around. You can talk to pretty much any mod, anybody who runs tournaments, and they'll back you up and make sure that everybody's, like, treating each other with the respect they deserve. And, you know, just want to, you know, play the freaking game and get in and everybody learn and just have some good scraps, you know. It helps that instead of doing, like, tournaments that are just purely for winnings, like, there are plenty of tournaments that are like that. But the season, like, Total Tavern seasons also add to the atmosphere because it really feels like you're building up to the end of season event, which is where there's, like, actual money on the line. So it's meant that there's a lot less smurfing and people account sharing, which is a big problem back in the day, according to Turin and some of the other folks. So we've, like, really hashed out a lot of the problems that can permeate through communities oftentimes. Yeah, there's a few salty experiences, but it happens. It's better than voice chat on, you know, like Call of Duty or something like that, where you're like, you get in there and you're basically fighting for your life from the moment you step foot through the door. Alright, guys, I'm gonna actually take us to the, stats page on Total Tavern for a minute. And we can do a little bit of reflecting on the win rates this season. So Slaanesh is at the top. Slaanesh is getting banned out right now. Also has a ton of restrictions. Look at the frickin' win rates here. You've got 100% win rates against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 factions. Almost a full third of the freaking, almost a full third of the factions in the game are just getting absolutely canned by Slaanesh currently. They have a 75% win rate against the number 2 faction right now. That's kind of wild. Beastmen are beating them, but outside of that, it's not looking too great. Grand Cathay has always been kind of tricky for Slaanesh. It's been kind of funny to watch over the course of the game's history. Because Grand Cathay, very consistently, is a pretty mediocre faction. They've got a lot of really bad matchups. But for whatever reason, against Slaanesh, they've always seemed to have a pretty good time. It's not, like, amazing, but Grand Cathay going into Slaanesh at various points have had a pretty good win rate. Last season, not so good. But I've seen plenty of times with, like, really high-level Grand Cathay players against Slaanesh. They've used the Dragon Breaths from the Lore of Yang, I think it is, to really pummel like the lightly armored AP demons, and Jade warriors actually hold respectably well against Chaos warriors. And then you can just like shoot everything to death with all of your crane gunners and stuff, which is pretty awesome. You can see here, it just changes over time. Slaanesh is definitely the best right now. Beastmen and Vampire Counts neck and neck currently. Literally the exact same win rate. 132.79 for both of them. How does the win rate compare between the two? Beastmen just dumpstering the High Elves. Poor High Elves, man. The Counts coming in here. Do have a favorable win rate against Beastmen. Losing to Nurgle a little bit. I mean, it's a fairly even matchup, but it is definitely pretty tough for the Vampire Counts. I think that honestly, the Chaos Demons, I think, is tougher for the Vampire Counts, though. Because Chaos Demons get Changebringers and also Flamers, as well as, like, Pink Horrors, and some shooting that are really good against not only Corpse Carts, but also, Crypt Horrors. Can get absolutely roasted by the Chaos Demons. Beating Norska, beating Lizardmen. Beating Lizardmen I'm a little surprised by. Blood Knights, I guess, makes sense. You do have answers for, I don't know, dude. I don't know about that. I think Lizardmen into Vampire Counts should be a fairly favorable matchup for the Lizardmen, but apparently not. The Vampire Counts are kind of surprising me this season. They've not been very popular in the past, but over time, the last few seasons, they've been picking up in popularity. And they did get some really decent changes in the most recent patch. And the last couple of patches, they've just gotten a few improvements that have really brought up their efficiency in a lot of matchups and made them quite threatening. As well as just having some top-level players who are specializing in them. Pretty juicy stuff, man. Alright, I'm going to take a peek at the builds for both sides here. They're almost done, it looks like. They both seem pretty set on their builds. This is a really wild Lizardman build. Seems like, I don't know. We'll see about the Chaos Dowie build. It's not bad, for sure. I'm just a little bit skeptical of its, like, long-term viability. Norska's down here. Chaos Dwarves have finally jumped up to, like, the middle of the pack. It's been very hard for CA to, like, get these guys into a spot where, you know, they're not, like, overpowered with trains or any, like, super cheesy strategies. But, you know, raising the effectiveness of their baseline infantry by giving them more HP was pretty huge, and that's why I think the High Elves deserve an HP buff. And arguably, you know, the High Elves need it even more since their infantry are really lightly armored. Either that, or just give physical resistance to all of the High Elf units. Because I'm pretty sure in Tabletop, High Elves benefit from, like, dodge effects, so they get, like, invulnerable saves and stuff. That would maybe help the High Elves be a little bit more competitive, without really breaking them, honestly. Because getting the physical resist across the board on low armor units doesn't fix all of the other problems that they run into. Shock damage is always going to be very effective against the Elves. But Fizzres will just give them that little bit of extra survivability to keep it from being just abysmal time for them. Dark Elves down here too, man. Nurgle's very deceptive. Nurgle is a mid-tier faction for sure. They're definitely not top tier, but in the hands of good players, they're way better than a 43% win rate. Some of these matchups down here are skewing things a little bit. Wood Elves and Beastmen, I think, are actually pretty awful. Martial Mastery is a 2-stage physical resist. That would be good. Train's Hellbound ability upgrade is way too cheap. I don't know. The Train's Hellbound is nice in certain matchups. 150 gold is not as cheap as you think. I do think it's really strong. I don't know. The Perfect Vigor is pretty brutal, but other than that, I think the Hellbound ability is fairly fine. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Instead of the no, you can keep the melee defense buff. Just give them, like, 10% or 15% physical resist. Like, Rangers have physical resist, and they're still not an overpowered unit in any way whatsoever. Give that to every other elf unit. Like, High Elves and Dark Elves, too. You could do it with Wood Elves. Wood Elves already have physical resist on a lot of their stuff. Oh, Martial Prowess, they brace even when in combat. That would be interesting. I don't know how the coding would go for that. I think keeping it simpler is better. That's why I recommend the physical resist. Because, I mean, in a way, that would also kind of represent their discipline. You know, they're always, like, kind of covering each other's flanks. They're, you know, staying together. And they just don't lose concentration and focus. So you could, like, tie it all together. And you could just give the physical resist increase when the Martial Mastery is active. Because Martial Mastery got buffed at some point during Warhammer 3 as well. Because it used to only be active when the elf units were above 50% health. And then they changed it to where it was, they only lose it below 25%. But we'll see what happens with the DLC. Maybe they get some stuff. I've heard rumors, whispers in the shadows that maybe the High Elves get, maybe they get DLC along with Slaanesh, which would make sense, honestly, from a flavor perspective. I mean, Elves, Slaanesh, literally an inseparable concept in the Warhammer lore. You know? Like, you could also do Dark Elves in addition, and that would address, you know, two of the weaker factions in the game. Also, two factions that haven't gotten DLC in forever. Like, since Warhammer 2, which is a long time ago now, guys. I mean, like, 3 or 4 years. I know everybody wants, like, Bretonnia and Norska, because they pretty much never have gotten DLC. Outside of a few units here or there. Norska hasn't even gotten a unit since its release, so I don't even know what to say about them. They are literally just completely forgotten about by CA. They weren't even playable in Warhammer 2 for like a year because of some weird issue that they were having with them, so it's just bizarre. Like, the whole development cycle with Norska has boggled my mind for a long time. But anyways, let's get into the game here. We've been chatting about all the other shenanigans. Make sure I did swap over. Okay. Sneaky Gets rolling up to the point. We got 3 of them here, getting up on the number 1. I like Sneaky Gets. I don't know how I feel about them in the opening, though, against the Lizards. Skin Cohort Javelins are going to absolutely dunk on these guys. They've got slightly longer range, and their missile hits just as hard as the Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets, or damn near at least. I mean, a little bit stronger on the base weapon damage for the Sneaky Gets, a little more AP for the Cohort. But these guys also have a shield, whereas the hobgoblins don't. So the trade's going to work out really favorably for the lizardmen here. If they just, like, creep up here, get up on this #1 objective, they could easily push back the sneaky gets. But, you know, if they're stealth, they're going to pull back. Little does Levis know, potentially. And we've got Oxyotl on the field here. You know, I haven't really, you know, given him a lot of due here, but he's a very good skirmish character. He actually does pretty decent damage to big single entities. And you can see him poking down about 200 or 400 HP off of the Sorcerer Prophet here with just a few volleys. I think that was his Golden Blow Dart ability. The Golden Blow Dart's better at being used against Skirmish Cav in my experience, but, you know, not a terrible use of it. Bull Centaur Taurox looking like they might want to come after Oxyotl, but Razordon's in position here to get some shots off, man. Big AP on the Razordons, man. They will make mincemeat of the Taurox. With just a handful of volleys, and look how much damage they did to this guy. 1400 HP dropping off of the Taurox, but they do get into combat against the Razordons, trying to kite away. Need a unit to pull through. Colon Spear Riders should actually come and help out the Razordons here. Ignore the Bull Centaur character for a moment and come kill these heroes, and I think you'll be in a pretty good spot, actually. Razordon's running away. Cold One Riders do really seem to want to go kill the Hashit Sorcerer, who does have Flames of Asgore, which is really good for punishing blobs. Lizardmen not really blobbing here, and here we go. This is where the Skink cohorts get a big victory, dude. Just massive damage on those hobgoblins, crushing them with the javelins. The battlefield is just kicking off on a really wide front, and normally that will favor, you know, a faction that's wider, like the Lizards here. But a really good Flames of Asgore, and maybe with a few good engagements elsewhere, the Chaos Dowie could potentially take this. I mean, losing those hobgoblins, though, is really painful. This is why the sneaky gets were a little risky in the opening, I think. They're much better coming in reserve, and Chaos Dwarf Warriors maybe a little bit better in the opening, just because they can hold a little longer. But you do have to worry about red-crested skinks who are getting in here. They're very good at clearing stuff like this. That Flames of Asgore was just absolutely filthy. That's why you don't want to engage with Colon Spear Riders against these Sorcerer Prophets. You have to check your opponent's spell kit early on. Otherwise, you end up in situations like that where you just get absolutely clowned on. Beautiful isolation here. Ripperdactyls and the Saurus Warriors actually locking the Bull Centaur Taurox in, while the Razordons just fill these guys full of darts. Crushing this very expensive hero. Absolutely huge win. How much value did the Saurus Warriors have? 300 value? That's 773. Team effort from the Lizardmen right now. Like, no one unit really just going absolutely insane or anything, but steady, consistent value across the board for everything. Definitely giving them the leg up early on. Taking the #1 finally. They've got the #2. #3 being held as well. Triple cap incoming, and without the heroes, the Bull Centaur Taurox, I have a feeling the Razordons and some of the more skirmishy elements of the Lizardman build are going to start getting a little bit unmanageable for the Chaos Dowie. Are also throwing these Manticore summons in. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that. It's not a very strong monster against heavy armor. The Iron Demon's going to be able to survive reasonably well against these things. Flock of Doom will be pretty good at wearing down a lot of the heavily armored infantry, if used correctly. Lemur's saving up some supplies. Down by about 2,000, though. To be fair, a lot of the damage was concentrated in the Taurox over there. We do have a little bit of a second wind here with all this infantry coming up. We've also got the Wolf Raiders. Wolf Raiders looking to move in, getting a charge into the Skink Cohort Javelins. But Skink Cohort, maybe not the craziest stats in the world, but they're so cheap that even against a unit with decent like shock damage, these guys also don't have very good melee attack or melee defense. Low HP is also going to leave them vulnerable to getting dragged down by these really cheap skink units. And indeed, one of the Wolf Raiders running for their lives here. Well, the Oglacon's boys doing a little bit better. They're much more sturdy. They've got much better leadership, reasonably good armor, a little bit powerful missile, or more powerful missile than your standard Wolf Raider as well. They imbue flammable. Being an ROR, they're a little bit more accurate and fire a little quicker. But Razordon's coming out and getting a really good volley on these guys. Not the most damage in the world, but still respectable. And Razordons have 90 armor, so they're very resistant to shooting. And if the Oglacon's boys collapse in here, oh no, they could have gotten a good engagement, but now the Chameleon Stalker's coming up. These guys with their precursor missiles are going to have an absolute whale of a time here, I think, against the Oglacon's. They don't get a lot of damage off, though. A little bit lackluster, but there you go. Now they're retreating out. You can see them doing a little bit of respectable damage to the Oglacon's there. Flames of Asgore goes down, kills the red-crested skinks, does a little friendly fire damage. Lizards are just kind of running away with this in a lot of the areas of the battlefield. It is certainly value-wise, but somehow the Chaos Dowie are hanging in here. And Bull Centaur Renders find the Razordons out on the flank here. Saurus Warriors trying to hold the number 3 objective up here with Oxyotl in position to keep chipping away at all these targets. Doing some respectable damage. Still needs to rally up in here and find a way to cap up these objectives. Chaos Dwarf Warriors hanging in, doing their best. Bombing run or rock drop does come down. Good damage to the Warriors. Pahawk's Sentinel's also poking away at the Sorcerer Prophet here. He's very low, man. I'm impressed by the Pterodon play. It's actually pretty effective against this flyer. And the Death Shriek rocket does come out, and it is shooting the Pterodons, and it'll wear them out, but the problem is Demolisher rockets don't have explosion damage, so they're only killing one model at a time. By the time they've worn these guys down, it'll have used most of its ammo without getting a whole lot to show for it. And the Lizards will probably have killed the Hashit Prophet here. Oh my god. Razordon Volley, massacring him. Takes about 900 HP off this guy. He's down to 444 now. Getting attacked by the Chameleon Stalkers as well. And he is not going to be able to rally in here before he gets taken down. He might get killed outright. Chasing him off wouldn't be a bad idea either. I think the Lizards just have such a big value lead. There's not going to be anything the Chaos Dowie can do here to be able to get back into this match. That Death Shriek, it's the 1300 gold unit. Sitting all the way in the back line here. It's going to take forever to get its value back. You gotta micro it very intensively as well to maximize its value. There go the Pterodon Riders and the Pahawk Sentinels just chasing this big boy down. 900 value on the Pterodons, the ROR variant. And then the regular variant has 468, which is pretty decent. Razordon's getting a little caught up in the melee combat, but not that big of a deal. They've got plenty of stuff here to fight toe-to-toe with them. And they won't take a whole lot of damage. Lizards still trying to ninja the number 2 objective and the number 1, but it shouldn't be too long in the coming. They do have a slight ticket lead anyways. Sneaky gets rocking up now with their precursor missiles. Good shots in here on the Saurus, but Saurus should be able to crush the Sneaky gets here regardless. I mean, they've just got way better weapon strength. Oh man, dude, the charge bonus from the Sneaky gets surprisingly effective against the Saurus. I think the Saurus, if they were a little healthier, would be able to win. They should do respectable enough damage to the Hobgoblins that any other units that the Lizards send out to the top objective will be able to just finish these guys off. hang on to that point.
Killed an enemy lord.
Yeah, down goes the Baltaurus character. Oh, he almost made it off the field, too. He dies on the edge of the map. So, instead of routing off, the Lord recently died penalty is going to be affecting them for the remainder of the match. It's going to be -16 and then go down to -10. If he had routed off, it would have been a -16, -10, and then nothing after a few minutes. I don't know if I really don't see the Chaos Dowie being able to get back in this one. The Lizardmen proving to be a little bit too tricky. Oxyotl was 1700 value as well. Pretty respectable stuff. Razordon's getting some big volleys off on the Kadai. Dude, Levis with these kite builds for the Lizardmen is just nasty stuff. Plays them so well, just dragging people around by the nose. Not giving them any really clean opportunities to engage the Razordons. We get a nice flock of doom there on the Oglikons, boys. Razordons just going to pull back, get in a position for some effective volleys later. This Razordon being resummoned after being put back into reserve. And got 2,000 value the first time around. Very geared up for some more big performances. And the Sneaky Gits don't finish the Saurus off. Chameleon Stalkers, as well as the Feral Cold Ones, rally up to the top here. And are able to save these guys. And keep the objective secure. And that's going to be a win for the Lizardmen, man. Levis with just absolutely dominant kite play. Very frustrating to play against personally. But, you know, that's the way it crumbles out sometimes. Playing to your faction's strengths. Never a bad idea. And the Lizardmen, with all of their swarming elements, all over these much more elite Chaos Dowie, and doing a very good job of shutting down the Iron Demon as well as the Taurox. Getting the Taurox trapped up in the Saurus and then having the Ripperdactyls there to punish them was pretty huge. Oxalotl was over there contributing a little damage. Some of the Razordons were doing a little bit of poke as well, just dragging them down slowly but surely. Denying big value to the SEs when your opponent is going pretty heavily into that very expensive SE style of gameplay. Paying off big dividends for the Lizardmen. We got a couple of really strong Flames of Asgores from the Hashut Prophet, but it didn't get a lot of healing. Chalice of Blood and Darkness procced a couple of times with the Manticore summons, but then just kind of saved the magic until the late game. And was dropping Flocks of Doom once the Hashut Sorcerer was no longer on the field getting those heals. Yeah, I mean, this kind of just feels right. Lizardmen are just really good across the board at shutting down expensive units with much cheaper options. And you just see consistently solid value across the board here. With some spikes in performance from the Razordons. Now, Oxalotl, dude, massive credit to our boy here. Running around with the little blowpipes and just putting the fear of God into the big monsters here, man. Alright, guys. Give me a minute. Gotta congratulate everybody here. Hell yeah, guys. Alright, we're gonna do some, we're gonna just do more replays. Season 9 Grand Finals are kicking off on a Turin stream now, so y'all can come back to the VOD if you want to. I'm gonna go for a couple more hours, and then I'm gonna go about my business for the rest of the day. And then on Monday, we'll do the rest of the replays that I've got. But we got a lot here, so it will take us a little bit of time. I'm going to try and pace it out so that I don't burn myself out. We did watch this one already. I'm going to do a better job also of getting the replays that we've already watched out of the way. We did not watch this one, though. Okay. So let's watch Zettern into a Pop Flux here. We've got High Elves. We've got the Undead here, the Vampire Counts. We've got a Lamian Vampire Lord. Gonna be fighting Imric. Imric is on his dragon. Very curious to see how he does here. If he catches the Lamian Lord out of position, he can absolutely pound her into dust. She is a respectable melee fighter, but she's on her Hellsteed, not on her own dragon. And even in the dragon head-to-head, if Imric gets a little bit of heals, he's usually going to be able to outmuscle most of the dragon characters for the vampire counts. We'll see about it, though. The breath attacks could also be really good against the Graveguard. Is that a Balefire? That is a Balefire Corpse card. That's very interesting. Very interesting choice. So normally you bring the Balefire Corpse cards if you need the magic attacks to get through Fizzres. I guess it'll be good against the Rangers here. But, you know, there's not a lot of physical resist on the High Elf units outside of the Rangers and Eternal Guard who have it. But maybe just game planning in advance. Not a bad idea. I mean, I'm curious to see if it has, like, any real effect. An Unholy Lodestone, of course, is going to be giving some of the passive healing. We do have the two White Kings. White Kings are amazing against the High Elves because their Scab Scraith just wrecks the Archers, as well as Spearmen and Rangers, because they have very low armor totals. It just does so much damage. You get 3 uses of it, too. And these guys... Okay, so a lot of foot characters actually only have around 4,000 HP. These guys have 5,000 at base. So they're also just chunky as hell. With all that armor and the silver shield, and they actually have great leadership. It's so wild how good they are, man. Like, you look at them and you're just like, okay, whatever, they're a foot character, who cares? But you compare them in the head-to-head to every other foot unit in the game, and you really start to see why they're such a common mainstay choice for the vampire counts. Yeah, walking up here, putting the shield up over their head. I don't know why a skeleton needs to protect their face, but, you know, it's fantasy, right? They don't want it to get knocked clean off, I guess. Imric should be moving in here. So the White Kings are actually kind of out of position. Dragon characters are very good against foot characters, and Imric can absolutely start pummeling these White Kings right now if Pop Flux moved in. There's nothing to help them. The Crypt Horrors are way far back here, way out of position. Lamian Vampire Lord isn't going to be able to cut it either. Just landing in here and bullying these guys and trying to kill them before they can get Scab Scraiths off and kill all the Spearmen is definitely what the High Elves need to focus on. And the Lyranouver Archers just need to kite around. They're doing what they do. They're poking the Lamian Vampire Lord really well also. Taking about 400 HP off of her. They can poke the Skelly Spears if they want to. Feasters in the Dusk moving around up through the woods to get on the #1. Very tricky stuff from Zettern. Fellbats flying around looking to occupy some attention. You've got to use Imric aggressively. He's been inactive way too long. Against the vampire counts, you got to take your opportunities where you can get them. There's your double Scab Scraith, just wrecking this poor Spearman here. A little bit of damage on those Rangers as well.
Victory point.
Emmerich finally making his way over. Where can he get into combat? Where is he going to be most effective? Yeah, just landing in here and trying to kill the White Kings and also helping out against the Cryptors is not a bad idea. This might be a little bit too much for him to chew on, though, because the infantry are running away, and there is a lot of support now for all of the Cryptors, as well as these White Kings. Good Awakening in the Wood. Respectable damage against the zombies and spearmen. But Emmerich's starting to get chipped down here. Does pop the Dragon Horn, gives the melee attack to all of the units across the battlefield. Being alone and isolated, though, not looking great for him. Come on, Emmerich. Do something. Probably need to pull him out now. Pull him out, fly over here, breath attack, come back around, try and hammer down here. If you're gonna bring big characters, micro is a very important element to utilizing them effectively. And it doesn't matter how good a character is, or a unit is in general. If they're in a situation where they're like 2v1ing, or God forbid they're in a situation like this where they're fighting monstrous infantry, they've got chaff underneath them, they've got 2 combat characters here with corpse carts that are giving like perfect vigor to everything. This is a lot to ask even for Emmerich, and Emmerich is still like, you know, a respectably competent fighter in these kind of scenarios. But he's wasting a lot of damage hitting these corpse carts as well as hitting zombies rather than the higher value targets here. And man, these Winds of Death, dude, and the Scab Scraths are just crushing the High Elf infantry. It's so brutal. I mean, there's not a lot you can do about it. This is why I recommend Silver and Guard for the High Elves so often. Because Silver and Guard are able to avoid a lot of the problems that High Elf infantry often run into. They're tanky. Like, not only will Scab Scrath not be good against the Silveran's armor, the Silverans also have 30% spell resistance. So they'll resist Scab Scrath like it doesn't even matter, and Wind of Death will also not be nearly as effective against them. Just because of those factors alone. Lyrian Reaver archers have basically been killed off by the Dire Pack, and I assume also, yeah, Fellbat pressure back here. You just gotta keep those guys moving at all times. Just like kiting away, dragging the Direwolves and the Fellbats around the battlefield. Getting into position also. So like, okay, here's something that you can do with your skirmisher cores. Keep them close to your infantry. Just have them on one side of the formation. Use them to like poke exposed flanks. When your opponent tries to engage them, right? Blue lines are your skirmish cav. Just run back, you know? Try and force your opponent deeper into your backfield. And then what you can do is bring out your counterpunch units. Like, bring out some Silver Helms, bring out the Fireborn. Best of all, Fireborn really good in this matchup. And see if you can, like, pull your opponent's, like, harass units into a position where you can just countercharge them and crush them in one fell swoop. That's, generally speaking, how you can, thrive as the High Elves. Emmerich just getting worn out here, dude. Oh my god, the frickin' White Kings. 1,300 on one of them, 1,100 on the other. Craziness, dude. Absolute craziness. I mean, these dudes cost 900 gold with Scab Scrath and nothing else. They've already paid for themselves. They're just dead-ass full health here. And, you know, they can just fight by the corpse carts if they need to later in the game and do just fine. Cryptors also getting some respectable value. Warlions getting pushed back. Definitely going down hard here. Rangers trying to hold, but they've just been getting folded up by the mass numbers, as well as the good spell casting from the Vampire Counts player here. The Scabs Wraiths, you can see there's one use left, so they've been used pretty aggressively, and they've been used well. Just based on the absolute mess that is the High Elves front line right now. Fireborn trying to countercharge, but they're by themselves, basically. They can do respectable damage here, but, you know, I mean, just all these numbers, and Zedrin's doing a pretty good job of, like, throwing zombies or skelly spears out in front of the Fireborn as they're trying to charge in. So they're just not... They're getting a lot of kills, as you can see. Not getting a lot of value, though, because they're not really fighting anything that's important. Emmerich just lands in the back line again here. All of these Cryptors are, like, way too close for comfort. Emmerich can't afford to land into all of those guys. A little bit of a gambit, though. I mean, this isn't a bad attempt here to try and get back into this. Like, the Fireborn are pushing up through a gap in the formation here for the Vampire Counts. Actually are getting into combat against the Cryptors now. But there is still a lot of passive healing here, even though the healing is being mitigated pretty significantly by the fire damage that the Dragon Prince unit has here. These guys are still getting so much passive healing. I mean, they've basically still got, like, regeneration going on constantly. Phoenix Guard moving up, fighting, grinding. You can see how easily they survived the double Scabs Wraith. It barely took any HP off of them. Mage chilling back here. And we're just kind of waiting to see if the High Elves are able to find a way back into this. They don't have any archers or anything. They did have the Illyrian Reaver archers. They did get killed. And not having any shooting available is really hurting the High Elves, because without the shooting, they don't have anything to, like, poke away at the Cryptors before they just get to run in and start grinding in combat. Cryptors, even if they're in bad fights, like against something like Eternal Guard or Phoenix Guard, as well as Silverins and Spearmen, just that regeneration they've got access to makes them just incredibly durable, because they've got so much HP, man. I mean, 9,900 is pretty insane for a Monstrous Infantry unit. Most Monstrous Infantry have in the 8,000, mid-8,000s range for health, and these guys are almost at 10. On 16 models, they're insanely hard to poke down, even with a anti-large bonus. Ranged is usually where the Cryptors get folded up, because they've got no armor to speak of, so archers very good at poking away at them. And you just need to be very patient for their appearance onto the field. They will be coming out more often than not for Vampire Counts. They're a mainstay unit for a reason. They don't always come out in the early stages of the game, though. You will oftentimes see stuff like what Zedrin brought, where you bring a lot of Graveguard first, then you bring out the Cryptors, and then you move up the field. Oftentimes what you can do against the Cryptors is they trot out and they're trying to get up to the objective they want to hold on. You can intercept them in the midfield with your bow cavalry and poke away with them from there. And that's where you build up and get the Fireborn out early. That way, when your opponent is like, oh, well, I've got to do something to stop my Cryptors from getting poked down before they even get into combat, I got to bring some Direwolves in, or some Fellbats, and then they're chasing your bow cavalry. You can use your bow cavalry at that point to kite back, and then the Fireborn come in and can hammer. And then, if you are winning those kinds of engagements, and you leave your bow cavalry nice and healthy, as well as the Fireborn in a position to isolate Cryptors, you can kill them in the open field very easily. Once Cryptors get up next to all the passive heals and chaff, they become much more difficult to kill. Almost impossible, I would say. That's where they turn into a real nightmare. Blood Knight's out on the field. I just completely missed them. I don't know how long they've been out, but it looks like they're fighting the Fireborn there. And probably doing pretty respectably. Yeah, they got 964 value. Fireborn did get 1600. Just the point that they came out onto the battlefield at. Most of the High Elf units, especially all of the infantry, were already dead. There was no front line to help them out. They didn't have anything to help peel for them. They were looking pretty lonely. And when they're just, like, constantly having to hammer home into, like, mass numbers, the Fireborn start to look like a pretty mediocre unit. Alright. We got some Dowie, we got some Lizards. Lizards have a really good win rate against the Dwarves right now. Dwarves do have tools that they can use to really punish the Lizards, but on a big map, like Edge of the Darkwood, the Dowie are going to have a really horrible go of this. Depending on what Jaden does, of course. Jaden, with this build, should be trying to play the outside objectives. Or really any objective where the main Dowie formation is not present. Trying to pull them apart will be really effective. Yeah, Metal Mage here with Searing Doom, Plague of Rust, going to be trying to lower the armor, as well as also just proccing Searing Doom onto anything that's blobbed up and do damage that way. Brotherhood of Grimnir is a really good target for Searing Doom, actually. Bugman's Rangers on the number 1. We get the Skink Skirmishers moving up. They do need to be really careful here. So Skink Skirmishers are a great unit, but there is an issue that they run into. If they're alone and they're fighting a unit like Bugman's Rangers, who actually have a passive heal, even though these guys don't have a lot of armor and their shield is mediocre, what damage does get through that is going to get mitigated by that passive healing these dudes have. And they punch back really hard with the crossbows. They do a lot of damage. And these guys, unlike Chameleons, don't have any missile resist, so they're going to get folded up pretty quickly here. So, like, you know, these guys are in stalk initially. If you come out of the forest and then you see these guys appear, get back into the trees and start trickling some more units over to the side instead. Source Warriors trotting out.
We have a victory point.
Ouchies.
From the foe.
I mean, generally speaking, Skink Skirmishers I don't even find to be all that effective against the Dwarves. The units that I really like against the Dowie are Ripperdactyls, and a couple of Croxagors can help. But if you want really hard hitting, like armor-piercing or anti-missile stuff, Razordons are a really good tool.
Keep it from the foe.
They're not the longest range piece, so you gotta be careful of like Iron Drakes and cannons. But they can absolutely outrange miners and just blast them to pieces before your skinks end up getting hammered by the blasting charges, which can be really nice for you. Solar engines are really good. You've got some other characters that can be fairly effective against the Dowie, like Nakai and the Ancient Croxagor are both pretty good options against the Dowie. Ancient Croxagor actually has an anti-infantry bonus and can really whop the Rune Lords and stuff. Like, really just beat up on them. Like, absolutely rip, run, and roar all over these guys. Because Rune Lords are respectable combatants, but they don't have a lot of AP, and they've only got 40 melee defense. Against something that's heavily armored with a solid bonus, they're going to get absolutely canned. Brimstone guns come out, Red Crested Skinks getting wrecked. This definitely is looking like a, like, I'm not super familiar with the Dowie game plan. Searing Doom does a little bit of damage to the miners. They kind of rotated weirdly into it. Didn't get nearly as much damage as it could have otherwise. Source Warriors moving in. The thing you want to do against the Dowie is you don't want to just, like, run in and take square fights against them. I would also not be bringing Coldwind Spear Riders. Just regular Coldwind Riders is all you need. I mean, the bonus versus large isn't going to do much of anything for you. You also need stuff to screen out the Brimstone Guns, of course. Gyros, very nasty unit. The Steam Guns are a little bit more common, but you do sometimes see people mix in the Brimstone Guns. Just because they're very good at clearing out chaff, and, you know, skink cohorts and red-crested skinks especially can really get folded up by good gyrocopter fire. Miners chilling. Skinks just get shot off by the Brimstone Guns, and we do have the Coldwind Riders collapsing onto the Iron Drakes. Going to do some reasonably good damage here. Don't know if they're going to be able to finish them off. Bugman's Rangers are over here now, in a pretty good position to provide some supporting fire. The cannons actually also just getting huge damage on these poor Coldwind Riders, man. Absolutely smacking them up right now. Ekron's Miners hanging out. Lizards do muscle that middle point, and they are starting to get back in this game a little bit here. Keeping it fairly even. The Source Warriors are breaking down all of the Dowie Warriors pretty effectively. Dwarf Warriors, again, I've said it before, they're not the best unit in the game. They're quite bad at actually doing damage in melee combat. Against Skinks, they're solid, but against Saurus and Red Cresteds, they just get absolutely wrecked. Good Searing Doom, pretty good damage on the Ekron's Miners, taking about a third of their HP off for 6 wounds of magic, not terrible. Against something that doesn't have spell resistance, I mean, these guys would be down to about half health, so that tells you how much that spell resist helps. I would love to see some more Plagues of Rust. I haven't really been noticing any uses of it. It would be very nice, because you can use that to lower the armor of the Ekron's Miners, and then use, like, a regular Source Warrior to just, like, absolutely stomp them. That would be a really nice use of it. It's also good for hammering the gyrocopters, and then you can use your skink skirmishers, as well as chameleon skinks, to more effectively focus fire these units. Solar Engine is focusing down infantry and not shooting the gyro bombers that are literally right in front of it. Doing a pretty good job of killing this Bastillodon. Slowly but surely wearing this big old beastie out. Skink skirmishers, counterfiring a little bit as they go by, just not doing a whole lot of damage. Good Rune of Wrath and Ruin hitting the Source Warriors here. There's a Plague of Rust. Just the regular cast, it works. I mean, I would recommend overcasting it more often than not. Just because the overcast version, with the spell intensity, I think lowers armor by 69. Yeah, very funny. That would put these Dowie Great Weapons down to 20 armor, thereabouts. 27 armor, yeah. Which would make them super squishy. I mean, the Saurus Warriors are doing much better damage right now than they otherwise would be, but getting that extra little bit of armor debuffed would be even more favorable for the Lizardmen here. They do have the number 2. They've still got the number 3. They've been scrapping over the number 1. They have been keeping the dwarves honest over here. The Dowie are having to constantly, like, spend money and trot out miners onto this point to hold it, which isn't giving them, like, a big advantage. It's definitely giving the Lizards a lot of room to hold the middle objective with, you know, a reasonably strong infantry force, but not having to overcommit here. Beautiful shots onto the red-crested skinks by the gyrocopters. Not the best volley I've ever seen from them, but they do some damage, and the Brotherhood of Grimnir folding into combat now, getting some big kill totals. And they're going to probably grind out enough to get Wards of Grimnir up to full strength there. A 20% ward save for these guys. Pretty juicy. Searing Doom coming down and actually kind of getting obstructed by the gyrocopters. A couple of them hit here. A little bit of damage on them. You gotta be very careful with Searing Doom's positioning. Like, it's being cast where you think your opponent's blobbed up. Press spacebar and you'll see where the actual models are. And then you can just, like, position it a little bit more carefully to, like, maximize its value. Against the dwarves, you just have to be, like, pinpoint with everything you do. Because if they start to get into positions like this, where they have a value lead on you, they've got, like, strong missiles that are, like, surviving through your ranged pressure, and are also poking down your front line, that's where you can really start to get into a lot of trouble. The Brotherhood of Grimnir are being finished off here, finally. But we do have the Gyro Bombers shooting down the Colossadon Hunters. These guys have 9 models left. Not a lot of HP. I'm getting poked down pretty effectively. Another Searing Doom. Another nice little bit of damage, but on a target that's going to start to heal up again. You know, not ideal just because they're not engaged in melee combat and they're not being dragged down by another source of damage. So they're just going to pull back, count their lucky stars that they only lost a handful of models, and replenish their HP pretty effectively. The reason you don't bring Spear Riders is because they're 150 gold more. Regular Cold One Riders have the same weapon strength, if I'm not mistaken. They got a little bit more, I think they have a little more melee attack and charge bonus as well. I'll need to go and check, but they're just much more efficient against the dwarves. And I really do, I really love Ripperdactyls. The Colossadon Hunters, not the way you want to go. Much better to use the standard Ripperdactyls. Because standard Ripperdactyls are still good enough melee combatants. They'll absolutely annihilate gyro bombers and gyrocopters. But they've also got the anti-infantry bonus, so when they get into combat against the Dowie infantry, they just do extra damage on the charge because of that. They're very powerful. Slayers moving up. Slayers are good. They're very capable fighters, but the lizards have a lot of counters to these guys. And doing a good job of dragging them down here, just using skink cohorts as well as skink skirmishers to hammer them. The reason that lizards are faltering a bit in this game here is just because they lack efficient AP. They're bringing out all these Spear Riders who are doing good damage, but are just not quite paying for themselves. If you just, like I said, if you just bring the regular Cold One Riders, I mean, you'd have a much better value trade with all of those guys. The Red-Crested Skinks have also been countered pretty effectively. The Rune Lord has gotten some really good runes of Wrath and Ruin off. This Red-Crested Skink got absolutely pounded by one just a minute ago. How's the Slan Mage Priest doing? Doesn't have a lot of kills. About 1,000 value, which is pretty respectable, all things considered. For just using 2 spells. And you gotta factor in the Plague of Rust that have done a little bit of damage as well. This guy's getting up in the front line, though, and the Bugman's Rangers have just been uncontested all game and are just going to absolutely pin-cushion the poor Slan here. Big, chunky model. Doesn't have a lot of armor, either. That Forge Fire debuff, lowering the armor, actually proving to be a pretty useful debuff for the Dowie here. Helping them fight much more fairly against the Saurus warriors. Also, Saurus Spears, not just Cudgel Saurus. Another big mistake here. I mean, the melee defense is just not that important against the Dwarves. Dwarves have, like, no damage output to begin with. Being able to hit them more consistently with more weapon strength is way more important than your own staying power. They did get okay value, though. That's fine. Those Source Warriors also paying for themselves. Feral Cold Ones maneuvering around. Spear Riders here get a good engagement. They do hammer the Bugmans a little bit, but really good attention from Spida. He's just turning around and shooting off all of the dive onto his missiles with his other missiles and just mucking up the works by, you know, throwing infantry in the way. Keeping the Lizardmen from really being able to concentrate and just fully kill the Bugmans, man. I mean, these dudes have been an absolute nightmare. They're fairly expensive, but they paid for themselves, and they've still got a couple volleys each. Decent number of models. They'll give a little money back when they get unsummoned as well. Miners being attacked by Feral Cold Ones. Not bad. Feral Cold Ones are a decent unit, and they're strong against Miners, but they have pretty poor stats, and they cost 500 gold as opposed to like 300 here. Feral Cold Ones in the matchup against the Dwarves are much better at getting rear charges. They're not good in the head-up fights. They're good as the flanker. So that's really where they should be focused. We're going to need a bombing run here, I think. No, they're just flying overhead. Okay. They're going elsewhere. It looks like they're going to clean up the #1 objective. I thought they were going to hit the red crescents here, but I think the Dowie just have this objective. They've got way more cap weight here. They're not giving this up anytime soon. The Dwarves have a lot of shooting back here. They've got a reasonable amount of infantry. That is going to be game. Very nice. Yeah, it's okay, Jaden. It's no big deal. This build honestly just seems like what you like bring on a more regular basis. And there's nothing wrong with going with what's comfortable. But you know, regular Cold One Riders function the exact same way as Cold One Spear Riders, just without the bonus versus large. No, it's not that the Saurus shouldn't have shields. You do want the Saurus with shields. You just don't want the Saurus, you just don't want the spears. The spears aren't going to do anything. Like, they were fine. They got respectable value, but the Cudgel variant is just more geared for actually doing damage to the Dowie infantry. I'll show you what I typically do against the Dwarves. Just to give you an idea. So you can do... Okay. So, Kroxigor Ancients and Nakai the Wanderer, they're not bad options, but honest to goodness, Gorok is actually kind of good against the Dwarves. He's a very, very strong, grindy combat lord. If you keep popping Rock of Itza when he gets into combat against Dowie characters, he gets a lot of physical resistance, and he's going to have Perfect Vigor, pretty much. Mace of Ulamok is a really strong buff. Gorok's also really cheap. He's only 1,300 gold, and he's hard to shoot. Nakai and the Kroxigor Ancient are both kind of big, so they can get pincushioned by the Dowie missiles, but you got a Silver Shield with Gorok, good armor, good leadership, solid HP pool. Melee attack is not super high, but the melee defense is absolutely cracked at 60. He's very hard to hit. If you just back him up with a little bit of healing, he's pretty easy to keep alive. I really like Rev Crystals against the Dwarves. You can just bring one in reserve, and this thing gives a 10% heal. You get 7 10% heals on your units. You can cast on anything. The only thing Rev Crystals can't heal is themselves, so you do need to be a little careful of that. But as long as you don't lose your Lord, you can always heal him up and just send him right back in. He'll heal cap pretty quickly just by using Rev Crystals on him. He just holds to the end of time, so he's very reliable. And then you can bring a Heaven's Caster. So what makes the Heaven's Caster so good is you've got Uranus Thunderbolt. You've also got Harmonic Convergence, which can be kind of useful. But if you just want damage spells, you can, or honestly, okay, Curse of the Midnight Wind lowers armor, lowers melee attack. That can be really nice. Uranus Thunderbolt is cheap, does a ton of damage even against Dowie. You can also overcast it and do even more damage. It's pretty. It's slow to wind up, but it's also not the most obtrusive spell, so it can be a little hard to dodge. And the most important part of this, it imbues Roiling Skies, which lowers speed and melee defense for flying units, which means that gyrocopters actually get hit by some serious speed debuffs, which makes them much easier to catch, and this lasts for 25 seconds, which is a long time. It's actually very easy to catch gyrocopters with your Ripperdactyls with Roiling Skies active. You can put them in the starting army. Rev Crystal you can bring in reserve. You just want to bring it out when Gorok gets low if you need to, or to heal up Ripperdactyls or whatever. The Solar Engine's really strong. You can also do an Ancient Salamander, though. Because what that does, these guys are rare single entities still, but they do much better damage to infantry. And they imbue flammable weakness onto stuff, so, you know, they self-buff their own damage with their shots. They're very good at poking away at, like, Dowie units from afar with their 160 range. The Bastiladon's a little bit more consistent at doing that. But Bastiladons are also really hard to maneuver because they're slow as hell. You're relying on their tankiness to keep them alive. Ancient Salamanders have less HP, but they still have respectable armor, and they're much quicker, so they can like maneuver away from shooting pretty easily. Stay alive just by keeping on the move. It's a lot more micro, though. So it's a little bit of a give and take, and these guys also imbue blinded. So if they're shooting at stuff that's engaged in combat, you're going to get a little bit of extra oomph in those fights just because those units aren't hitting you back in return nearly as well. Plus it gives perfect vigor, which can be good in the late game. So when this Solar Engine runs out of ammo, it can run in and sit next to Gorok, and they can just like buddy up. And you get Terror from the Bastiladon. Gorok is pretty good at just, you know, clearing infantry and just fighting and being a decent character. And then he'll stay fully, like, sauced up on his melee attack, melee defense, and armor and stuff. Red Crested's really strong here. Chameleons and committing to skirmish play against the Dowie, I don't really like going with the actual skirmishers. I just prefer the Skink cohort with javelins. Because the javelin cohorts, they can wear down miners pretty nicely. And, they can also shred slayers when they come in. And then you just use your Source Warriors to, be the front line. You can do something like this as your opening. This works pretty well, honestly. You got all your, other stuff in reserve. One Razordon's not bad. You could do the Umbral Tide. They're long range and they can poke gyros pretty good if you don't bring Ripperdactyls to like rear charge stuff. Croxagores can be solid. Gotta be careful with them. Bring the Feral Cold Ones. Cohort of Sotek's good in reserve. You can bring them out. They're really good. They're an unbreakable red-crested skink. And you got 325 gold to work with. You could do Skink Skirmishers if you wanted to. I honestly swear by Chameleon Stalkers to kill cannons. Because they have Stalk, they can sneak around the edges of battlefields and get into position to like ambush cannons pretty often. Like, people are not looking out for this often. You can really catch people off guard. You can do like a Chameleon Skink. Or you can just do 2 Chameleon Skinks. Something like this wouldn't be a bad build against the Dowie. How to shut down copters with Ripperdactyls safely. So what you want to do, you keep the Ripperdactyls near the front line. If your opponent has gyros on the field, what you want to do with the Ripperdactyls is just use them to kind of screen the gyrocopters away from your infantry. You're not necessarily trying to dive fully into the backfield to crush the gyros. You just want to keep them from shooting, because the gyros can't fire on the move anymore. So if you're just chasing them around and being disruptive, you're winning, because that's a very expensive piece that the Dowie are not getting any value out of at that point. And your melee infantry, as long as they're not getting hammered by gyrocopter fire, especially brimstone guns, which lower leadership and clear light armor stuff very effectively, you will generally be able to outtrade the Dowie in melee combat. It's not the cleanest thing in the world, and it does take a long time to fully crush the dwarves in that respect, but Dowie are a very attritional faction. You have to commit yourself to a long game against them. Pretty much every time you're going up against the dwarves. If you're trying to break the dwarves at the beginning of the game, more often than not, you are going to be the one who's doing more damage to yourself. Because dwarves are just tanky as hell. They're a very annoying faction. Dowie fall off hardest if you're able to like poke down their Dowie warrior front line. You can start compromising the missiles, and you build up a little bit, and just make sure that you don't let their shooting overwhelmingly value trade in their favor. Okay, also another big thing. Honestly, the way that you want to engage the dwarves is a little bit different from how you might other factions that have good armored shooting. Red-crested skinks don't want to be the ones pushing into the backline. Use the red-crested skinks to attack the Dowie warriors, where they can do good damage with their armor piercing. And then you want to use the Saurus shields to try and push into the backline, because they're much more durable. They've got a shield, they can survive under some missile fire. If they get into combat with Quarrelers or Iron Drakes or any of those types of units, they'll actually do much better damage over the course of a long grind than even the red-crested skinks can do, because they're just more durable. They won't die nearly as quickly. Red-crested skinks can get shot to death because they have no armor or protection for themselves. And they have a lot less HP. And the Saurus have like a full 2,000 more, man. Much better to push backlines with your Saurus warriors. It may seem a little counterintuitive, but the more durable infantry are just, you know, better at actually withstanding missile fire. And skink cohorts can also push into the backline a little bit, just because they have javelins that they can use to poke stuff down. What is really good with the attrition strat is the reinforcement. Your reinforcements always get to the points faster than the Dowie. The way you want to handle it, basically, wear down the Dowie early, okay? Get them into a position where they can't just, like, concentrate everything up on two objectives, right? They have to choose where they send their summons, and what you want to do is you want to intercept the reinforcements before they get to the objectives. If you're able to pull the Dowie apart and keep them fighting in a disjointed manner, that's where you're going to be able to beat the dwarves. Dowie win by playing in a concentrated position where they can outfight you just by way to fire with their shooting. They can bring the gyrocopters in and screen your own flyers out effectively by counter-shooting every time your Ripperdactyls try and go after the gyrocopters. If you can keep the Dowie from concentrating and, like, fully, like, positioning themselves in a way where they've just got layers and layers of, like, durable infantry, crossbows that can do big damage to your Ripperdactyls or your Cold One Riders or Thunderers or Iron Drakes and all of that, if you can just shut all that shooting down by just getting units on top of them and smothering the dwarves, they are not going to be quick enough to be able to outtrade you in the late game. You'll be able to intercept their reinforcements and really keep them on the back foot. It's not easy, but I've got a ton of videos up on the channel where I'm playing into the dwarves that you should check out, because it'll give you a really good idea of how to beat them. And I honestly probably should just do a full how to beat the Dowie like faction breakdown and just mix and match a lot of those replays, because it really is like a formula for beating the dwarves. They're good if you figure out how to beat them once, and you can just like refine your tactics playing into them. They're pretty easy to beat on a regular basis. They've got a lot of vulnerabilities. The biggest one just being slow. Gyrocopters are their only quick response unit, and gyros have their own weaknesses as well. Yeah, see, you were trying to do that on the third objective, but it's not your skirmishers that you want to do that with. You want to do that with your red-crested skinks. And then you want to combo with the Cold One Riders. The Cold One Riders are good at doing that. You just need some infantry to fix the Dowie Warriors in place. That way you can get rear charges. And the Cold One Riders can also run over miners without a problem. Cold One Riders just absolutely wreck miners. It's not even close. They do so much damage on the charge. And miners are really bad in melee combat. They have awful melee attack. So the Cold One Spear Riders just crush miners in massive numbers. And you've got good resistance to the blasting charges thanks to all the armor that Cold One Spear Riders have. So even if they're eating blasting charges, it's way better than your skinks getting hit. Okay. I'm just checking out the Discord. People are talking big smack in there. Alright, guys. Let's get some Kiss of Vampire Coast. That was a long breakdown, but I never mind trying to break down the counters to Dowie. Just because I know how immensely frustrating they can be to play against. Anything to help people like try and figure out that formula for taking them on is worth my time. Oh, no, we just crashed, so let me restart. LOL. Give me a sec, guys. I'm getting back in here. Yeah, replay too strong for real, bro. Just like broke the stream in half. Couldn't handle it. And it's a powerful aura, man. Ye to the ha. We're back. Okay, guys. Don't crash. I'd really like to see this one. I feel like my game has been threatening to crash the last few replays we've loaded into, so maybe it's got it out of the system now. And all will be well in the realm. Oh my god. Okay, we survived this time. We got double carronade. We got a ballistics expert here. We got a gunnery wight showing up onto the field. With the restock, I've been curious to see if people can use the gunnery wights to use this stuff. What do you mean Katarina on Frostworm to break Emmerich? What is that in reference to?
They do not know how much Kislev has endured. That is why they will fall.
Yeah, let's go Ice Switch. Very inspiring. Anyways, Ice Maiden's Kiss, Heart of Winter, Death Frost. You know, Heart of Winter is really only good for punishing blobs. It's powerful. You just gotta be, careful with it. It costs an arm and a freaking leg. I mean, 28 Winds of Magic for the Overcast, and you get a lot more damage if you overcast it. This is usually how I recommend people use it, is to just save up for the biggest one. Okay, I got you. I see. Yeah, Kislev's strong. They've got some really cool stuff, man. They were a faction I was trying to learn last patch, but, you know, the shooting bugs were really frustrating. But now that that all got fixed, and shooting units actually function well again, Kislev's back on the menu. They're much more consistent now. I like the build here. You got lots of missiles. I don't know about this many armored Kossars into the Vampire Coast. I guess, actually, now that I'm saying that, they're pretty good. You can't really go wrong with these guys in this matchup. They got pistols to shoot Mournguls. They can shoot animated Hulks. The only thing that I'm worried about is artillery, but it's just carronades. Carronades are strong, but it takes them ages to fire. Every 22 seconds on a volley is a pretty long time between shots. It takes them like all game to get their value back. It's a big artillery investment. Get the Costified Dervishes back, though. They don't need to be getting shot up here. You cap the point, you can just move off and keep them healthy and away from the carronade fire here. That is a lot of value to feed your opponent early. And the Costified Dervishes can be a lot more impactful if they're healthy into the mid game. Because they can be really good for ninjing side points. You get a lot of stuff up in the woods. I wouldn't really recommend doing this. There's like no reason for them to be sitting in the woods back here. So the only thing that this is going to do for you by hiding back here, it just means you have less firepower to like crush this gun blob for the Vampire Coast. Like, the carronades are not going to do enough damage to be able to kill all of your missiles before you take this mainline engagement. And you have more shooting and more high DPS shooting than the Vampire Coast does. You should just get all of your shooting in and in position to just fully unload onto these very squishy Vampire Coast units and kill them all. And you'll just sweep from there. Vampire Coast, in a lot of ways, is like the Dwarves. Very slow. If you can crack them open, then there's not a lot that they're going to be able to do against you. It's a really good Wind of Death. Very fortunate that it didn't get through both of those armored Kossars. It's a lot of Winds of Magic that your opponent just used up. And the armored Kossars will be able to get some volleys off here. Are they on fire at will? Doesn't look like their fire at will is really working properly. Ice Maiden's Kiss, gotta use it on infantry. Doesn't do anything to monstrous units. And the Kossars are not really, it's not really worth shooting the Fleet Admiral. Shoot the squishier units with your bows. You know, your opponent has healing. It's going to be a lot more efficient healing the single entities than trying to heal all of the gunnery mobs if you're just shooting those guys down with your bows. Because Kossar is very effective against light armor, not going to do a whole lot against the Fleet Admiral on the Crabbo. Animated Hulks getting in on your armored Kossars, but good focus fire here. Definitely a good opportunity to get some value trading. You gotta be careful about the blobbing. This is a little too close together. A Wind of Death on both these units would be devastating right now against you. Your opponent's being very lax with the micro on the hand cannons, very fortunately for you. If these guys just scooted up just a little bit, they could probably blow your eye switch apart in one good shot. That's a good summon for the Vampire Coast. But you've already killed the Animated Hulks, which is really nice. And the Armored Cossars, they're going to go down here, but they did occupy the attention of a unit that they survived against, and you were able to kill in exchange for these guys. And they'll get a little bit of value here still, just shooting some of the zombies. So not the end of the world. Just make sure that you keep your shooting units in a nice concave. You don't want to trickle in. You don't want to overlap your firing. It's tricky. Once you start to really, like, figure out the way that units move when they're trying to open fire on stuff, you'll really start to see where you need to keep units in your formation to, like, maximize their spacing and give them the best opportunity to value trade at a distance. Hand cannons need to be your high priority target. Because they're going to absolutely annihilate your expensive shooting units. These things only cost 500 gold. It only takes like 2 volleys for them to get their value back because of how hard they hit. I mean, they do an insane amount of damage. They're very short range and very slow firing. And you're over-focusing the deckhand mobs. Deckhand mobs should not be shot at by your Kossars or your Streltsy or your Ice Guard. Nor should you be shooting the hero or the lord. Just kill the hand cannons. If you kill the Vampire Coast range tools, they have nothing they can do to you. Their infantry are dog shit. Absolutely awful. You will easily kill zombie pirate deckhand mobs just by fighting them in melee combat with literally anything you have. Even Kossars will be able to kill the deckhand mobs. The hand cannons are where they're going to get more damage against you. That's going to be a lot harder to maintain through. Mournghouls are the other target that you should prioritize with your shooting. Other than that, just leave their lords alone. Like, it might sound a little funky and a little counterintuitive, but oftentimes I find the best way to kill a lord is to ignore them in the early game. Kill the cover for the lords, and then focus on them when they're a little bit more exposed. Otherwise, you're kind of overpressing yourself. Another thing that I would recommend, as good as the ice switches are, this lore, very strong. I would recommend Tempest Magic here, because you got Hawks of Miska, which is an amazing AoE, which does no damage to friendly troops. And you could use that to hit the backline units pretty easily because it's got longer cast range, staying fairly safe, and you'll do big damage to the handguns that way as well. Honestly, running up into melee combat with your Kossars right now, not a bad idea. Just to lock down the hand cannons. And yeah, you're finally focus firing onto the, well, one of your units is. Well, the Kossars, your opponent pulls out, replaces with a Night Terrors. This is really good micro from Eat the Rich. That's really where you're kind of faltering. You gotta be careful with your positioning. So, the way that you're throwing your units forward is telling me that you're giving them orders when they're like all the way back here. You don't typically want to do that. The best thing you can do for yourself, right? Especially with cavalry. The battlefields are going to change a lot from the time that a unit gets summoned back here to the time it makes it up to the front line. It's going to be like 20-30 seconds. Maybe a little less for cavalry, but that's besides the point. In the time that it takes to get to the front line with a unit from your reserve, from your reinforcement point, the battlefield is going to look totally different oftentimes. There's going to be new units in the path of where you might have given an attack order. The best thing you can do for yourself is to just move your unit up to right behind the front line so that what's going to happen, you're paying attention here, right? You're like microwaving stuff around. You're like, okay, I gotta get these Kossars back. I gotta get in position to shoot, blah, 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 blah. And by the time you've like got all that sorted out, you see a new unit coming up. And you're like, oh, I can do this with them. And you can like send them around the flank, or you can use them to like reinforce a weak point and stop your opponent from pushing through. and you'll have time to collect your thoughts here and get them into the best possible engagement instead of just clicking and sending them into a fight and your opponent potentially just having a unit that just happens to roadblock, kind of like what happened with these Winged Lancers. They just kind of wandered into the Rotting Prometheans and got smacked up by the handgun fire. They got a very disorganized charge here. They did respectable damage, but they're not killing this unit. These guys still have 91 models. They'll do a lot of damage getting volleys off still. And then the Lamprey's Revenge got some free value just killing your very expensive cavalry. Which is not great. It's definitely something you want to try and avoid. Zargard also don't want to be fighting Lamprey's Revenge. It might sound silly, but just force pathing away from the Lampreys here is a better idea than just leaving the Zargard here to get murdered by these big crabs. They're getting shot by hand cannons as well. Just an overall bad position for the Zargard to be in right now. You're focus firing fairly effectively in some areas, like poking down the Lampreys nicely with the Armored Cossars. You got some Streltsy set up now, too. Streltsy, I think you just need to rethink the way you're using them. Because you kind of just threw them out on the edge of the flank here. Streltsy are really only here to shoot high-value targets with big armor. That's exactly what the Lamprey's Revenge are. So using Streltsy in the backline here is the most effective way you can use Streltsy. This is exactly where they should be positioned, deep set in the formation. And they're just here as a contingency. They don't need to be up on the front line because they're very expensive and they don't want to get counter-fired. The Streltsy are a bully unit. The units that you want to throw forward and potentially get shot at are stuff with shields like Zargard and the Armored Cossars. Zargard should be your pure front line to soak up damage from like deckhand mobs. Armored Cossars, they should poke the front line. They can use their ammo on the deckhand mobs and fight in combat against them, while the Cossars are shooting the squishier like handguns and hand cannons of the Vampire Coast in the back line. And then the Streltsy are, like I said, your contingency. They sit in the back line and they just destroy big, expensive units like the Lamprey's Revenge, who are going down really hard right now. So big win for you. Unfortunately, you're just a little too far down right now. The Vampire Coast have really isolated a lot of your infantry. And your shooting has just not quite been efficient enough. You had a lot of opportunities to kill these hand cannons. And they've just been allowed to shoot for a little too long. Like, they haven't gotten tremendous value, but they've been respectable enough to weaken your units and allow for finishing blows by, like, Night Terrors, Sirens, and just getting ground out by deckhand mobs. The Carronades have been pretty disruptive as well. But again, nothing too overwhelming. Also got a lot of stuff just sitting back here. Definitely don't want to just forget about units. Like, these Cossars could be shooting the gunnery mobs over here. There's no reason they should be all the way back in the woods, not really doing anything. Well, it looks like you just gave them an order, though. Alright, so they're getting back into the fight, so you didn't just completely forget about them. Are they obstructed by the pillar? Oh, they might be. Oh, they are. Oh, that's sneaky. Okay, so this is a terrain thing. Let's learn with the terrain. Shot blocker right here, right? You've got your unit with better range over here in the woods. Your unit's like running up, trying to get LOS. They're just trying to cover the distance and get to a shooting position in as unintelligent of a way as possible. The way you can just circumvent that, you can just position your Cossars here at the edge of the woods. You can get clear lines of sight. If your opponent like reacts and tries to send these guys forward to counter shoot you, you can pop back in the trees turn around and just start shooting again, because you'll get better shots out of the forest than your opponent into them. Or you could do what this Corsair is doing and get on this side of the pillar, and they can just shoot from here. Either or. Poking over here is a really good idea. You don't want to overinvest and not be doing anything with units when you're doing stuff like that. You just gotta be very aware of where your units are and what they need to be doing at all times. Streltsy hammering the Bloody Reaper Depth Guard. Okay, throwing these armored Cossars in against the Depth Guard isn't a terrible idea. I mean, they're like on death's bed anyways, like why not? Don't throw the Zarguard in there, though. Use the Zarguard to loop around here and attack the hand cannons here. The hand cannons, they'll do damage to Zarguard on the way in, but the Silver Shields will mitigate a lot of the fire. And then the Streltsy who are sitting here, instead of being obstructed by these Zarguard who are in their line of sight and shooting, as well as these Winged Lancers, use the Winged Lancers to get around this flank as well. Or just send them around this side and get in position for some other dive. Just leave the Streltsy to shoot the Depth Guard, or the Depth Guard as they're in the open field. That's where the Depth Guard are just going to get folded up. They're either going to have to retreat, in which case you'll get a little more damage in on them as they're retreating, or they fully commit and you either kill them here or you can countercharge them and kill them that way. As it stands, you're going to be feeding value into these guys a little unnecessarily. Although we got a little bit of a standoff here. Yeah, they're trying to bait each other into charging. The Depth Guard have just a menacing aura, dude. They have these beady little glowing red eyes, and they just stand there, man. Just standing there menacingly. Your Zarguard blinked. They're going to get into combat. Depth Guard with the polearms are actually pretty damn good in combat. They got good AP. They can actually beat Zarguard in a one-on-one, unfortunately. This is not a good trade for the Zarguard. You gotta be very careful of stuff like that. The Winged Lancers breaking through and getting in between the gap here is nice, but the hand cannons are right here and are the much more damaging unit. And you decided to charge down the 300 gold non-AP gun unit instead. And now the Depth Guard are on your rear. You got the hand cannons opening up on you and doing massive damage to your Winged Lancers. Winged Lancers can be used to dive aggressively, but they also need a little bit of support. They can't just run in like this and get massacred and, you know, expect to do well. I think if you get down, continuing to, like, overstretch yourself by playing all 3 points, a very, very easy mistake to make. You're already losing here. You need reinforcements either for the middle, or you just need to retreat completely from the middle and commit everything onto that back objective. It's got to be one or the other. You can't just keep spreading your forces out like this and win. You're just going to keep losing momentum. The Streltsy got 2,000 value, which is awesome. Would have been really nice to see the other one do as well, and probably could have with a little bit different positioning is all. Stuff to keep in mind for the future. Fleet Admiral, you're shooting. Still not a great target. I mean, these things are just not really worth it, in my experience. Vampire Coast casters and lords, I find to honestly not be all that impactful. They're not like the vampire counts, where they're on dragons or just like rampaging around with like infinite winds of magic like Manfred can. They're a lot more limited. They're a lot less dangerous, in my opinion. I don't really find shooting them to be very effective, because they're either on foot, where they're just an itty-bitty little target that your missiles are missing 9 times out of 10, or they're on these thick-ass crabs, dude. Crab's got a fat ass, you know. It's kind of hard to break open that shell, you know what I mean? Better to just ignore them and kill the rest of the Vampire Coast army. And if you leave them in a position where they don't have a lot of chaff, and then you can focus fire them or engage them with strong combat characters, that's when you can kill them. Just trying to kill them from start to finish and splitting your focus fire away from more important targets like Depth Guard, like hand cannons, like Lamprey's Revenge, like Bomber Bats and Sirens, definitely not worth it. Morghuls as well. Those are much higher priority targets than killing your opponent's Lord. Because the thing about the undead is when they lose their Lord, their stuff doesn't rout, so they're basically unbreakable. They just take passive damage, which is pretty punishing, but not nearly as much so as mortal factions when they lose their Lords. So the benefit of killing the Lord is still pretty negligible. And sometimes you just gotta let your opponent get value somewhere so that you can focus on other areas of the battlefield where you can really compound on an advantage better than they can. I know that's a lot of information to take in, and it's probably not going to click for a little while, but it's stuff that you should just mull over in your mind, and, keep bouncing around until you just have played enough games to where it really starts to click and you understand what it is that I'm trying to, get across to you. The build is solid. One thing that I could highly recommend that might also help you out a lot is a Little Grom. Little Grom can be very strong into just about every matchup. Little Grom can be used to hit the Depth Guard, as well as Morghuls and Lamprey's Revenge from a really long distance, and it's fairly maneuverable. So Carronades are going to have a really hard time closing the gap against it, and it can be a very strong answer to some of the bigger stuff. So you can focus fire with your other missiles onto the squishier Vampire Coast infantry. So here's a Kislev build with some goodies. Alright, Ice Switch with Tempest. Hawks of Miska. That's all you need. You can cut everything else. Arcane Conduit for some more WOM recharge so you can get that active quicker. Just on a Warhorse isn't bad. You could put her on a Warbear if you think you might need to fight with her, but better to just keep her safe and in the back line. This has a 150 meter cast range, which is just out of range of handguns for the undead. Where are they? Here you go. So handgunners, slightly outranged by the Hawks of Miska cast distance. Not by much. Massively out distances hand cannons. Against shooting factions, Iceman's Kiss is really good for clearing chaff. It's got a very short range on it, though, of 100 meters. You're getting danger close to guns at that point. And you really want to avoid that with these very squishy casters. Hawks of Miska just does insane amounts of damage as well. So, using this all game to wear down the opponent's gun line, really nice stuff for you. And you can just constantly force your opponent out of position that way. Another really good unit that I didn't see you bring any of, Akshina Ambushers, very strong against the undead. This is probably one of their better matchups, because they hit really hard. They've got really good armor piercing for a crossbow unit. And they've got okay melee attack and such for fighting zombies. Good weapon strength. They can actually, kill zombies fairly effectively. And they've got stalks, so they can creep up under cannon fire, get volleys off, retreat, go back into stealth, and do it all over again, and be pretty safe that way. But you can also just go with lots of Kossars. There's really no reason not to. Very durable, very easy to keep alive. Ice Guards with swords or glaives, just depending on what faction you're going into. I do like having one. They can be very effective. Against the Vampire Coast, Horse Archers, really not a bad unit. They can be very impactful, as long as you're able to poke at range with them, but also maybe just going for a couple Winged Lancers in your opening to control objectives early can be nice, and the Winged Lancers can facilitate early dives if your opponent doesn't have the right build to stop you from just, like, steamrolling over them. That can happen. I wouldn't count on it, but you can position yourself for an opportunity to do so early, and just keep your opponent from being way too aggressive, keeping them honest. And this is enough shooting to punish pretty much anything your opponent can throw up. You can bring 2 Streltsy in reserve. A Griffin Legion's really nice. Cosphite Dervishes can be good. Like, one thing in the wood, honestly, maybe the Mornheim Beowulfs can be really strong. Especially against the Vampire Coast, because these guys do big damage to Depth Guard. And they have this Darkblood Tainted, which reduces the amount of healing any unit gets by 100%. So your opponent's Invocations of Nehek will not do anything for their units. Like, completely useless. Which is really damn strong. You can bring the Zargard at that point. A Frostworm isn't a bad idea in reserve, but you could probably do the Oath Brothers of Tor. Really, the Oath Brothers of Tor you don't want to bring out unless your opponent has a Rotting Leviathan and you can't shoot it down for some reason. This is a, oh shit, I'm not quite prepared for something, and I need it to bail me out unit. You don't bring them in if your opponent has a bunch of shooting, basically. If your opponent is lacking on the shooting front, then you can bring them in. But you can also just do more Winged Lancers. Or you can bring some Kislevite Warriors. They're like reasonable infantry units. Watchmen of the Night, sure, you could do that. Or you could bring some healing. Well, you don't really have great healing targets in this army, so maybe not. Just mess around with the last 1800. I mean, you got like all the important units in this build already. 1800 gold is your flex money. You know, bring what you will at that point. Is this, yeah, this is a duplicate, okay. Jaden versus the Tomb Kings. Let's see it happen here, man. Yeah, this is the exact same opener as that, Dowie game from Jaden, so I'm thinking that this is just like the comfort build. It's good to have, like, core, like, builds, but be very flexible in mixing and matching so that you've got a few extra answers against certain factions. So Apostrophe coming in here with just, you know, the fattest line of chaff you've ever seen in your entire life. Cetra on horseback. I really like Cetra on horseback. Lots of people bring him on the Sphinx. He's very good there. Obviously, he clears infantry really nicely. But him on horseback, he's a really respectable anti-large duelist, and he does a lot of damage. He's very solid. And he can be a little harder to shoot down on horseback. It's a lot of skeletons, yeah. So, Burning Head's gonna have to put in a decent amount of work here. Skink Skirmishers can be good against the Tomb Kings. The issue is that there's a lot of Silver Shields on a lot of really chaffy units for the Tomb Kings. And that's not great. That's not great to spend a lot of time to fire into. It's going to waste a lot of ammo, and you're not going to get a lot of value on your Skink Skirmishers if you're doing that. And the Skink Skirmishers are just going to be, like, kept at arm's length the entire game, basically. Like, they don't have the range to shoot the skeleton archers or any of the other targets that they'd actually be doing damage to. So the wall of skeleton spears is just going to kind of walk down the lizards here. Here's another thing that needs to be kept in mind. Red-crested skinks, they're like a solid unit, yeah. Against the Tomb Kings, who don't have a lot of armored stuff, you don't really want to bring these guys in to fight skeleton warriors. This is going to be a very inefficient trade for the skeleton, or the red-crested skinks. Keep these guys in reserve, just in case, maybe. Just bring more Saurus. Like, Saurus against skeleton warriors is just amazing for the lizard men. More often than not, you're just going to get huge value that way. Because skeleton warriors are just piss-poor combatants, and these guys have crazy high weapon strength. So they'll just absolutely pound these chaffy infantry units with no problem. Gotta get up on the point. Engaging over here with your skink skirmishers is a good idea. Skeleton archers kind of opening up on you from a distance. Don't engage... Okay, don't engage the skeleton spears here. This is a mistake that your opponent's making. They've left a gap here that's actually really wide. You can just run up through here with the red-crested skinks and push down this skeleton archer. And you can send all of your stuff up through this gap and get into the back line and really overwhelm the Tomb King's back line, which is really spread out. Not in a very good position to support one another, honestly. If you can, like, if you can get the red-crested... So the red-crested skink, one goes here. Another one goes into the back line to chase down another archer. Coldwind Spear Riders go to get on the Chosen of the Gods. And you can probably use another red-crested skink to break down this spearman that got hit by that burning head. And then you can just, like, continue to, like, pour pressure into the back line. You've got the numbers and the decent enough units to be able to pull that off. Saurus Spears can also try and get up into the back line as well. It's not, like, a great idea, per se. It can also be worthwhile just to stay and fight on the points. But your opponent did commit to a lot of ranged units, so you really do want to try and kill those, because without the ranged units, skeletons, like I said, awful in combat. You'll be able to grind those out without any issues whatsoever. You just don't want the Chosen of the Gods to just get tremendous amounts of value by shooting down your more expensive stuff. Coldwind Spear Riders, like, charging stuff down, that's nice, but you don't have infantry to support that. So they're going to start taking a lot of damage from focus fire here. They still are getting pretty respectable damage done against the Carrion and the Skeleton Archers, just because of that charge bonus they have and the good weapon strength. They should be able to grind those down. Maybe after that they can go and get on the Chosen of the Gods there. Skeleton Archer shooting. This is a good... There you go. Just keep going forward. Feral Coldwinds need to be in the back line. Skink Skirmishers, now that they're on the flank, they can just sit here and help poke down the Skeleton Warriors with the Saurus here. And you got a good crumble. Now you can get up in that back line again. Keep pushing. Skink Skirmishers, not great. They're kind of gonna get run over by these Skeleton Horsemen. And I don't know what the Spear Riders back here were up to. This is just, this is overeager in a nutshell. They don't need to be out here. They need to be assisting breaking down your opponent's back line. Good Burning Head. Wrecks those archers. Unfortunately, your opponent's lines are just very spread out, so the Burning Heads have not been super impactful. They've been respectable, though, and they're giving you the extra space to, like, get through the front line a little bit quicker. So it's not terrible. It is worth bringing Burning Head against the Tomb Kings. Just because getting through their chaff early and then getting into their juicier bits is always a good situation to be in. Need to shut down the Chosen of the Gods. Feral Coldwinds have gotten the Skeleton Archers really low on their leadership. They will just keep crumbling. They're rampaging now, so you can't give them orders. Bastillodon getting shot up a little bit. I like solar engines. I think maybe bringing one in the opening, not the best idea. You're a little lucky your opponent hasn't been shooting the Slan Mage Priest, honestly. This guy's honestly in a pretty vulnerable position with the Ushabti Greatbows both being here. And this guy's so slow. Your opponent probably could have been gunning this guy down and keeping you back that way, and putting you on the back foot by killing your lord and leaving your skinks with lowered leadership so that they're routing all the time would be really nice for the undead. Because they do have fear on everything. A lot of your back pressure is being shut down now. Skeleton horsemen starting to come out and really sweep up your skinks, who have really faltered. The Source Warriors also getting worn out. That Source Spears moving up and just blobbing up on Cetra, and you're leaving the Chosen of the Gods, like I said, to really farm up a lot of value. This is something that you really couldn't afford. That is really starting to come in and to bite you in the value trades. You're not done, though. I mean, Tomb Kings have just piss poor cap weight. Although they do have Tomb Guard on a lot of these points now. Kefir Guard included, which is really gnarly. Yeah, and the Source Spears just get hard punished by the shooting back here. Your opponent's also unsummoning these guys, which is really nice. You're pretty lucky your opponent doesn't have Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, because that's really good against cavalry. It would absolutely wreck your poor Coldwind Spear Riders there if they were using it. So you're getting away with something a little bit there. Good collapse. Chosen the Gods get unsummoned. Red-Crested Skinks very worn out. Just too many Red-Crested Skinks in a matchup where they're not that impactful. Source Warriors are just always going to be better here. You can just save all that money and bring in some other stuff. What would you bring? Probably, honestly, probably some Javelin cohorts would be pretty nice. The Javelins just do good damage to a lot of different targets. They can go and fight skeletons as well and do decent damage, as well as shoot skeleton horsemen as they're trying to like charge in or something. You've just got a lot of very expensive units being tied up by a lot of chaff. If you can avoid fighting skeletons for as long as possible, that's always going to be working out better for you. That way you can like focus the damage onto the other high-value targets the Tomb Kings use. That being the Ushabti Greatbows, who are the biggest threat, who've just gotten a ton of value on you. And your opponent did kind of ignore your lord in the way that they should. Like, they made a decision. They said, you know what, I'm not going to try and kill the lord and snipe them early on. I'm going to use my ranged advantage to force my opponent in, focus down all of their pressure pieces, and then in the late game, I'm going to start shooting the Slan and try and kill it. That way, it can't just roast out all of my skeleton warriors and archers and stuff. Because Tomb Kings really need the caps. They are faltering pretty badly on the cap weight. Kefir Guard are going down here. Did a really good job of handling these guys. Neither of those units doing very well for the Tomb Kings. You might honestly be able to win this game. Your opponent's being so passive with Cetra. And not having access to any other spells other than Petraz. I don't think there's been a lot of passive healing coming in for the Tomb Kings. And they did use the upgraded version, so they're trying to get the like extra reload skill speed. Wow, every 6 seconds? Holy crap, that's super fast. Yeah, Kieran attacking your lord, do a good job of peeling that with the Coldwind Riders, Skeleton Warriors moving up. Your infantry might just carry this game for you. Just by virtue of the cap weight problems that Tomb Kings have with their skeletons just having expendable cap weight across the board. They might not be able to get back up on the points, and your Burning Heads have been very good. You got 1,500 value on your Slan Fire Mage. And your opponent, man, just not quite able to like lock these points down. Just ignoring that side point has really worked out for you after your initial overextension with the Coldwind Spear Rider into that Tomb Guard. You haven't made that mistake since. Even though you're down in value, you're winning on the caps. And And the Tomb Kings are going to have a really hard time out-muscling those objectives, dude. They're taking the number 3. I would bring a Saurus warrior out over here instead of, like, throwing a skink alone in unsupported. What you should do is have the skink back here and then buddy it up with something else and then recontest that objective. You can trickle units up onto points you already hold, but doing it onto objectives that your opponent's about to capture, usually not a good idea at all. Great Bows still hammering, doing respectable damage. Colossadon Hunters fighting a lot of really inefficient targets. Carrion and Skeleton Spears are not where the Colossadon Hunters should be focusing their efforts. You could be trying to hound out Cetra right now. You don't want to just hard engage the Colossadon Hunters onto them, but you can, like, draw a bunch of your opponent's attention to, like, try and save their very low lord. And then you can use your Colossadon Hunters to maneuver elsewhere because they're so fast. You know, 90 speed's pretty quick to maneuver around. Stress your opponent's micro with quick units before committing somewhere and going in for the death blow. It's usually a pretty good way of, like, really fracturing your opponent's efforts. You do support the skinks over here, so, you know, that's a really good call. Very good support here from Jaden. Like, sending these guys over to hammer down the Skeleton Horsemen, while the skink cohorts just chip down the Skeleton Warriors. Good stuff. And you're going to be able to maybe kill the Carrion here. Damn, dude. Game's real close. You just need to get the number 3. Well, they actually do have it. Oh, they never capped it. No freaking way. They got so close and you were able to hold on to it. Beautiful stuff. Very well done, Jaden. There's some things that could have been done better, but even though you didn't trade amazingly in the backfield here, you did kill the missiles. There is a lot of crumbling for the undead that doesn't get taken into account. A lot of chaff units here were disintegrating as well. There's probably about 1,000, maybe even 1,500 on the upper end that might not be accounted for here. And fighting undead in general can be kind of funky. This is why value trading is just deceptive in this game. It is not very accurately reflected. One thing that I really want CA to do is just show, like, raw numbers of how much stuff has just been dying on either side. Instead of showing gold damage value, just show value, like, lost for your own faction. That could definitely, make it a little bit more clear as to who's actually in an advantaged position. Because I actually think the Tomb Kings are just not going to be able to muscle these objectives away in time. Really nice effort by Jaden, just staying competitive. Just throwing infantry forward and clearing out the opponent's cap weight. Playing out really nicely in the favor of the Lizardmen here. Not trading tremendously well, but killing all the skeleton archers was really nice. Isn't that what the number to the right is for? No, that's just for the, yeah, that's just for the current unit count. It just tells you what you have on the field. I'm talking about the damage value counter. Because I have no freaking idea how it's calculated. I don't think it's been adjusted in ages. And I think it's just more and more inaccurate with every patch. I mean, you can be, like, losing and winning at the same time. It's very bizarre. Having it set up so that it's just showing you how much stuff on your side has died, I think, would help a lot to, like, clear up any potential confusion that people might have. Because lots of times people look at the damage value and are like, oh, I'm up 2,000 value, and they get complacent. and they let their foot off the gas, and their opponent rallies up some units, makes one big play, and just gets right back into it, and then people are confused and salty because they think, well, I'm up in value, I'm supposed to be winning, why am I not winning? And they're not taking into consideration all of these, like, unexplained factors that are going into why the battlefield might not be appearing as favorable as it otherwise should be. Unexplainable and, like, intangible mechanics, generally speaking, are not very fun. It's much better to just be forthright about the state of a battlefield. Or really just the state of a game. You know? Nobody wants to be having to speculate when they don't have access to all the information. Alright, guys. What time is it? I'm gonna do 2 more replays. I'm gonna get into them. I'm gonna be very, like, hands-on with the breakdown and explanations, and then I'm gonna dip out after that. And then I'll come back on Monday with the rest of the replays. Tomorrow I might do a few, but I'm also gonna be playing, I'm just gonna be practicing and playing games then. Where's that coming in here? Foot of Gork and Brainburster, Fist, and Gaze of Mork. I do not believe that any of these damage spells are very good against the Dowie. How much... Oh, Dowie Warriors are cheap, dude. They cost 450 gold. They're really inexpensive. I mean, relatively. I mean, they're a little more expensive than, say, like, Empire State Troopers, but they got a lot of armor and are just, like, respectable in the melee defense department. They're not here to do damage. They hold forever, though. They're really durable cap weight. Night Goblin Fanatics into the frickin' sunset, dude. There's 3 of those guys over there. We got 2 more in the middle. Jaden's going to be going all out for that. 2 Doomdiver catapults also. I was trying to experiment with this yesterday on stream, and I just forgot to bring the Doomdivers out of my reserve. So I never actually found out if they were good against the dwarves, but maybe they are. Wurzak's chilling back here. Wurzak's not bad. He can't really do a lot of damage to dwarf units. I really like Grom, personally. Grom is a little vulnerable to shooting, and he can get killed just by being focus fired.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
But I do think he's got more damage potential. Effigy of the Git, Mumbo Jumbo Chant are pretty nice to have, though. I would just bring Here We Go and Fist of Gork, because those are, like, buffs that have a long duration. I mean, 38 seconds on Here We Go, and it's in a radius, so it hits a whole bunch of units, and this lasts 35 seconds. There's nothing Dowie can do to, like, minimize the amount of time this is active. Foot of Gork is not going to do a lot damage-wise because of the spell resist. Same with Gaze of Mork and Brainburster. Those are just not the best spell choices, I think. They're good in other matchups. Foot of Gork can be strong, just not into the Dowie, I think. Doesn't even do a lot of AP damage. It's really good against more lightly armored targets. So if your opponent, like, blobs like lightly armored expensive unit, or just a bunch of lightly armored chaff units together, and you drop Foot of Gork on it, that's where you can get a bunch of value with it. It's very expensive otherwise, though, and it will be very negligibly impactful on Quarrelers and Dowie Warriors because of the armor they have. Miners moving up through the trees. Orc Boar Boys skirting around them. Not a bad idea. Iazuka or Lazuka should just commit to this number 3 objective with the miners instead of chasing these Orc Boys. Don't click infantry into chase mode on anything faster than them because they will literally never catch it and they'll just get pulled around the map into no man's land where they'll do nothing all game. Stick with what you brought them to do. You know, get up in a position, roadblock, cap side points, stuff like that. They do get maneuvered around, and they are going off to the number 3. Foot of Gork actually doing a lot of damage. Had to have been overcast, right? Does it do overcast? It does just a bunch more damage. It helps that the Dowie's formation is not very well positioned. It's very compacted. And it's kind of bunched up, so that Foot of Gork actually hitting 4 units, ending up being very cost-effective. That's a very rare instance, though. But hell yeah, like, full credit to Jaden for recognizing the opportunity, man. I just wouldn't have really expected that to, like, develop the way it did. Doom Divers getting some damage on the Quarrelers. Very safe. They're pretty long range. You can see they do pretty respectable damage. They kill a lot of models, most importantly. Killing models on missile units is way more important than just raw damage. Against melee infantry, you can just do, like, raw HP damage and not kill a bunch of models and still be in a better position. Because, you know, leadership becomes a problem. Missile units being able to sit back, them losing models hurts their damage output a lot worse. And they don't stick in combat nearly as long if they're just, like, losing all these individual pieces. Boar Boy's overextending into the back, getting absolutely wrecked. The AP Loonies and all the Night Goblin Fanatics just fighting in the trees here. Not doing too hot against the miners over here. I do think that the Greenskins will be alright, though. They got pump wagons coming out now. Get a really good charge on the miners here, doing a bunch of damage. Orc Boar Boy Biggins coming in. Don't bring Biggins, just bring regular Orc Boys. You don't need anything else, really. Slayers are here. Grumbling Guard is here. Very cool unit. A Longbeard great weapon with some actual teeth in combat is pretty nice to have. They can do some pretty big damage. And the, yeah, Night Goblin Fanatics getting around the flank, getting up onto the Bolt Throwers. No, the Boar Boys, they lost their order before they could get in. That slight stop might be enough to get these guys killed. Oh, that's so brutal. So the reason you just want... They had an open line. You gotta be attentive. Like, it's usually a good idea to, like, get near the front line and then stop and look for an opportunity. But, you know, when it's time to pull the trigger, you just need to send them in. You get a leadership buff when you're charging. You get 15 leadership on charging units, which is really nice for running down missile units and, like, bolt throwers and stuff. I think that's kind of why it's designed that way, to give the extra leadership. If you stop, though, and then you start, you lose that leadership bonus, and then it takes another, like, couple seconds to, like, activate again. In that time, the Dow were able to really hard punish the poor Boar Boys as they were trying to close the gap. Bolt Throwers in here. We do get some Fanatics, but they don't do any damage, really. Fanatics over here, though, big damage to the Slayers. About 15% of the HP coming off those guys. Dowie are doing respectably, but the biggest issue they've had is they don't have anything to counterfire the Doom Divers, which have gotten good value. Very impressed with the Doom Diver value. And the Quarrelers were not very well positioned. Oh my god. Okay, that one was not really all that powerful. So the thing with the AoE spells, it's much stronger in the center of the radius. As you get to the edges of it, it loses a lot of its impact, you know? So, like, you know, like I said, press the spacebar button. Find where your enemy units are, like, most concentrated and just, like, nail the center of them. Because if your opponent pulls back, then you can chase stuff down with your units. You'll be on the rear of the enemy infantry, and you'll really have them on the back foot regardless. And if they don't move and they get hit by the spell and they just take a ton of damage, they'll be running again anyways. And you can just, like, break through and just cause absolute havoc for your opponent. Warboy Biggins with a fat charge there on the Quarrelers. Very nice. Orc Boys scrapping. The Orcs really need some more infantry up. I got Savage Orcs moving in now, which is a really good call. Savage Orcs very strong against the Dowie. They don't have armor, but they've got physical resistance, and they've got really good melee attack and weapon strength. They actually clear out Dowie warriors really well in a way that Orc Boys can only dream about. Like, your standard Orc Boy is a respectable fighter, but just doesn't have quite the same DPS as the Savage Orcs do, who are just meaner and greener in every possible way. Night Goblin Warboss going down. Squig Thinking did get used. Potion of Healing got used. I don't really know where those casts went. The Orcs are overstretching themselves. They haven't really been focusing any one position. So you can push the Dowie on all 3 points sometimes. But if they're, like, really prepared and geared up, and they're, like, kind of countering what you're trying to do, just focus on one position instead of, like, over allocating your resources all over the place. That was a much better use of Foot of Gork. It still could have been a little bit more concentrated on the actual infantry there on the models themselves, where it would be doing even more damage. And just not having that point, not having the #1 either. Dower is just gonna hold, man. The Orc Boys have just not been getting value. They have been a huge point sink. With the going up against the Dowie, you don't need cavalry, guys. Like, they're already slow as dirt. Like, you don't need cav to, like, win mobility fights. There's no mobility fights to be had. Like, just a flat, grinding, attritional build, and utilizing your infantry to, like, maneuver around is just as effective. Like, Savage Orcs, honestly, being 37 speed, are, like, the fastest unit on the field outside of Slayers. Like, Miners can't catch them. Dowie, Warrior Great Weapons and Longbeards, they're also slow as hell. They have 26 base speed. They are not catching a Savage Orc. A Savage Orc can literally walk around the entire Dowie formation and avoid their entire front line. Cav can be good for forcing artillery pieces, but the issue is that Jaden has been doing good damage in the front line, but because he's been throwing the cavalry into the backfield trying to kill these bolt throwers, the bolt throwers still have 8 models. Like, they're fully healthy. They're getting a lot of value. And he's also, like, just losing a lot of Boar Boys. And the Boar Boys are not affecting the cap situation, which is where the Dowie are winning right now. And the Dowie being allowed to just continue to throw infantry onto points is the biggest issue that you can run into. You gotta make sure that what you do, you can, like, play footsie on this point if you want to. It's a good idea. Because pulling, like, slow Dowie units over here to respond is a good idea. But you can, like, jump into the forest and, like, overwhelm, like, scattered Dowie units that come in to chase you. You want to bring the Dowie units forward and then hammer and anvil them. Also, having some AP infantry is a really good idea. Black Orcs are crazy good against the Dwarves. Dowie really can't do a lot against the Great Weapon Black Orcs, I've found. I played a game against one of the Dowie mains who hangs out and chat with us oftentimes as the Greenskins. Brought Grom as my lord. And Grom has AP and is a chariot. He's really good at running over Dowie units and doing a bunch of shock damage. And then brought a bunch of Black Orcs who really helped solidify my hold on a center objective pretty much the entire game, and the Dowie just couldn't outmuscle me off. Because the problem that the Dwarves run into is if they if they take an objective, they can hold that no problem. But if it gets capped first, and they have to, like, constantly be trying to contest it and trying to take it away from you, and they can't just, like, settle their units onto the edge and keep you off, they're very bad at retaking points. They can't do it easily. Cathay, Dowie, Chaos Dwarves to some extent, they've got some mobility that makes it a little bit easier for them. Tomb Kings, and I'm trying to think of who else. Those are the biggest ones. Oh, Vampire Coast. Those are the factions that don't have enough, like, melee infantry to be able to, like, push objectives and just out-DPS you with sheer aggression. It doesn't happen. They're all reliant on shooting for their big value. And if they don't just, like, get an overwhelming early value trade and you're able to scrap evenly with them and then you're holding points against them and they have to recontest, there's not a lot they can do against it. They will falter really quickly. Another thing that you need to keep in mind going into the Dowie is that they just have tons of cap weight. The Night Goblin Fanatics, I mean, some of them did respectable damage. They have awful cap weight, though. They've got expendable cap weight, which means that 3 goblins equals 1 miner in cap weight. Miners cost 300 gold. Night Goblin Fanatics cost 500 gold. You're spending 1,500 gold to outcap a 300 gold unit. That's not worth it. That's really horrible. I do think Night Goblin Fanatics can be good here, but I don't know if you want to be sending them to try and cap points, so to speak. It's not a good idea. You need to be able to throw up your own, like, solid cap weight with, like, Orc Boys, Savage Orcs, Black Orcs, stuff like that can hold the line and trade relatively evenly. Doomdiver Catapult barely got its value back. I felt like it was doing way better, but, I mean, I guess... I don't know. I mean, I guess it's 1,000 value with just an actual 200 kill total, which is pretty good if you want to look at it objectively, and it does still have a little bit of ammo. It'll probably end up with close to 1,200, I guess, now I'm thinking about it, which is pretty damn good. That's really been the most efficient unit for the greenskins. They just can't hold. They just can't take this point away from the Dowie, dude. The Dowie just got up on this point. And they never gave it up, dude. And they did a good job of holding their back point.
There is only defeat.
And the Dowie did a better job of playing out here with their miners through the trees than the greenskins did on this other side with their Night Goblins. The Night Goblins kind of got canned over and over again out here. While the Dowie, yeah, the miners didn't do amazingly, but they did cap the point at one junction of the game, as well as just being really cheap and forcing a lot of tools out for the orcs to respond with the back pressure there. Alright, where's that got respectable value with Foot of Gork? That was actually a pretty heavy metal use of it. I'm very impressed. There was a decent amount of blobbing that kind of facilitated getting those good casts, but maybe it's better than I'm giving it credit for against the dwarves. I just wouldn't have really imagined it to be good, but that's why you experiment, man. You can learn some crazy stuff. You can get a leg up on your competition. You never know when and where it's going to happen. Yeah, you can see some of the Night Goblins were okay, but there's a lot here that didn't do too well. They're just kind of mediocre against the dwarves. If they get their fanatics off and they get a bunch of value that way, great. If they don't, they're useless. They have no cap weight to contribute. Savage Orcs fell off. Just so much cavalry, man. Cavalry is just not good against the dwarves. Every time I see people bring cav-heavy builds into the Dowie, they just fall apart because they can't value trade efficiently against all of these little short guys, you know? Dowie have a lot of mass, dude. They got a lot of shooting too, and they've got some pretty deceptively tricky units to try and run over. And the Grumbling Guard got 1,700 value, by the way. That's kind of crazy. Maybe people need to be paying more attention to this unit, because that's pretty respectable value for any unit in the game. How much do they cost? They're like 900 gold, right? They 2x their value? A Dowie melee unit that isn't a Slayer uptraded? Impossible. Oh, they're 1,000. Okay. Oh, they've got perfect vigor, that's right. Or basically. They slow down the vigor reduction, or vigor loss for units around them. That's good. Okay. I can dig it. I can vibe with that. Maybe regular Longbeard great weapons are good. I should play the Dowie sometime. I never play the dwarves. They're probably my least favorite faction to play in the game. I know how to counter them, and that's really all that matters to me. But maybe I could play them. And since I've got the matchup knowledge against them, it'd be a good be a good idea to try and play them and see if I can flex some skills on them. All right, one more here. Anything wild out here? We did see Commissar using this earlier. Otherwise, I'd pick that one. Levis went with the, wow, man. Levis really likes this Feral Troglodyte Mazda Mundi combo against Khorne, doesn't he? This also has double Cultists. Cultists are good for Khorne. I don't think they're as strong in all matchups as they used to be. I honestly use them pretty sparingly nowadays. There's a lot of things that can counter them. The reason you saw them all the time before Omens of Destruction was because that the summons were really good, and Khorne didn't have a whole lot that was cost effective. Oh, this is the Epidemius game with the bug. But we'll get to that another time. We'll watch Legatus against Bretonnians. Norska versus Bretonnia, pretty even matchup actually. Bretonnia's got some really nice tools for this is you, right? I got you here, Uber. We got, Legatus versus Forskin. I'm gonna be trying to run over the Bretonnians here. Beastslayers of Bastogne, pretty respectable fighters. I don't see any fire arrows, and I cannot emphasize enough how big of a mistake that is. Norska definitely needs fire arrows, because they are amazing at punishing Throg, okay? Throg is a really strong duelist-type character. He's reasonably quick, but Throg actually has really awful armor. Oh, you lost this one? Rip. That's unfortunate. Bring some fire arrows next time. Fire arrows are really good against Throg, because he's got low armor. And he takes extra damage. Obviously, because he's got regeneration. They really slap him really badly. And you can also focus fire Skinwolves. And then you've got Knights of the Realm. And units like that can really help protect your backfield pretty well. Bretonnia can definitely beat Norska on a regular basis. I've always, honestly, kind of liked this matchup for Bretonnia. Beastslayers of Bastogne got a huge buff also this patch. They're an absolute nightmare for tearing into the Skinwolves, and even the Warshrine Mammoth, because their bonus versus large is just so juicy at 22. And they do have a Grail Relique, so they'll have ITP, as long as they're near it, of course. Grail Relique is kind of outpacing the formation. It's kind of weird, because this thing is 40 speed, you know? These goobers who are carrying it actually run pretty quickly. Gotta kind of keep it tight into the formation.
Keep it from the foe.
Because sometimes, if you run them forward, and your opponent's, like, you can run way out of position, and your opponent can see that, and they can just wallop the Grail Reliques. Grail Reliques are very squishy. Gotta be really cautious with them. Don't want to leave them in a position where they can just get run over. You got some men-at-arms. Yeah, I mean, why not?
We have a victory point.
Okay.
Keep it from the foe.
So your bows are in range, right? You do not have the cap weight to outmuscle Norska here. Do not try and cap this point. Terrible idea. Your men-at-arms have awful cap weight. You will never take this point. The best thing you can do is post your infantry up in a nice wide line. Get your bows situated behind them and just start poking the marauders. Force Norska to come to you. Get your Grail Relic off this point too. And get it back into the middle of the formation. That way you can give the Icon of Devotion to everything. Leadership, melee attack, ITP, all of that really good for you. You're wandering way farther into your bow unit's range, so you're not going to be able to maximize the time that they're firing before your opponent's in range to shut them down. And you don't have any protection for them on this side. Your opponent's like gearing up to overwhelm here with chariots. You got all of your knights on this side of the formation. This is an overinvestment into one area. Bring the Grail Knights over here. If you bring the Grail Knights over, that's all you need over here to protect. Grail Knights will flatten infantry. They'll wreck Ice Wolf chariots. The Knights Errant can just like pinball these infantry and keep them honest, while Lewin should just fly around, and he needs to be looking for opportunities to attack the Fimir Balefiend and actually not Throg. Throg is a terrible idea. Attack the Fimir Balefiend, and if you can't, then rear charge Marauders to try to terror out him, because, you know, Loon's got terror. It's a pretty scary combatant. Hippogriffs attacking you would definitely scare the living hell out of just about anybody, I would say. I don't know where the Grail Knights are growing. This is definitely one of those moments where I think you kind of forgot the orders that you gave to these guys. And yeah, you've got the Pox arrows being shut down. Oh, Pendulum coming down, hitting some of your infantry. Lewin against the War Mammoth. Honestly, a pretty good fight. The Fimir Great Weapons moving in. Skinwolves moving in. Your opponent has spears here also. Not great for you. Beastslayer's a Bastone getting in here to help out Wulfric in that fight. Grail Knights just have to get over here and shut down this Ice Wolf chariot. It does look like you're trying to send it in to do that. But your bows are going to get shut down really hard here because the men-at-arms just got folded up. And your formation's just not tight enough. You don't have enough infantry. Your Grail Relic is not covering all of your units. You're only covering these two men-at-arms here, and they still got beat. Thanks to your opponent's Pendulum. And without those infantry units, like, the Marauders are just gonna, like, kill all of your bows. You do get the Grail Knights onto the Ice Wolf chariots, but the Ice Wolf chariots have kind of done their job already. They did a bunch of damage to your bows, and they got them routing. It's going to be really hard to rally those guys up now. And the Knights Errant, I mean, they're just getting zoned out by one unit right now. That's why if you're going with not that many infantry for the front line, you're really needing the Knights Errant to, like, counterpunch through the front so that they can at least hold in place a little bit. Against your opponent's, like, units that are trying to, like, threaten you. And again, you never cap this point. Just positioning your formation right off of it with your bows behind and just poking slowly at the Marauders and wearing them out would have been a really good use of your time. Good collapse here. You get a nice blow in with the Pegasus Knights landing in. The Knights Errant fold in also, but you are kind of force pathing through spears, which is not great. know your disengagement routes when you're getting into combats like this. Because what's happening here, your Knights of the Realm, they're not taking ridiculous amounts of damage just because these guys actually have good armor, but the longer they spend trying to walk through spears, without fighting them, they're taking free damage on the way through. So they're losing a lot of HP unnecessarily here. Lewin's doing his best. He is not going to carry a game for you, though, unfortunately. And the Royal Peggy's doing some nice damage to the Armored Skinwolves over here. The War Mammoth is running, which is awesome. That is a huge win for you, but the Grail Knights are gone now. Your archers are just still in disarray, not able to really rally them. A lot of mounted yeomen going to the back point. That's a good... Okay, so what you do want to cap here, but then you want to, like, run away from here. You don't want to try and hold this back point. You just want to force your opponent to send these Ice Wolves over to, like, try and recap that, because then you can use the mounted yeomen over here to, like, get rear charges onto the Marauders and try and hammer them down. Really good Pendulum. Really good follow-up with the Armored Skinwolves, who just finish off those poor peasant bows. Knights Errant chilling back here. I just don't think Knights Errant are ever really going to be that good against Norska. They just don't do enough damage against Skinwolves. And Skinwolves, they're just a solid regenerating anti-large unit. You really need Knights of the Realm to contend with these guys. Knights of the Realm do beat Armored Skinwolves, actually, which is really nice. Green Knight coming in, a little too late for him also. Lewin flying around. Beloved Son of Bretonia is active, or it should be. Yeah, there it is. It is going to be buffing up our boy here. And I think it also... Yeah, it does buff all allies, right? Yeah, it does, which is nice. But, just lost a lot of momentum. And your opponent's doing a pretty good job of sticking together and, like, maintaining enough important units on strong points to, just hang on to the caps and keep you off balance. I mean, Norska did take your home point, too, which is pretty rough. I mean, you did cap their home point, so it's a little bit of a tit for tat, but they're going to start racking up a lead on you, and you don't really have anything to, like, maintain your position on the field. Nor do you have any, like, powerful units to, like, fall back on. Lifecaster is routing, and Lewin on the back foot. And you're bringing peasant mobs in right now. This is a panic summon, for sure. Peasant mobs, you should bring in the opening. Only bring peasant mobs in the opening, because you get them around the Grail Relique, and they've got piss-poor leadership otherwise. But they get the Peasant's Duty from the Grail Relique, and then they get the Icon of Devotion leadership. And suddenly you're talking about a chaff unit with a base of 36 leadership that goes up to about 50, give or take, at base, which is pretty damn good. And they can hold for quite a while, and they're 125 gold. They're a lot of HP to get through. They're really good for slowing down your opponent's early momentum. And then you can, like, push up your knights behind all that. And then you bring in, like, men-at-arms afterwards to try and consolidate on points. This is a very expensive Bretonia build. And Norska just had the width to be able to push down your infantry, and then also was able to develop out their Skinwolves with good timing to be able to, like, rush down all of your stuff. Yeah, pretty much. You got all these mounted yeomen back here. Your opponent's also doing a good job of punishing with Melkoths. Because they got the Fimir with the Shadows magic, and Penumbral Pendulum did some good damage. And now using that Miasma to wear down your Cav in the mid-game here. So you gotta be careful of that, too. Peasant mobs just aren't going to get it done. They have terrible cap weight. Green Knight's a great unit. Also not going to be able to do it. Your Royal Pegasus Knight micro is really good, Zig. Use these guys more, man. You've been doing great with them. I've always liked this unit. They've got perfect vigor, which makes them really strong. They are squishy, though. You can see them getting folded up by the Skin Wolves as they get countercharged, but still, I mean, they're a 1,650 gold unit. You got 2,000 value out of them in a really rough, like, battlefield situation. You're being pretty cheeky here. I mean, you almost took this point away with your mounted yeoman, but your opponent did get the Skin Wolves up and has flipped that away now. Recapped the back here. Knights Errant maneuvering around. I'm going to build you a Bretonnia build that I think can do a little bit better against Norska. Lewin's good, but he's so expensive, dude. And I think, honestly, people are pretty geared up and prepared for how to take him down. The Green Knight is strong. I do think this is a good matchup for him. I would use the Green Knight as the main lord. And I would honestly bring a, I would bring a Damsel with, probably Life Magic. Life Magic is just so good for Bretonnia. But we'll go to the drawing board and we'll see what we can scrounge up in terms of a build. You can just do the Fey Enchantress, actually. Yeah, Fey Enchantress and the Green Knight. That's a good combo. Knights of the Realm, get a good charge on the throwing axes. You're being Benny Hilled around by the Ice Wolf chariots. You're just running. Did kind of catch them there. Where are the Grail Knights that you had? Oh no, did they get flattened? Where the hell are they? Hello? Oh, they're over here. Okay. Trying to rally up the points, but your opponent just had a big lead on you. Well played, though. I mean, Norska is pretty tough for Bretonnia. If you bring the right units, you can definitely win this one. I'm going to try and show exactly what that looks like right now. So without further ado, let's go to the drawing board. Peasant mobs are not a summoned unit. Do not bring them in your second wave. Fey Enchantress is nice. Do you have a light caster, though? No, you don't. Okay, never mind, then. Earthblood, Regrowth, Silveron. You kite around with Fey. She's fast. Norska should not be able to catch her, and you need to be able to use her in a way where if they do get close to punishing her, you can just like swerve and avoid it and keep her alive. You could also do the Prophetess, though. You can bring on the Royal Pegasus in the air. She's going to be impossible to touch for Norska. Unless they bring a dragon. If they bring a dragon, you're still faster on the Pegasus, so there's really no excuse for getting caught. You could also do Rapunzel. Rapunzel on foot's actually kind of a nightmare for a lot of factions to deal with. And she's even a respectable fighter on horseback. You do have to also bring a caster, though. The reason I recommend the Fey Enchantress, Chalice of Potions is a really good comet type effect. You can honestly, I think that doing Awakening the Wood and Earthblood is your best bet. Maybe Flesh to Stone. Regrowth is a great single target heal, but Earthblood hits multiple targets, which is really nice, and Awakening the Wood is actually a really good slow. 12 seconds of minus 45% speed. It can be really nice for frustrating Norska's efforts of closing the gap with you. Just my 2 cents. Something to keep in mind. Green Knight can be in reserve. Get rid of Dolorous Blade, make him as cheap as possible. You could do double Paladin if you wanted to, but like I said, using the Fey to like kind of run around and avoid combat's a really good use of her time. You do a bunch of Peasant mobs, you do a Grail Relique. Basically, the peasant mobs, you try to keep them all in the radius around the Grail Elite to keep them alive and in position. You can do a couple spearmen. Highly recommend this combo. You can just do 3 fires, arrows, and then 2 pox arrows, so you get the slows stacked with the fire damage. And against Throg, you'll actually be able to shoot him down pretty quickly. These really do insane amounts of damage to Throg. I mean, you got 3,000 gold to work with from here. You could do Mounted Yeomen, but they can be a little risky against an aggressive faction like Norska, because they can really hound those guys down and do nasty damage to them. They'll fall off pretty bad. Knights of the Realm. You could bring 2 of them, honestly, in the opening. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Beast Slayers, if you really want them. I don't know how important they are, truth be told. I'd probably just bring some Battle Pilgrims. Because Battle Pilgrims can actually fight reasonably well against Marauders. And you want your infantry early. You've got some mass to stop any big mammoths from just running over your backline. And you can always bring up more expensive stuff to help out with that too. Lots of Knights of the Realm. You can do the Mounted Yeomen, they're solid. Beast Slayer's a Bastion in reserve. You had 950 gold to work with from here. Just do that. You just need anti-large against Norska. And the Knights of the Realm, they'll do good damage to the Skinwolves. And they can also really hammer home against infantry with the charge bonus. Because the issue with the Knights Errant is just that, you know, they don't hold as long. They've got worse leadership. They're good on the charge, but that's really about it. If they are not able to continuously cycle charge Skinwolves, then they're not going to be able to kill them. Because their combat stats, they're okay. They just don't have the bonus versus large necessary to really punish the Skinwolves, who are just going to regen all the damage that they took otherwise. Because, you know, I mean, these guys, they do have a pretty nasty bonus versus large. They do pretty despicable amounts of damage. Need to be really careful. And the Armored Skinwolves, kind of the same deal, you know. They're more expensive than Knights of the Realm. And if you're running into a Skinwolf without the armor, Knights of the Realm absolutely annihilate these guys. So that's the thought process there. If your opponent goes for, like, some kind of absolutely heinous, like, Marauder Champion formation, you'll be in a little bit of trouble at that point. But Armored Infantry just give Bretonnia problems no matter what, so not a lot you can do about that. That's where you've got the Fae to hit with Chalice of Potions, and hopefully you can just, like, rear charge with cavalry enough to be able to break them down. So much in reserve. You don't really want to bring any men-at-arms in reserve either. They're just bad. And, you know, sword and board men-at-arms, I don't know if they're really worth it. I mean, they don't do a lot of damage, period. They're just, like, a strictly inferior in every way Marauder. Outside of armor, funnily enough, they actually have a little bit extra. Other than that, though, they're just going to get folded up every time. Will you stream tomorrow? Will I stream tomorrow? Yes. For how long? I'm not 100% sure. A couple hours at least. I'm gonna just be doing quick battles, and I'll play against anybody in chat here who wants to game against me. I'm always open for it, so jump in and we'll try it out. So I'm gonna dip out here, guys. I appreciate y'all tuning in, checking me out. I'm gonna go. I'll see y'all later, and maybe see y'all in Turin's chat, because I do want to check out the grand finals that are going on right now. So, see you later, guys. GG's, and peace.